òye orin tí fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wáyé dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
They should call a halt to the shameless deception of innocent Igbos with reports of fictitious victories on the battlefronts. They should appreciate that the so-called diplomatic recognition by dubious characters cannot, in the least, alter the course of Nigerian history. It is sheer wickedness for Ojukwu and his clique to continue to goad innocent citizens to support rebellion and lay down their lives for a cause that is not just. The rebel leaders know in their hearts of hearts that all their false propaganda about genocide and massacre derives from personal ambition and the haunting fear of their own future and safety. Consequently, they do not know when to stop. I call on those who claim to love Nigeria and the Igbos to face realities and advise the people of the East Central State to lay down their arms and return to the fold. It is not enough for organizations and individuals to ask the federal government to cease hostilities while ignoring the evil intentions of the rebels.
Landing troops in the Delta Creek areas is one thing. Using them with effect is a vastly different thing. It is clear to me that what my good friend turned bandit Gawan is planning there is purely to get a group of men round the oil terminal and then to shake the managers of the oil companies by the scruff of the neck and demand money. That's all.
Okay now.
Okay.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàpadà dẹ. Ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Lọ́ máa ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé. Àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́bù.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Paratuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndi mmụọ. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo sanye ye we mo. Yeah, we mo. Obodo sanye ye we mo. Nubasa ye ga ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. So baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motang wakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Since I was born, etc., etc. So that was the dulcet tones of our brothers from the East. So sorry, I've got I've got a spotlight right in there just for. It's not really. It's just a small little ring light, but it's directly on my face. So let me reposition it. Let me tell you the sum total of my setup. The sum total of my setup is some rickety computer that always lets me down, and then a ring light, and that's the sum. That's my setup. So the microphone you're hearing me through is the microphone that comes in built with the. So it's just a skeletal system. It's essentially just me and the laptop. So there's no setup beyond that. Unfortunately, that might well be reflecting in you say upgrade. And by the way, can you hear me? Because Abdul Mumuni is telling us that he cannot hear us. Well, he cannot hear me. It's not us speaking, it's me speaking. So can you hear me, by the way? Because Abdul is telling us, it says no sound. Why no sound? So if somebody can indicate on whichever platform you're watching that you can't hear me, otherwise the purpose defeated, of course. Is meant to be an audio visual experience. So not just a visual experience, but an audio visual experience. So I'm waiting for somebody to indicate that they can hear me. Oh, hold on. Ego. Okay. All right. So he said it's okay now. So that's fine. Yes. Thank you XYZ. All that funky stuff. So another day, another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. One man went to mow that bald-headed guy that talks in that very peculiar voice. Speaking out of his conservatory in Kent. So that's essentially what is going on. Your friendly neighborhood. Or you're a laughing man. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join us. So we encourage people to do the super charts because we want to see, and by the way, we want to see different names on that super chat space. I'm always a bit reticent to say super chat, not because I have any qualms about say feel a sense of stagnation in that. So if you want to be a new name, that $sign at the bottom of the screen, that invites you to tip in the direction of the platform. So do. Oh, thank you, Adele Coco. So do that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard that I'm sending in now. Because of course we are looking for new voices now. Because the conversation has to expand, and it only really expands with new voice. There's nothing that thrills me. If you want to know what thrills me doing this, is hearing new voices, because it freshens up and refreshes the space. Especially when it's a champion voice. Okay, we had Tonero join us a couple of days ago, but that's too small and too far between. We should be having new voices on a daily basis, just churning to continue to excite and freshen up and breeze out the space. So if you want to be the new voice for the day, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. We're looking for another we're looking for another upmarket champion voice to add to all of the upmarket champion voices that we have here already. Like, share, subscribe. So all those things, those are mandatory. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you, and that dollar sign, you can use it just as liberally as you want. So now let's just launch into it. Let's get into the conversation, and let's kick the conversation off with this headline. So we kick the we kick the conversation off with this headline. So it is that state's police space. Actually, maybe I should actually kick it off with yes, let me kick it off with Good Luck Jonathan. So let me kick it off with Good Luck Jonathan. It's that state's police space. It's a very sort of complex it's a very complex space to tackle within the Nigerian paradigm, that matter of security. So a lot of people feel that state police, because of course, if you have state police, then that brings policing closer to the locality. And that is the whole purpose of policing, to secure your immediate environment. So it's not so much to secure the national state. No, the main purpose of policing is to secure your most immediate environment. And the best way for the police to secure your most immediate environment is for your community to have a relationship with the police. And for your community to have that relationship with the police, policing has to be as localized as it possibly can be. And that is the whole dynamic of it. So now, good luck, Jonathan speaks to that space. So we kick it off here. But the one thing I wanted to everybody agrees that the country needs state policing in order to tackle the myriad of insecurity problems that we have. Everybody agrees, apart from the people that will effect that change. So Obasanjo will tell us that we need state police, but he disagreed when he was in government, or he didn't institute it. Whether I agreed or disagreed or not, he did not institute it. Goodluck Jonathan is telling us we need state police. He did not institute it. 6 and a bit years he was in government. So now this seems to be the thing. Everybody seems to agree, except of course when they get hold of that power to effect that change. So they agree or until they get hold of that power to effect that change. We can't have adequate security without state police. So this is the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. All right. We can't have adequate security without state police. Comment attributed to Goodluck Jonathan. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has emphasized the necessity of establishing state police in Nigeria to ensure national security. He stated this while speaking at a one-day dialogue organized by the House of Representatives in Abuja, which is aimed at addressing the critical security issues facing the nation. During his keynote speech, Jonathan reflected on the deliberations from the 2014 National Conference, where the concept of state police received unanimous support amongst delegates alongside other security reforms. The debate should not be about the necessity. Let's take that again. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has emphasized the necessity of establishing state police in Nigeria to ensure national security. He stated this while speaking at a one-day dialogue organized by the House of Representatives in Abuja, which is aimed at addressing the critical security issues facing the nation. During his keynote speech, Jonathan reflected on the deliberations from the 2014 National Conference, where the concept of state police received unanimous support amongst delegates alongside other security reforms. The debate should not be about the necessity of state police. That should be the necessity for, by the way. The debate should not be about the necessity for state police, but rather how they operate. Jonathan stated, stressing the importance of implementing this measure effectively. The former president also highlighted the need for broader reforms to enhance the country's security framework. He called for a revamp of the Independent National Electoral Commission to ensure free and fair elections, advocating for minimal use of police force during electoral process to prevent undue influence. So that's Goodluck Jonathan then insisting then that there is no other pathway outside of state police. So he had the opportunity to institute it, but he buckled under that. So now another set of people, another set of chancellors in situation, they have the opportunity to institute state policing, but they are also buckling in the moment. Nigeria not ripe for state police. This is the Inspector General of Police. So if we are hearing these commentaries, then that is to tell you that because on the one hand, the bill for state police is already going through Parliament. I think it has passed the first reading. But on the other hand, then the person that will be the arrowhead of the reforms, the Inspector General of Police, he's telling us that the country is not yet ready for it. Nigeria not ripe for state police, IGP. The Inspector General of Police, IGP, Dr. Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, the Inspector General of Police, IGP, Dr. Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, on Monday cautioned that Nigeria as a nation was not ripe for the establishment of state-controlled police to complement the services of the Nigeria Police Force as currently agitated for in some quarters. So you can read elements of vested interest in this because, of course, should they create state police, then that cuts his empire quite significantly. So this is somewhat empire protection. You can read that into that. The Inspector General of Police, Dr. Kayode Egbetokun, on Monday cautioned that Nigeria as a nation was not ripe for the establishment of state-controlled police to complement the services of the Nigeria Police Force as currently being agitated in some quarters. The IGP, who spoke in Abuja at the ongoing national dialogue on state police titled Pathway to Peace, Reimagining Policing in Nigeria, organized by the House of Representatives, declared that the country is yet to mature and be ready for the establishment of state-controlled police. So I'm not quite sure what that means exactly, because of course we have policing controlled centrally. So if policing can be controlled centrally, and the way the Nigerian Federation is if policing can be controlled federally, and the way the Nigerian Federation is set up, is that each composing unit of that federation is a mini replication of the wider federation. So essentially, what the federal government is what the states are. They are boiled down version of the federal government. So that's why you see virtually all of the ministries and all of the parastatals that you see at the federal level, you see them replicating in the state space. So if the federal space can handle state policing and the structures of the federal space replicate at the state level, so what's the missing gap that he's saying then that the place is not ripe enough? If the place is not ripe enough, then that means that Nigeria by itself is not ripe enough for policing, because there's no rhyme to that logic. There's no reasoning there. I don't like to say it doesn't cohere, because I say that too often, but it doesn't cohere with sense. The Inspector General of Police, IGP, Dr. Kayode Egbetokun, on Monday cautioned that Nigeria as a nation was not ripe for the establishment of state-controlled police to complement the services of the Nigeria Police Force as currently being agitated in some quarters. The IGP, who spoke in Abuja at the ongoing national dialogue on state police titled Pathway to Peace, Reimagining Policing in Nigeria, organized by the House of Representatives, declared that the country is yet to mature and be ready for the establishment of state-controlled police. According to him, there has been clamor for the establishment of state-controlled police to complement the activities of the Nigeria Police Force. Several arguments have been made for the establishment of state police. Some argued that the Nigeria Police Force is not living up to expectations in providing the necessary security for the citizenry. Others, I'm not sure that is an argument, or that is a statement of fact. So I'm not quite sure why he's saying that's just a statement of fact. Some argued that the Nigeria Police Force is not living up to expectations in providing the necessary security for the citizenry. Others are of the view that police presence is not felt in many parts. But why is he saying this is no, these are statements of fact. The Nigerian Police Force has not shown even the hint of any capacity of being able to police the country. And there are vast swathes of that country where they don't even know what a policeman looks like. So I'm not quite sure why he's saying some are arguing. It should be some are stating. I don't know. Some argue that the Nigeria Police Force is not living up to expectations in providing the necessary security for the citizenry. Others are of the view that police presence is not felt in many parts of the country, especially the areas requiring security, such as schools and communities. Some contend that even in cities, police presence is mostly felt in areas in areas by the rich. Others still argue that police performance is generally minimal, hence there is insecurity in the country. These and many other reasons have propelled proponent of state policing. He pointed out that the problem that should be addressed should be what are he pointed out that the problems that should be addressed should be what are challenges mitigating against the effective policing in Nigeria. So what is actually arguing is that this seems to be an argument for a bigger budget, But I don't think if they doubled the complement of the police officers and they increase their salary, whatever it is, the way the Nigerian policing is structured at the moment, it cannot meet the needs of the people, especially that federal character sort of policing, where people are deployed outside of their areas of comfort to police people that are alien and foreign to them. He pointed out that the problem that should be addressed should be what are challenges mitigating against the against the effective policing in Nigeria. According to him, some of these challenges, some of these are challenges. There are no adequate preparations in place for state police, such as police colleges, training schools. I'm not quite sure. This means nothing. We already have police colleges, so they can be trained at the federal facilities and then deployed, because the federal facilities is the asset of Nigerians, not whoever sits in that. So what does this even mean? According to him, some of these are challenges. There are no adequate preparations in place for state police, such as police colleges, training schools, barracks, police stations, clinics, vehicles, communication equipment, and a host of other things. The IGP also expressed fear over the possible abuse of state police by the political class and conflict of interest. According to him, so it goes on and on, but you get the general thrust of where he's going. It's just a ridiculousness. Let me send, okay, the link is already there. Anybody that wants to hop on. So populate the room so that the conversation can take place. Populate the room so that the conversation can take place. Let me take you on to this. Fleeing Binance chief and Jarawala arrested in Kenya. Nigerian government seeks extradition. So it's the sense of deja vu about all this. The renditioning of an Indian. So I wonder why they are not following the Nnamdi Kanu route. Fleeing Binance chief and Jarawala arrested in Kenya. Nigerian government seeks extradition. 2-3 paragraphs of this. The Kenya Police Service has arrested fleeing Binance executive Nadine and Jarawala, who escaped from custody in Nigeria. There are indications that the International Police Organization, Interpol, plans to extradite him to Nigeria this week. A reliable source in the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, who preferred anonymity, disclosed this to correspondents. And Jarawala has been arrested in Kenya by the Kenyan Police Service through intelligence by the International Police Organization. Nigeria has kick-started talks with Interpol about his extradition. So it will be nice to see if we can capture that guy and bring him back, and it'll be a cleaner way of doing it as well. So there's that. Right, Ribadu says terrorism-related deaths have dropped from 2,600 monthly to 200, and I think we've seen this in some of the report or the lack thereof. There's quite a palpable sort of slowing down in the reportings of insecurity in Nigeria. So it's either it is underreported, or the incidents have been addressed, or the Fulanis, they've decided to sheathe their swords now that their daddy is not there to protect them anymore. Ribadu says terrorism-related deaths have dropped from 2,600 monthly to 200 monthly. So imagine that 2,600 throughout the 8 years of Buhari. That guy, man, by the time he leaves this mortal call, how many lives would Buhari have facilitated the ending of, from his military days all the way through to now last year? that guy has killed a lot of people, a lot of people. All right. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu says terrorism-related deaths have drastically reduced in Nigeria from about 2,600 monthly to less than 200 currently. Ribadu made this known in an interview with newsmen in the sideline of the high-level African counter-terrorism meeting, which opened on Monday in Abuja. The event, okay, so I think that's enough of that. I think we get the gist of that. So we get the gist of that. Yes, and we've already gone through this Indian guy on the run. The Indian guy on the run. Let's go on from. So I was looking for the clip that precedes now this next headline that I'm about to share with you. But there was a particular storyline that went completely viral yesterday. It was essentially a Chinese supermarket in Abuja, which is fair enough. There's plenty of Chinese supermarkets in Nigeria, in Abuja, and everywhere else. The only thing that makes this especially particular or even peculiar is that this Chinese supermarket has a policy of not serving Nigerians. So Nigerians complained and the government moves quickly. FCCPC launches raid on Chinese supermarkets amidst allegations of bias against Nigerian citizens. How can that even be a possibility? You are in Nigeria, but you would not serve Nigerians. FCCP launches raid on Chinese supermarkets amidst. I wonder if I could find that clip. There's a clip that tells the story. It was actually some guys that brought this to their attention not quite 2 days ago, and the government have moved very quickly. It says that FCCPC launches raid on Chinese supermarket amidst allegations of bias against Nigerian citizens. On Sunday, there was significant public outcry in Nigeria regarding a discriminatory measure enforced by a Chinese supermarket that explicitly permitted only Chinese citizens to enter whilst excluding Nigerians. The facility manager of the complex, Shaibu Sanusi, has verified that individuals from outside the complex who are Nigerians do not engage in shopping there. But those Nigerians who reside within the complex are allowed access for shopping purposes. Whilst the supermarket is closed, the Consumer Protection Agency has suggested that individuals may be staying inside in an attempt to evade interaction with the agency. So that's that. A lot of you following that story. That's the latest update from that. So that's the latest update from that. One more, and then we kick off the conversation. Oh, right. Yes, this one. Yes. I'm only really bringing you this because this one tells you the narrative of the chasm between wealth and the have-nots in Nigeria. It's just so wild. Inside Charterhouse, Lagos, a newly commissioned primary school in Lekki with its secondary school on the way that charges 42 million naira as fee per annum. So there it is right there. So this is the school charging 42 million naira per year per pupil. Primary school. What level of teaching takes? What exactly goes on? Are they teaching them outside of maths, English, and science? What level of teaching or what level of anything goes on here? How much is that in real money? 42 million naira. Newly, it says inside Charterhouse, Lagos, a newly commissioned primary school in Lekki with its secondary school underway that charges 42 million naira as fee per annum. Charterhouse, not Chatham House. So Charterhouse, Lagos, is the first British independent school in West Africa and part of the prestigious Charterhouse family of schools. Here are inside photos of the school. which is set to resume in September. Look at that. So I think your next president may be coming from this school, I suspect. That is, I think that's the whole idea. Anyway, that the captains of industries and next presidents are 42 million naira to unbelievable per year for a primary school. 42 million naira for a primary school. What goes on there? What goes on there? So they teach them how to speak fake British accent, and that's anyway. So that's that. Let's play the Kegite music. Kick off the conversation. The room is barely populated. Hopefully people start to come in as the session progresses. But let's play the Kegite music and kick it off. No, that's not the Kegite music. That's not the Kegite music. This is the Kegite music.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agweshebe, that have nothing to do with us. Joining us at Janle Koko, good to have you at Janle Koko, and Sakigbo, also known as Ego. So good to have you, gentlemen. So we kick it off with the three of us. Ego, are you ready to go? Ego. Sakigbo. Look at this guy. You're still not Ego.
Is that our regular ego?
It is our regular ego now. Even from the behavior, he's probably drunk or he came back just a couple of days ago, and then he disappeared again. Ego, look at this guy.
It looks like it's not there at the moment.
It's not there at the moment. So do you want to kick it off then, Ajale Koko? 42 million naira per annum for a primary school. I mean, no matter what they're teaching them there, surely that's too much.
Oh, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. That school is for the children of the wealthiest Nigerian and around West African countries. I believe they will have, boarding facility there. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking maybe they might have, because in your readouts you said that is the only school by charter house, or what do you call it? Is it charter school? Hello, woman.
No, they call it Charter House. I'm not aware of it, but it seems to be a family of It seems to be an international brand. I don't know the first thing about it, so
I
I have
know
to go look at.
I know it's from Britain.
Yeah, it's from Britain. It's from Britain, but
Yeah.
it looks like one of those franchised elitist sort of brand.
Yes.
You know, well, the first in West Africa, they're saying.
West Africa. So
Yes, but 42 million naira. I mean, for a primary school, for a primary school. I mean, what
man,
goes on?
one man, I believe those teachers that will be teaching them there, they might not be Nigerians. They might be British.
No, they will never be Nigerian. So, you know what they are paying for? They are paying for accent. Is just what that's is an
accent and British standard. So, British standard of education, So, schooling there is like, schooling in Britain, the same curriculum and the system of teaching in Britain. So, it's never gonna be free. You're gonna pay for it. It's not meant for poor people. It's meant for children of the wealthiest in the society, in our country, and children of the wealthiest in West Africa. So it's an international school. So I think that is what is responsible for that school fees. So, well, what are we going to do? It's foreign investment in Nigeria.
When I say things like this, my heart just skips a beat because I always try to place myself in the pyramid of anything that's going on. So this prices somebody like me out. I'm not sure if it prices somebody like you out. So I mean, and we still feel that there's the underclass. So the chasm now between the rich and the because it's just there's no real middle class anymore. So that chasm now between the really wealthy and anybody else outside of that, are we now the underclass? Is that what it is now? Are we being rebracketed as somewhat the underclass outside of our knowledge?
Well, man, what is going on in Nigeria is a kind of, apartheid system and apartheid system of government. Or how do I describe it? An apartheid society where the rich are segregated from the rest of us. The wealthiest are segregated. Their children are segregated. School for their children to go are different from the school that we're going to go. Hospital they're going to go is different from what we're going to go. And everything that everything for them to enjoy in that country, is totally different from what we have to enjoy in that country. So we have a class society that,
Ajale Koko, you're talking about the class difference. They are planning to build an airport on the island. Round about that, by the time they build that airport, they'll just cut us off at the rivers, won't they? And then they will throw banana across the bridge. That's where now banana. Okay, I want a bottle of it. I mean, God, 42 million naira for a term for a primary school. It's just
well, it's I mean we what we are allowing to happen in our society, I mean in our country, we are becoming more divided alongside how wealthy you are, how connected you are to the people in power, and how connected you are to some class of people. So this school, for economic reason, somehow is an it can be classified or described as direct foreign investment into our country, because they're going to be paying tax to the government no matter what. They'll be making a lot of money. It's a profit-making organization. They're going to be paying tax to the government. They will hire some people, one way or the other, to work in that school, to create employment for Nigerians, But you see, it has its good and bad of it. So the good side is what I just mentioned: direct foreign investment, employment opportunity will be created, and it's going to even save money for some Nigerians that want the children to go and school abroad. They can have that same education that they want to go and get abroad in Nigeria, but they have to pay for it. Children of the rich. So, and at the end of the day, like you mentioned, you said when you are doing the readout, this is a school for those that are going to govern us in the future, because they're going to have the best of the best education right from the elementary school, and from there to secondary school and the university. They might possibly, maybe in the future, they might have their own university.
Ajanle Koko, the head of NMPC, the head of First Bank of Nigeria, the CBN governor, the governor of Lagos State, the president and vice president of Nigeria, all of them will be from that school.
That is where the children going to go. All the politicians.
No, the next generation of them, they are going to come from this school.
From those schools.
Because they are not going to pay 42 million, and then so as they give them all of that, and then from there to Oxford, Cambridge, and then from Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard to 2-3 years in uncle's accounting law firm, and then from there to State House, your home state, and then from your home state to Aso Rock. And that's the 42 million.
That is it, one man. Yeah, right. And it's just it's mind-boggling that my one man, when you see this kind of what the politicians are doing in that country. They're creating a class society, and they are widening that gap. They're widening that gap every day, in and out, between the riches and the poor, and instead of closing that gap. So these education facility is going to, prepare their children, for future leadership in that country. So because they're going to have the best of the best education than the children of the masses in that country. So it wouldn't have been a problem to me. It wouldn't have been a problem if they are making efforts to improve on the facility of our public education. I mean, bring it up to international standard. You understand what I'm saying? Let us have a curriculum that can prepare our children, at the public school, the public school education, to be competitive with their, others around the world, particularly in the areas of STEM education. This is what they should be doing, But if you go around many parts of that country, the public school are so wayward that you don't even want your children to go to school. A lot of, Nigerians doesn't like their children to go to public school, because public school is like a playground. Now, they don't teach them, they don't, you see, the teachers are not well paid. And when they are not well paid, they don't get motivation. They are not well trained and retrained, So look at what happened during the time of Rufai in Kaduna State when he did some aptitude test for some teachers, and they all failed. Absolute majority of them failed. So that's to tell you we don't have qualified teachers teaching our children in public school. So what they can allow international school, allow international school to be built in Nigeria where their own children will go. This is not good. This is not good. They should be trying to bring this, close the gap between the rich and the poor, and see how they can improve on the educational facility and be attract public education, particularly that can be attractive to all Nigerian children, irrespective of your status in the society. Get them well equipped, make it a conducive environment for learning, equip them with even air conditioner. Let them be conditioner in the school. So let the children feel the importance of the school. Let them feel it, that school is enjoyable to go to school. Across the country, it is doable. Some people can say, what did Alagogo say? Let there be air conditioner in the school. Yes, it could be. We have air conditioner in all the public schools in this country where we live. And we have heater as well, depending on the condition of the weather. So whether we're in the summertime, the air conditioner will kick on. If in the sun, winter time, the heater we be on there for the children. So in their classes and have their education in a conducive environment. That is the same thing that we should do for our children in Nigeria. But they are not doing that. They don't invest heavily on education, and they make it so miserable for the children of the poor to go to school. But they can have this kind of, private international school into Nigeria for their own children to go. 48 million. Is it 48 million you said, woman, per annum?
It's 42 million, but it could as well be 48 million. I think even if it was 100 million, they'll still pay just to show that, that class above you.
That should be around maybe $45,000. That would be around $45,000 or $48,000 if you want to go by the exchange rate today. You said it's 42, right? Maybe that should be around, let's say, $42,000 if you want to go by the exchange rate of 1,000 to a dollar. So imagine $42,000. Can we even pay? We here, how many of us can pay that for elementary school?
If somebody was earning that a year, he will consider himself quite wealthy in Nigeria.
Oh, yeah.
That's the salary of a senior banker, isn't it?
Oh, yes. So if somebody is paying $42 million a year for elementary education, imagine how that person earn in a year. That person must be earning times 10 of that for you to afford to send a child, just one, to elementary school for 42 million. That's a lot of money. I mean, we can build good school for our children and not, build good school for them, get them integrated. The children of the school, of the poor and the rich, they must do something to integrate them, mingle together. Let them have the same, mindset. Let them have the same, a common purpose for, who they are in their country. But what we are seeing here, we are seeing this politician creating a barrier between their own children and the children of with the people. A serious barrier. Apartheid. So the way their children we see, you know, what the way, I mean, their own children, the kind of way they will see the country is going to be totally different from the way the people, the children of we the people, will see the country. So they are just creating problem for the future because there's never going to be connection between these two classes. We are building a serious barrier where children of the poor and children of the rich can never meet. There are two parallel lines that can never meet. How?
Well,
Baba, can I interject?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right.
Okay. Good evening, one man. Good evening, Paja.
Good evening, Emmanuel.
So, but Nigeria can actually do something concerning that school if we are serious in this country, because the British country came to Nigeria and probably invested that whole thing there. So, states government have to step in because it's like coming to Nigeria to rip us off our, just the way they wanted to play that game in our airline, and Nigeria had to step in and try to shut things down. So we can, as a country, or Lagos State, should not allow such thing to happen. 42 million naira from a citizen, a section, is too much for a primary school or secondary school. So state government needs to intervene and come up with a particular price that their citizens should allow to be paid in that school. Because you can't tell me that one man, you say a senior staff in the bank receive 42 million naira. Is it annually or year or monthly? I don't think so. So
well, I think annually, I'm even guessing at it that even the senior bank in it, but I'm not sure that the state can stop it because this is an international brand and they're providing international education, international quality education, and that is the going rate for those sort of institutions. In fact, Lagos should consider itself lucky to have it.
yeah,
Because
one man, I know. They should
it's not even for Nigerians, so it's to sweep up the elites in West Africa.
This is one man. We are still in Nigeria. We have not gotten to that stage because we don't have the money. We are trying to say, except you just want to create a barrier between the rich and the poor. Only the rich,
but the barrier is already there now.
Yeah,
and it's not for everybody. It's not for Mama Silifa's son now.
So that school, that Jinjati school, will just probably have 200 pupils inside there. Because
hold on. You see what you're saying on your screen here? That's the homepage of this particular institution. So it has a crest and everything. So this tells you then that it has a royal seal. So that even has to the prestige. And if you look at these faces, these are not British people. These are international people. So these are international people. So that tells you then that it's a global elite brand. And that 42 million, that would be round about what they're charging already in the UK. Maybe they're charging them about 40,000 pounds or whatever it is. And they are not going to drop the prices for. But it's not just for Nigerians, it's for the elites in Ghana and all of the elites in West Africa, essentially, where to send their children.
So obviously, if our currency appreciates, so the money has to come down. Because if you say they are charging $40-something thousand pounds, so if our naira appreciate like 500,
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just guessing at it. I'm guessing at why they will arrive at that price point. But the one thing you have to know is that it's an elite school for the top echelons of society globally.
Okay, but I just feel like a government need to, caution them and so they will not go overboard.
Okay, so but we are going to see the outcome of this in the future is that the children of the rich will continue to have the upper hand in that society than the children of the poor. More opportunities for the children of the rich and less opportunity for the children of the poor in the same country. Countries should not be run like that. We should a system that can accommodate all children in that school. Give same opportunity for that children, for all our children to grow, develop, and have the same opportunity in their country. But the way it is, you see the growing number of private school in our country because the public school education is not functioning well. And a country where the public school education is not functioning well is a country that is not preparing well for the future. You're going to have less and less people well educated and more people, not fit for any purpose in the future. And that is not good for a country with a bigger population like ours. So one man, he has a good side, he has the bad side. The bad side is all what I said, but the good side is Nigeria have an education institution that can attract the children of all the rich in the whole of entire West Africa. And the advantage is economically, it is good for the country. They're going to bring their money there for their boarding school, and government will make taxes from that money. And there'll be job for Nigerian as well. But, and it has its good and the bad side. So, but let me leave it there, woman.
All right, brilliant. Did you want to come for do you want to make a micro comment before we move on, Larry? Larry, I saw you on mute.
What do you say?
No, Larry, I saw Larry on mute. I thought you wanted to chip in. Yeah.
Woman, I understand the bias. Okay, just give me a second, please.
Look at that. I know that space very well. It now happens to be actually say we go not if I went online and then my daughter calls.
One man, can I go so that I can go to bed? This is 1 o'clock.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Let Larry make that comment. We'll come to you because you are in Abuja, and then we revert back to Ajan Lekoko. If Ajan Lekoko is okay with that. That's all right.
That's okay.
All right, Larry, come in.
Yeah, okay. So I actually understand the bias, but the thing is this: I'm not against the school, right? Because I'm just more on the government side, making use of utilizing everything they can actually utilize from the school. If they need to tax them as much as possible, good. They will always have a society where you have the riches want to go to, where they feel comfortable, but now left for the government to be able to do the right thing. But where I'm waiting for is this, in terms of repatriation of what they make from this school. That's where I'm waiting for.
That was what I was thinking about as well,
yeah,
Larry.
So yes. Because, if you're telling me that, you know the way they do it, right? They tell you, oh, their dollar is stuck, their money is stuck, the foreign airline. And now, is it a way where, the British government has actually lost a lot when it comes to international students going to Britain? And now they are now bringing it to us. So are you going to start telling us that, oh, you are not able to really repatriate your money? That's what we are really waiting for. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't have a problem with this school. Personally, I wouldn't want to put a child in this school because there is one particular school that I've always been looking at in Nigeria. I was at the point I was telling my wife that probably, if I need to just put one of my kids in school in Nigeria, there's this school that keep ringing that bell, and and that school ambassador. I think they've been breaking records. They just broke another one. One of their
Is it one of those? Is it an international parachute? Is it a British?
no,
It's CKC.
no. Ambassador is not a British school. It's just one school in Ogun State, in North Ogun State, and I've been following them for a while. And I think for now, I don't know any other school. I think that school they've been breaking records. One of their kids just broke one record that's kind of like universal, that everybody, even in Harvard, and everybody's talking about. Hardly have I seen a kid getting, 800 over 800 in SAT, maths. And they just got a kid. I just got that. And I think it's actually good for Nigeria. And well, schools like this, where I don't have a problem, you could put, if the riches, if they want to put even if they want to go put their kids in the moon, I don't have a problem with it. The thing is just that, are they paying the right taxes? I wouldn't want to hear any tax holiday here, right? If the government is charging the right taxes, and in terms of communities,
I'm not sure that schools are taxed. Do they not fall under the bracket of a bit like churches, so like a quasi charity?
They are taxed. They have to pay taxes. It's they are not. This is not a charity. It's not a charity school. It's meant for profit.
Private, they make profit.
They make profit, so they have to pay taxes. So at the same time, in terms of social responsibility, the communities that are close to that school, what exactly are they really doing? So and if the government if they can invest like this in Lagos, and Lagos can actually make use of whatever they get from it, at least presently, public schools in Lagos are still far, far better than what you can actually see in places like Ogun State. Most schools in Ogun State, it's probably, most people that actually carry most schools in Ogun State, I can tell you today, it's alumni, right? Almost every year, my alumni will kind of like build at least 2 classrooms in or probably repair one of those classrooms. So it's just, if they can keep bringing this, I'm all in for investment, bring it in, whatever you want to charge it. If we have people that think they can actually afford it, let them go there. We always have a society where we have some people that are rich. They want to spend their money anyhow, but it's just meant for government too to charge the right taxes. No tax holiday. Charge the right taxes, utilize the taxes, even if it's going to be schools around that community, build good schools around the community, and at the same time, when they want to repatriate, then let's look at what they really want to repatriate. Are they really coming to take advantage of us? Because that's another thing that we need to really look at. So, I understand people cannot, oh, it's too expensive. To some people, right? It's not expensive because probably that's where they feel, rather than keeping their kids abroad, if they can actually have schools in Nigeria, and they could always get them there. So it's no problem as far as I'm concerned. I'm just more interested in the government doing the right thing. Charge the right taxes and spend it wisely. So that's it for me.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So to you then, Emmanuel. So come into the conversation wherever you like. Is there anything you especially want to speak to, Emmanuel? Emmy, after pushing everybody aside to say you want to go first, Emmy.
Sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I muted myself.
All right, carry on. Yeah, good to hear from you.
Okay, good morning from here in Abuja. So, okay.
How is Abuja on that weekend? By the way, are you feeling its effect? And if you are, is it positive or negative? Wike?
Okay, well, he's doing well in construction of road. He's actually doing well, but I think the problem we were having in Nigeria, in Abuja here, that light is zero. Like, we're having a problem with lights. I think they are not doing anything in that aspect, but they have even increased our tariff. So, and they are not giving us lights.
How can they increase are you on band A? Are you a rich man?
They increase everybody. Forget the lies. Forget the lies. One man.
But when we
Actually,
learned that the federal government sanctioned that Abuja disco because they increased everybody's electricity bill, which is against what they are expected to do. They only expected to increase that of the band A.
yeah, that is the news they gave us to increase the band A, but they increase all the band actually, but the band A are more higher. So normally before I paid 15,000 naira for some units, but now it's almost 20 something thousand naira for that particular unit I used to buy, and it doesn't last, and they will not even give you light. It's just like you're paying the money, you're not seeing the light. You understand? So that is the challenge. So, but Wike in aspect of building road, I think he's doing well, and human capital development here in Abuja is also zero. So they are not doing well in checking the school. Wike is supposed to be in charge of some all this development in the locality in Abuja, like school and some stuff like that. It's not just nothing concerns him in that aspect. So the only thing he knows how to do is just like, this thing he's doing, this building of road, completing some project, abandoned project and everything. But human capital development, they are not doing anything in that aspect. I think that is where generally this administration might lack because they are not paying so much attention in that aspect. So,
Emmanuel, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
So what do you mean when you talk about human capital development? What's your own definition of human capital development that you think they are not really working?
Okay, investing so much in education, then trying to put people out of poverty, like establishing vocational schools where you can train people, just take people from the streets. They are not doing anything in that aspect. The only concern of all this rigorous thing that we normally see the government used to do, but citizens are not even feeling the impact of this government just because, just from my own point of view and what we're experiencing here in Abuja. So the ordinary citizen does not feel anything about this government. Does not feel it at all. The only people that feel it just like the elites, maybe where they go, they meet themselves and stuff like that. But somebody like me or commoners on the street, they don't feel anything about the government. That's what I mean. So there is no a program that carries them along or bring them to the table or harness their strength. You understand?
Okay.
So there's nothing that area that help them. So that's what I mean. So Wike is supposed to be the governor of this place. They're supposed to bring these people close and organize some sort of vocational training for them, or increase in help as an education sector. The knowledge in education. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, in fairness to Wike, right? In terms of all the area councils, I know that I think they just flagged something up, kind of like the number of schools they were going to, refurbish, kind of like repair and stuff like that. And in terms of, and I think for now, compared to what was the other minister that was in Abuja, because I think what he did was basically went to each of the area councils, asked them their priority project, what they really wanted, and unlike, government just going in and doing things for them. And I think what most of the area councils actually requested for was kind of like, they need roads in the area councils. And I think which is part of what he actually did.
Because you sure of that?
Yeah. I've always lived, before moving to the US, I've always lived all my life in Abuja. You understand? So, and I know about most things that actually happen in Abuja. And in terms of that human capital, I think the civil servants in Abuja, let's start from the civil servants in Abuja. This is one of kind of like the best periods they've actually had. They've always been suffering in terms of growth when it comes to civil servants in Abuja. Abuja has always been, FCT has never had that opportunity of standing on their own. And the fact that it's able to help them establish on themselves where they can actually have a permanent secretary, I think that's another key thing that he has actually done. Because this is something that, because if you're in Abuja, the last bar you can actually get to is being a director. So, and for now, I think they now have the opportunity of being permanent secretaries. So I think he's actually doing, probably if you've been following some, because I follow most of the programs in Abuja a lot. And
put in place that help the common man on the street. That's what I'm saying.
in terms of helping the common man on the street, that's why I'm more like, what's your definition, right? Because helping the common man on the street, if you look at it, it's too broad, and they can only do. He is a minister of FCT. He can only do based on where he thinks his capacity can get.
So I'm even thinking. Sorry to interject. I'm even stabilize. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to interject.
Yeah, I can hear you. You wanted to say something?
When you stabilize electricity in Abuja,
yeah,
we invest on themselves.
So that's another thing. You see,
so here,
is it a wicked?
And they are not even like our grid is on a daily basis.
So let's understand something. You see, we always talk about electricity. But what we don't understand is the way the present organization of electricity in Nigeria is, there is limits to what any minister or any governor.
Harry, what is actually so big in giving us light?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. This thing has actually been privatized. The only thing they can only do is to kind of like look for a way to kind of like have some of those, particularly AEDC, right? See what they can actually do. So, they like what you said. I understand what you said in terms of being overcharged. I have a couple of, family members in Abuja that complain of the same thing. And that's, for me, that's why I think the regulatory agencies need to come in to check some of those things, because you can't be in a situation where people will be cheated. And that's exactly what's really happening. They came in and said, ban A, ban this, ban that. And at the end of the day, it's more of deceit. You understand? So for you to now think it's wicked that will bring electricity and all those things, no, we are not being fair to him, because that's not even what he can actually even do, right? Wike cannot wake up one day and say, okay, hey, EDC, go give everybody, power and all those things. So
they work in synergy, they work in harmony.
No, it's not a minister thing to do. It's not a minister thing to do, because most of all those places have been privatized. They have their own. It's not really public like that. You understand? So, but with the present arrangement we have, we've been in that.
You can't tell me that.
Okay,
we can have the power to work on this.
On the what?
Not the road. If Wike has road, he to find a way to.
Emmanuel, you are lagging a little bit your system, your connection.
Omar, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's better now. Carry on.
Has that power to some sort of construction within the vicinity, so he still have the same solution to light in Abuja.
No. Presently, right, the way we have the power, right, in terms of how the arrangement, in terms of distribution and almost everything has actually been privatized. Wike as a minister is just like you and me when it comes to this, until probably tomorrow government wake up, collect the licenses, and kind of like take over some of all those things. So there's limits to what any minister can do presently, right? I don't know. The only thing they do is kind of like, the only thing the minister can do is, okay, fine, they didn't give you enough power and they are charging you above that. Okay, what can I do in order to ensure that the people of Abuja are not being shortchanged? But when in terms of operation of some of all these, distribution companies, it's not what government can.
So all you are telling me is that the only thing it has power to do in Abuja is.
All right, Emmanuel, make that point, and then I want to move you on. I think we're going to loop around there for a while if we don't. Yeah.
In Abuja, just be the road. I can't see another thing that he's doing.
All right. Well, hopefully you'll start to say more. But did you see this, Emmanuel? This Chinese supermarket that allegedly was not letting Nigerians go and shop there. So it's been shut down by Wiki temporarily. So did you hear that story? This happened in Abuja, by the way. So did you hear that story? And,
actually close to my office in Central District. So that was a little bit biased from these people. So and I didn't go there quite, or I have not entered that their building. But what I heard that when there's a place that they demarcated for only for the Chinese people to shop, that way you cannot come inside as a Nigerian. You can't go there, and because they will tell you that all the thing there is not meant for Nigerians. That's all those their eatable stuff is not for Nigerian stuff, like just some sort of useless excuse they gave, according to a guy that told me. That's what. So, well, Wama, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay. So, but I really don't really know why the government are going after them, because it's not the whole market, it's not the whole goods that they are, alienating Nigeria from coming in to buy it. It's just some part of it that they say it's not meant for Nigerians. So, but I think they have been able to explain better to them. So, I think they have opened it immediately.
All right. So they didn't sanction them or anything, or?
No, there is no sanction. There was a miscommunication, so they were able to explain why so. And for the fact that they did not stop Nigeria from coming inside to buy anything, but that particular section is a section that that's meant for the Chinese because of the things they eat.
But that is wrong. That is wrong. You say market should be open for everybody. Are they doing something illegal there?
They say if Nigeria comes, they don't normally pick anything from there.
It doesn't matter whether they pick or they don't pick. They still have to leave it open. It's a marketplace. It should be open to everybody. You don't. That is discrimination when they say, "Oh, you cannot go beyond this point." It doesn't happen in a society that have open market like that. No. It's a marketplace. Everywhere should be open for everybody.
I think they have reached an agreement. They have reopened it.
Okay, I believe that particular place now. I believe they will have it open for everybody to come in.
Oh, okay. One man. What is the next one?
All right. This one
Talk
now.
On some issue yesterday, but I couldn't come in. Some of the issue you were talking about yesterday, so I wanted to interject, but I was so engrossed with my. So if you come back home like this, you'll still be doing work. I don't know why.
You're breaking up quite heavily, Emmanuel. Maybe move around where you are. It cuts and then you come back. It cuts and then you come back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. So stay there and then carry on. Yeah, you were talking about Renault. Are you in a position to collect this $10,000? By the way.
Listen, but I just want to state categorically here that I believe a man that has two different views at the same time. So this is the same Renault that preached to us
No, are
That
you
this is
going to? Sorry, because
no,
a
no,
lot of
no.
people. Oh, hold on, wait. A
No,
lot of people
woman,
did this. Just wait now. A lot of people did this yesterday. So, are you going to attack Reno, his personality, or are you going to address what he said? He
no, no,
said
no. Wait,
yeah. So just you can attack his personality if you want to, but that question still stands there, and that $10,000 still gets to be claimed. A
one
school
man,
started, built, and commissioned by Peter Obi. That's what he said he wants to say.
one man about a man that is making that statement. It's not very important to us. Even you, one man,
No, the
you
statement
literally
is
say you
the
don't like
statement is the only important thing
you,
now.
one man, you literally say you don't like Rain or Mockery because of his
I don't
personality.
like him, but that is asked a question now that nobody has been able to answer.
Okay, if I agree that he didn't build school from scratch, like he didn't commission school and built it from scratch and finished it, it doesn't make any difference than a man coming to expand the existing school. You understand? So my point I'm Reno Mockery is doing what he's doing. You understand? So for the fact that advertised article, he went against him and started saying all manner of things against him. You understand? So, but I'm even concerned about you, one man, for discussing it here because anything that goes against Peter Obi, you tend to discuss it in your platform. And I want to know why, and I want to understand even people that you dislike. When immediately they speak against Peter Obi, you will say that I have heard you here in this platform that he always said nonsense. Nothing that he says is true. You understand? But when he speak against this particular person, you tend to believe what he is saying because it's not aligning to your view at that particular moment. So even you, one man, you are questionable to that aspect. So if you have discredited this man in the past and said that he says nonsense, that nothing truth comes out from his mouth, now because he's now speaking against someone you don't like, you are now crediting what he is saying. So how does it even make sense? One man, I'm not attacking you, I'm just pointing things out.
No, I take the point. But the thing is, you've been part of this platform for long enough to know that I think that Peter Obi is a fraud, and I think it needs to be exposed. I think Emmanuel just dropped the system, but you are still there. Who dropped?
One man, you say, I don't want to go forth and back with you when this fraud of a thing. I don't want to discuss about it, but I'm just pointing. I'm just talking about what.
I want Peter to be exposed. I think
exposed
you know
in
that.
what? Exposed in what and what?
For the fraud that he is. I'm sure you know that. Do you not know that I want him exposed for the fraud that he is?
You want him to expose, but he has challenged you people that if you can bring something that he has embezzled money or do something or taking
we brought it now. How many times do we bring it? Everybody
then you take
brings
it to
it
the
now.
EFCC. The second guy, which is Obiano, that finished, the EFCC has captured him. In fact, till now he's still in the custody. But he said that, okay, anything that you know that have misplaced 1 naira in this government, please bring it on. Take it to the EFCC. Let them come after me. But you people will go looping around and looking for a way to tarnish his name, even from the people you personally say you don't like. Just for mention Peter Obi, you will hop on it and discuss about it. It's not fair, one man, because I know you don't like this man. I know you don't even take anything that comes from his mouth. When he was criticizing Tinubu, you said all manner of things about him, but because he has gone against someone you don't like, you now seems to credit him. That does not make sense. That does not make sense because this same man that we are discussing is the same man that even before I began to follow Peter Obi, he has been the one telling us that Nigeria deserves such a man. That, in fact, he was from his mouth. I heard that he took education from zero to number one. It's from Peter, from Ronald Mockery mouth, because I have been following him because he used to give us tips in all this trading online or stuff. We followed him a lot because that lesson is needed for some of our upcoming young people like us. So we used to follow him. He used to talk about stuff like that. Just because he went against his suggestion, because he said he should deputize Atiku in 2023, he now went against Peter and started bringing all manner of fake things just to tarnish his image. Does it even make sense? Do we even want Nigeria to work?
No, we want Nigeria to work now. So, you know, I'm not quite sure why people always say that. We want Nigeria to work. So, Nigeria working does not mean supporting Peter Obi. Those are mutually exclusive spaces. And it may surprise you that a lot of people, and by a lot, I mean a very lot of people, they see Peter Obi for who he is. They don't buy into whatever it is that you guys are. His record is public knowledge now. It's documented online. So we know who he is now. So when somebody's, it talks about human capital development. What is the basis of human capital development? Is it not education and training? Yet he didn't build a single school in 8 years. He told us he managed ₦500 billion in budget throughout his two-term complement, and he couldn't even build one single school. You know,
One
this is
man. When you say it did not initiate new school,
it's a abracadabra, whatever
yeah.
it is.
When you say it did not initiate new school, I have not gone to establish that fact, but I know he built and expand more schools and existing ones.
That factor, because there's $10,000 for you to pick up as soon as you establish.
No, one man, I said that I have not researched to say whether he initiated a new school, like establish a new school and build it from scratch. I don't know about that, but I know he built and expanded an existing school to what it is today. And that's why even the same Obiano, the same Soludo will always tell you that they will continue from where Peter Obi, that they will never they will make sure that what Peter Obi laid on education will remain. They always said it.
Do you know why they say it?
Why?
You know, they say it to curry public favor.
Why would they curry public favor if the citizen does not like it?
No, because they know that Obi is popular amongst the indigents there.
Why?
Because I don't know, for reasons of tribal loyalty, for reasons that they feel that he has an opportunity at Aso Rock, for all of whatever reasons.
No, one man. This is
for
before,
reasons of the way he's being marketed as a simple man.
No, one man.
These things, but
they use his name.
Why, let me just say this, and then Soludo does not rate Peter Obi in the slightest. Soludo thinks Peter Obi is just a speck. You know, it's just dust. And you know that, but he will use his name to leverage the favor that Obi has. Soludo does not rate anything that Obi does or has ever done. You know that now. You're from that space. Do you think Soludo rates Obi 1 inch? Of course not.
One man. This is before the election. This is even before the thought of running the election in 2023. That is Soludo's first term coming up. He said that, in fact, he campaigned on Peter Obi's achievement. He said he's going to do what, and Peter Obi is already in PDP, but he was campaigning on Peter Obi's achievement. Not that Peter Obi is bringing him to come and praise him.
I already told you why. Peter Obi is popular, and he needed to tap into the luster of that.
Peter Obi is popular because what he did. The Anambra felt the impact. That's what I'm telling you, that Nigeria are not feeling the impact of this government. You have to rule a nation that the citizen will feel your impact, not all this hula baloo everywhere that commoner will not feel what you're doing, not to the market, not in the streets, not even at home. They are not feeling anything. Do you understand? So Peter Obi brought governance home. Not on the sky.
Let me ask you a question, Emmanuel. Between Peter Obi and your own former governor of Ebonyi State, who could you rate as the best governor between the two of them?
Are you talking about Dave Umahi?
Dave Umahi.
You want to draw parallel between Obi? Come on, Ajale Koko, that's not fair now.
One man, you're not the one they are asking.
He's from Ebonyi State.
Okay.
I'm from Ebonyi State.
All right. Okay, let's
I'm
hear
ready
it.
to answer that question now.
Let's
I
hear
don't
it.
understand.
Eh?
I don't understand. One man is are you asking for me?
I'm from Ebonyi State too. So I'm from Ebonyi State too.
Yeah, can you rate both of them?
So
tell us who
funny
can
enough,
rate
okay,
higher
one man,
than
let me
the other?
answer you.
Yeah.
So funny enough, Dave Umai from Ebonyi State was campaigning to become a president. Ayem Pius also was my street man in my Ebonyi State, my local government, Ivo local government, campaigning for president. Do you know who I picked? I picked Peter Obi.
No. Hold on. You are not answering.
Wait, I want to tell you why. I want to tell you why.
Hold on. No, I don't. Nothing concerns me about their presidential. I'm saying as a governor, when they perform as governor.
All of them have become.
Hold on now. Hold on, Emmanuel. It's a simple question, and you can answer it in a straight and direct manner. Between Umahi as governor and Obi as governor, who do you think perform better than the other?
Well, I will dissect their performance in the area that
their performance are relative, so it's not absolute. You cannot say this yes or no.
If you say overall, if you say overall,
yeah.
If you say overall, I will still rate the P2B high. But I'll if you want me to dissect it, there's some area that Dave outperformed P2B, but overall, I would say P2B did well more than him.
Okay, tell me areas where Umahi failed against what Obi did good better than him.
Education.
Hold on. Why you? I'm asking one person, another person. They answer question. Why body not agree like this? No, they when they don't talk to Obi matter, now body go they hot. Let Emmanuel answer the question now.
He fell in education, which is part of the Human Development Index. He failed, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
He failed in health, our healthcare. He failed.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Do you know that you are lying, Emmanuel? You are saying
how
that in education, a man that built a very standard university. Hold on. A standard.
This is my state you're talking about.
Now, even if your state, are we not all Nigeria? Are we not seeing it?
You are in US. I'm in Ebonyi State. You are in US. You can't say this. Hold on. I'm in Nigeria, in US.
It doesn't matter. How many times do you even go to Ebonyi that you are claiming you are from Ebonyi?
I don't understand.
What I'm telling you is that this guy built a medical school from the scratch, and so huge that the federal government, I think it was introducing it to the federal government to take over so that the federal might can manage it better. Obi didn't build any school that you are talking about. This guy built hospital. Fantastic hospital. He built mall. Some that can be ranked as one of the best in the country.
Did he not even bring McDonald's to Ebonyi? Do you have a McDonald's in Anambra? Look at these people.
Look, this guy built that state. Ebonyi was like, I get the local governments was better than Ebonyi before. This guy built that thing with the airport, fantastic airport. Well,
yes, I was just going to say that one of the most beautiful airports in Nigeria. So beautiful, yeah.
Nigeria.
Is that why he left as one of the indebted states in the country?
Hold on now. The road network that this guy built in that state, and you guys are rating him, you are rating Obi above him. Are you guys serious?
And the road network that he built, by the way, Ajande Koko, guaranteed to last 50 years.
50 years.
Unlike Obi, that 2 cycles of rain, the roads wash it. How many times have we played Obi's road on this?
Babada, have you finished?
Did I lie? Everything I mentioned, did I lie?
Wait, have you finished?
If I want you to continue mentioning, I will mention a lot of things that guy built that Ebonyi state. Ebonyi was like, it was like, how do you call it? Like a fishing zone, or how
then
do you call
ask
it?
me why I refuse to support my home man, to support another man from another state. Why don't you ask me why?
Okay, tell us everything.
Of course, you ask me why. That's
okay. Tell me why.
Two person from my locality.
Because I debunk what you said. You said it didn't fund education. I debunk it.
You did not debunk anything.
The hospital, I debunked it.
You did not debunk anything. Let me tell you.
I just mentioned some infrastructure
let me tell you.
Hospital he built with his name when he knew that nobody can pay the amount of school fees he pasted on it before he was advised to send it to the federal government to take it over.
Let me tell you why ordinary Nigeria will any day go for P2B. Let me tell you why. Listen.
No. Don't say ordinary Nigeria. Mention about yourself. Tell me why you didn't. You are not going. Yeah, tell us.
I'm an ordinary Nigerian from another state that chose P2B. I'm not from Anambra State, and I have a lot of Igboman'S that go for P2B. In fact, he won with overwhelmingly vote from that state,
including me.
You guys are just outsider that doesn't have any impact in that state, and yet they voted for his governor. They voted for his governor. You guys are just noise maker from my side. His governor still won the election.
Let me tell you something.
Two of his senators still won
we are telling you, Aja, with the empirical evidence, what is happening. So this is where we came from.
All right, Emmanuel, respond to Ajanle Koko, then take us back to Reno Mokri, which I think is what we really want to talk about. So yeah,
yes,
navigate back to Reno.
When you come to infrastructure, I will not take it away from Umai. He did fantastic at that aspect. That is building of road, like the airport that you mentioned, and constructing this road that he's doing now at federal level. That's what he was doing there. That's a concrete road. He did it to almost every locality in our state, which is fantastic, and we are grateful. We can't take it away from him. You understand? So, but where Umai failed is helping the ordinary citizen of Ebonyi State.
Yes.
Do you understand, Aja? That's what I'm telling you, that why anybody will go for Peter is because Peter will be concerned about ordinary citizens. It doesn't concern about the elite.
Never old gratuity.
He only concern is the ordinary people. So that's why I'm telling you that ordinary man will always choose him above anything. So
hold on. Let me ask you a question, Emmanuel. And this is to Emmanuel, not Agama. Don't give me a long extended response, because I'm going to ask you follow-on questions. What did Peter Obi do for the ordinary people? So just a little. Don't go long. Yeah.
Okay. Number one, let me even start from the older age of the Anambrarian. What all the thing I read and all the thing I experienced from the people I know. You understand? So that man, all the pension, just like what this man is doing now, Abia State Governor, all the pension that they have been owing all these old people from almost 10 years. When he came, he cleared it. The gratuity, he paid it. He cleared everything. Then he increased the salary of the ordinary teachers in the school from whatever percentage is here to increase to almost 30%. That's the one aside. Then he rehabilitated all the dilapidated schools that concern the ordinary citizens.
Do you want me to show you headlines, countless articles of how Willie Obiano was paying the pensions owed by I can bring the articles up.
No,
I have
one
them
man,
lined up.
whatever article is
The
within Obiano,
that
one man.
Peter was owing.
Please, let us know.
Let me
one
even
man,
bring you
please.
on.
I'm begging you. Let us know
hold
the
on.
propaganda.
The
Please.
OB, no, forget Willie Obiano. The OB pension owing extends even to Soludo's administration. 20 years unpaid gratuity. We are happy with Soludo's plans, pensioners. So that's 20 years. Does that sweep up? Oh, I mean, what are you even talking about?
One man, I don't know where you're bringing it. If I say, man, you read this thing now, you read it now. So
I'll read it, you know. It says, do you want it, or I can give you a few paragraphs?
One man, read it. Yeah. Let's hear it.
All right. It says, pensioners in Anambra State have expressed happiness with the plans by Governor Chukwuma Soludo administration to defray the gratuity arrears owed them since the regime of former Chinwoke Mbadinaju.
Mbadinaju.
Yes. They are also excited that the existing cordial relationship between them and the state government will continue unhindered, especially if Governor Soludo would redouble his efforts at liquidating the arrears owed them by his predecessor, former Willie Obiano. So these are 20-year-old.
Is it Obiano? Is it Obiano or the one Peter Obi paid? I don't understand. So they just mentioned Obiano.
It says now, pensioners in Anambra State have expressed happiness with the plans by
before Peter Obi.
Yes, Chinwoke
Mbadinaju.
These are pensions owing since Mbadinaju's time. Did Obi come after? Did Mbadinaju come after Obi?
This one is a elongated story that they just want
to. Boy, what are you doing?
Don't forget all of this. You see, this is what people.
Wait.
You are telling us now. He paid all the pension of this, and this is the pension since Mbadinoju time. He came after Mbadinoju.
One man.
What of the water corporation people that they couldn't pay their money for so many months?
I think Soludo was the one clearing that one as well, isn't he?
No, Obiano.
Obiano.
All
right, come on. Why are you doing all this?
Come on, man.
You see. Let me just say this and then you carry on. You see, I said earlier that it is counterintuitive for you to be saying all these things when the antecedent of this guy is known. They are documented online, and the internet never forgets. It only takes a little search to. I mean, don't make up all this. You know, this is why people are saying they want to expose him. It's precisely because of what you're doing here.
Exactly. So, are you exposing him now? Is there anything that you're exposing that is?
But you just said he cleared the pension. If he cleared the pension, then what was
the Anambra State newspaper said all the pension? Let me show you this. They say they cleared the pension. So if I show you that one now, you will not believe it, but you believe this one. You believe the headline that said that people will clear all the pensions.
He used to say it by himself, including all the contractors. He's not owing a dime before he left. Look at how much he left. He would have used those money he left to embezzle them or use it to pay salary or use it to pay anything. But he left them over $50 billion in Fidelity Bank.
No, forget all of that. You said it's not owing. It wasn't owing the contractors. Was that what you said? Did you say that?
He said it when he was doing campaign. He said it.
All right. Listen to what Obiano has to say about that.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash. And
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. You know, if you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion, technically. You know, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. You know, so you can.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I had you.
No, but it's not. What you know? Come on, man. The internet never forget.
One man,
come on, man.
One man, the only thing you know how to do is to believe the opponent of Peter Obi. That's the only thing you know how to do.
Willie, okay, so Ludo is lying. Willie, I know why they are lying, though, because they are jealous of Obi. That's why, isn't
one
it?
Man.
Even Obiano, he who was saying it was not even confident of himself. You can see from his composition that he's even drunk there. You can see it.
This same Obiano secretly went and told the Adamawa governor that it is the money that Obi left that he used to be the airport. Secretly. The man exposed him when he was saying it. So you want to believe this particular man that he could not do anything in Anambra State. In fact, as he was leaving the office, the EFCC by him. But Peter Obi has been telling EFCC to come and catch me if they see 1 naira that he misplaced. And this 75 billion naira he had been saying it, and he still said it as of last week. So if the man is not saying the truth, by now they would have even arrested him. So that's what I'm telling you, that there's a difference between light and darkness. So no matter how the propaganda is going, he does not change. He will tell you that he has all the receipts. He will tell you the bank you need to go and verify it. But you want to believe someone that lied, and not just lying, steal all the Anambra's money and misplace all the priority that is supposed to do there. And now is the EFCC custody. One man, who will you believe? You believe a man that has no stand till he has been inviting EFCC to come after him, no one has found anything, than to believe a man that is in prison because of misplacement of funds and all the embezzlement.
Do you want me to play you another video? I don't even want to do a bashing.
One man, you don't need to do all those things, because just like I'm talking about Reno Market today. Wait, no, I'm talking about Reno Market today.
No, it stole money.
It stole what?
Money.
What did you say?
Money. We know we stole money. We know.
Stole money from where?
From Anambra State. We know.
One man.
do you want it? Yeah, I can give it to you if you want it.
One man.
Yeah, so.
One man. Even though you don't like Peter Obi for a bit, you can never.
No, I don't like this.
Can never call Peter Obi.
No. Even Peter Obi himself cannot say he's not a thief. Come on, man. Come on. I don't like the abracadabra, the sleight of hand.
If Peter Obi is the thief,
but it's better than Tolodo.
One man, if Peter Obi is a thief by now, as an opposition, they would have even been dealing with him now because of what Peter Obi is now.
Is Atiku a thief?
Atiku has been investigated now severally.
Obi has not been investigated. Are you saying the EFCC by the EFCC?
Invited and
yes.
When?
After internal.
After internal.
Yes. Do you know that Obi is linked to the Dasuki 2 billion something? Do you know? You don't know this guy, do you? You don't know anything about him.
One man, I know Peter Obi. Peter Obi will always tell you that he's not a saint, but he's not a thief.
He's a sinner. Of course, he's not a saint. He's a sinner. That's what it is more.
Yes, anyway. You only tell that he's not a saint, but he's not a thief. When it comes to money, that's why I love the way they handle that our campaign fund. When it comes to money, he does not stay where there is an argument how they use money. You understand? So, one man, let's even pack this one on one side. Let's go and talk about why I want to interject. Can you hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Carry on, Emmanuel. There's nothing worse than silence in a broadcast.
Emmanuel. One man, can you hear me?
We can all hear you, so carry on.
Okay. So what even brought me here is to talk about Reno. I said yesterday I would have come in and say, so you one man and Reno. I wonder how you people are now become paddy. that is whatever that comes out of Reno mouth is what you are taking. It's just like what you're
Yeah,
doing.
because I'm trying to get him to come here. That's why we are party, but don't worry about that.
So it's just like what I'm talking about here. You see a man that till now he's still in the prison in a EFCC cell. Is the man you're believing what he's saying than a particular man that has even invited EFCC to come and investigate him. That if he see 1 naira in his place, please arrest me. He said it during his campaign. He said if you see that 1 naira, please, I'll even stop campaigning. And to go to Reno Mokri, this Reno Mokri, like I told you, is the first man that made me to notice this Peter. I will not lie to you. Reno Mokri. He's one that say all the manner of things he say about Peter Obi. He said we should go and check. In fact, he has not seen any governor in Nigeria that manages money and economy like Peter Obi. That he told us how he handled banks, how he does all the managed bank and everything. That, but today, the same man, because he refused to deputize his chosen candidate, he's now coming back now to say Peter Obi did not do this, Peter Obi did not do this one. And one man is the same man that you have called all manner of name. It's the same man you are now palling with. It doesn't make sense.
But Emmanuel, that campaign then was 2015, or is it 2015 election?
He said it in this current election that finished. He said it. He said it in Chatham House. He said it in US.
What I'm saying is that campaign you are talking about that Reno was campaigning for Obi was 2015. And that was Obi was the vice president to.
He has not even started campaigning that time. Like I told you, I've been following Reno now since. He have been following Reno. That's even when Peter Obi was ruling that state. Peter Obi was ruling the state as of 2013, 20 some. He was ruling the state then. He was telling us how he is, just changing the education sector in that place. Okay. Till, in fact, according to him, he said he's one that recommended Peter to Atiku. Atiku does not even know Peter like that. He said all the thing. He said he followed Peter from ground zero before he entered politics. That he know that, in fact, that's before he can enter politics. So he said that this is the kind of man that's supposed to rule Nigeria, because when you come to economy, that is a top notch.
Do you know why Reno Mokri recommended Peter Obi to Atiku Abubakar?
Why?
Do you know why? Can you guess why?
It's the same thing we are talking about, that economy.
It's nothing to do with the economy. What does Peter Obi know about economy? It's because
that is what Reno Mokri said.
It's because it's malleable. That the same reasons why Omokri recommended Obi to Atiku is the same reason why Atiku could not go with Wike, because somebody like Obi is malleable. You tell him to sit down there, and he will sit down there. You tell him to go and say this, and that is the role that and that was especially why Reno Mokri picked.
That's not what Reno Mokri said.
Because it's malleable. That's
not what Reno Mokri said. Reno Mokri said the economic experts to handle the Nigeria. That's why he recommended Peter Obi.
The economic expert?
Yes, that's what he said.
Wait, so sorry, when did Peter Obi become an economic expert?
I said, one man, I don't listen to me. I said,
no. But Peter Obi is not an economic expert now. He's not an economic anything. What are you?
Economic.
He imports Heinz big beans.
Economic.
What do you mean economic expert?
This is
not real one Bismarck.
Wait, now
this economic expert.
One man. You not allow me to land. You don't allow me to land. We're talking about we're talking about somebody's personality here. I'm not talking about other things. I'm talking about same man that recommended us, that recommended Peter Obi to us. Like I told you, I don't know Peter Obi that well. I'm from Igboman'S State, but because I was following him because of the tips he's giving us that we that train in forest and all stuff like that. Sometimes he'll bring politics and talk all the stuff like that. He said all this naira, everything, that's one particular man that when it comes to economy, that he will boomerang everything. Now I'm telling you that I started following this man. I don't know him from anywhere. It's from Reno Mokri. That's what I'm telling you, that today I'm disappointed in Reno Mokri. The same man that said that Peter Obi should deputize Atiku because he's the economic expert, that he will handle the economy because he's good when it comes to economy.
Yeah, but hold on. What is his antecedent in economics that
that's the way he was able to manage Anambra fund without even
But
borrowing
he
a
didn't
dime.
manage Anambra's funds. What did you mean? He mismanaged Anambra's funds.
Come on, stop now, please. Stop.
He went and he invested in some dodgy brewery and he put the rest of the money in his own personal bank. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
One man, I'm just going back based on what I'm discussing about Reno Mokri. When we talk about Peter, we talk about his achievement. If you want us to do that one, but let's forget that this same man you are praising and accepting to come and discuss what he said here. You, one man, has disregarded him before now. You say he's a whatever name you used to call him. I follow you what you do. But today, because he's speaking against the man you don't know, you are now accepting all he's saying. It's not fair. It's not fair on Peter Obi. You, one man, you are not being fair. In as much as you don't like him, for the fact that you don't like him before, so why are you liking him now? Why? So he has told us that this is the man that can handle this whole part. He said it several. If you want me to send you the videos, and they're even circulating everywhere. 2 separate videos. 2 separate. One, he was saying it alone when he was talking to people. The other one, he was saying it together with Peter Obi. But that second one that he was saying with Peter Obi, when he was holding Peter Obi was still a governor. He was not even coming to be a vice president to Atiku. He was still a governor. He was telling people that this is the kind of man we deserve in Nigeria. But they will never give him because this whole thing. But if you come to economy, this is the man that Nigeria need. This is not the same man. This Peter Obi that single-handedly built his business from UK and become a multi-billionaire. That even UK were giving him money as a loan. But let's not even go that part. But you can say anything you want to say about Peter Obi, but don't take away. Don't take away what this man has. You can't take it away from him. All of you that are trying to do all the propaganda here and tarnish his name, you people cannot take it away.
But
I'm not from Anambra State. I have Omai that contested for presidency. I have an empire that did the same thing. But because of what I have read, I have heard, I have seen, I abandoned those 2 people that are from my state and chose Peter.
Can I interject?
And I know Peter was not even in a big party, but we still went and did a small party with him.
It looks like I'm off. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to chip in 1 or 2 things, then I'll allow you to continue. Yeah, you can say that Peter Obi is a very good businessman. He has proven evidence and results to show. I mean, he's doing business. And the banks in UK give him money. The banks in UK will give any businessman money as long as you have reputation and your credit rating is good. You understand? So that the bank gave you money does not give you, is not a score mark kind of that you'll be able to manage the system. Then you made a statement that he managed bank. He never managed bank. He was chairman in a bank. He was a non-executive director, kind of. You understand? A shareholder. The people who manage banks are the executive director and the chief executive officer. He probably meets in the bank, maybe in the annual general meeting, that probably once in a year, emergency general meeting, as the situation require, and then maybe occasionally they have some very important meeting, he will show up. So he's not the one managing bank. So don't make that statement. It's not. If he says that, everybody will know he's lying. You understand? You don't. The chairman is not the one that manages the bank.
Well, the chairman also gave his own insights to how the
brother,
direction of the travel.
Anybody, even
do you understand?
Even
we all know how chairman of the bank work.
Even the
they give direction of the travel. They give suggestion. They make decisions.
The chief executive officer of the bank is the one who takes decision. The board of directors, the executive director, the management board, which is mainly the EDs, are the one that really take decisions.
We are not kids here now. We are not kids.
No, Chairman, I'm trying to tell you what
I said. They also make decision and
he can't
give a
make
direction.
decision. He can't make decision. In short, as a chairman, he cannot solely make decisions except the one supported by the board.
That's what you tell me, that he cannot solely make decision.
This is what I'm
but
saying.
He can
He
give
cannot
a
make
direction of
hold on
travel.
now. Shebi, you don't talk. Make I just he cannot make decisions except as sanctioned by the board, but he's not the one managing the bank. He's not in the management team of the bank. The chairman, the non-executive directors are not in the bank's management team. That's what I'm telling you. The management team, essentially, the executive directors, the CEO, even the general managers and other people are part of executive management, not the chairman, not non-executive director, not shareholder. He's just a shareholder that probably has more share than everybody else, or that every other shareholder feels, okay, represent us. That's all. It's not like because, oh, he's so good, let's make he's the chairman because he's the one that knows how to take decision. No, that's not how it runs. But from what I'm saying, the reason why you chose Obi over Mbadiniju, over Umayi and the rest is purely tribal. Nobody is wanting to tell you that. But
what do you mean by tribal?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
You see, the sentiment around Peter Obi in the south, I'm not saying in all over the country. There are people who have sentiment for Obi in the south, in all over the country, like in the southwest.
No, when you mention tribal, I supposed to pick
Wait,
my
I will
home
analyze that now. I will analyze that in this because I'm trying to say this so that I know that will be your argument that he has followers in other places. The sentiment for Peter Obi in the southwest and north central is different because they believe what he's selling. He's telling them he has done this, he has done that, he has done this, which they cannot prove. He said, go and verify. How many Nigerians go around verifying things? How many Nigerians go to read
Wait,
so
in
the southeast, in southwest and north central, they believe it.
Because you make a
but
statement.
the sentiment around Obi in southeast is 80% tribal. 80%. I have my Igbo friends who wanted to fight me. He called his wife, he called everybody, say, look at you, this one. Because I said, I know that I'm supporting Tinubu, not because of it. I'm not even Yoruba. Kind of. You understand? But he said, no, that is the kind of experience. I'm sure I'm not the only one that have that kind of experience here. I have my childhood friend. We started career together. Somebody who married someone like my sister. He called me, called my sister. This is my friend. He has PhD. He's not an illiterate. He said, because now I've always supported Obasanjo. Now I'm bringing my person. You are saying, so it's 80%. I'm not saying there are no people who are objective. 80% sentiment for Obi is tribal.
Wait, now let me understand this for tribal. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the reason
Patrick, we all know that. Do you know that? I know that. Even they know that. So everybody knows that it's a tribal.
When I was telling you that an empire contested, and these two political party, and you're telling me that I'm from a Ebonyi state, I refuse to pick my home man and went for another man from another state. And the tribal.
You are talking of tribe, not state. Tribe. Tribe is different from state. Wait, Southeast is one tribe.
If it is a tribe, something tribal on my state now, I'll just okay, fine. This one from my state. Let me.
Are you saying that Ebonyi people are not of the Igbo tribe?
Wait, because the way you're,
I understand. No, say that.
I understand your
point. The Ebonyi people are not pure Igbo.
I understand. I understand my
the
point.
Igbos. They are Igbos now.
Look at that.
So forget about the state.
If you look at it very well, Obi is not the only. It's not, and then don't you him, even knowing that
Emmanuel, you are breaking up quite a bit, but carry on.
One man, is it better? Hello?
Don't worry, we'll manage it. We know you're joining us from Abuja and it's late in the night, so carry on. But it dips and then you come back. So sometimes we don't get the fullness of. But carry on.
Okay, what I'm saying about this thing, as a whole goes to, but these two people that are from APC are from a say, okay, fine, pick this one of these people, but we did not do that for a trench party, and we stick with bell to you people. That's only go for the best. They chose that this is ordinarily a lot of Igbo people, the other states, but me, Empire Sanyim, and Omai, this and that and that and that, doesn't even cohere at all.
All right, Emmanuel, you're dipping quite heavily. I think you're gone completely now.
One man, I can hear you. I don't.
Yes, we can hear. Maybe your phone is not fully charged because I can hear the beepings of a phone trying to connect with something. Is your phone fully charged? Are you charging your phone as your?
My phone is fully charged. Is it now? It started or before?
It started when you started, and then it went away, but now it's back. Carry on. We'll try and.
Is it okay now?
It's better, but carry on.
Okay. Like I was saying, Patrick was saying that I went for for my tribal man. Fine. Peter Obi is for my tribe, but not from my state. But I was trying to let him know that I have two men that contested president my state, which is an Empire Sanyim and Omai. And these people are two political juggernauts that is in a big party. I went for a man that went for a trench party because I believe in what he's saying than other ones. So I a tribe or something like that. Ordinarily, I would have gone for those two people.
No, because they didn't get the ticket. Now they didn't get the ticket. Stop beclouding people with all those razzmatazz that looks like. Don't paint your argument.
No, wait. This is before.
Ayim didn't get the ticket. What's the other guy's name?
This is before
even get the ticket.
Wait,
but
now
they are Obi is Igbo. That's why. If Obi is from Sokoto, will you still have supported him? Be truthful to yourself. If Obi is from Sokoto,
yes, I answer that question, Emmanuel. Everything else remaining the same. Listen before you answer. Everything else remaining the same. All of the things you know about and admire about Peter Obi or whatever it is, and all of the storylines remains the same. But Obi is actually Dan Ladi from Sokoto. Would you still support him?
If Obi, like today, election in Nigeria as and campaign for him, our doing what.
Emmanuel, your connection is making the conversation a bit
still bad, one man.
Yeah, it goes dum dum dum. You know that sound of yeah, there it is again.
My laptop and login. My laptop. Maybe it will.
All right. Do you want to make adjustments and then we come back to you? You know, once you are making the adjustments, because there's a sense of deja vu about this sort of conversations because we happen there too often. what you, and by you, Emmanuel, I mean, but not you, just you, Emmanuel, that obedience space, what you have to realize is that for whatever fantastical fables and narratives you tell each other, and whether you believe those fables and narratives or not, it doesn't really matter. A lot of people, and by the election results, the majority of people, they see through Peter Obi, they know who he is, they know what he is, they know why he's the way he is, and all of these things are all of these things going around the northern spaces, building all this eyesore, to defecate the landscape with grotesque looking boreholes and all this nonsense. Everybody knows what's good. Do you think anybody is nobody? We all know now. So why don't you just give it up? It's a yes. So we all know it's just the totality of it is a nonsense. We know who Peter Obi is because he is a public figure who's lived a lot of his adult life in the public space, and all of his history are documented. So we know who he is. So forget all this jibba jabba jabba jabba. Nobody, don't worry. The people that are going to follow Obi already follow him. Nobody new is going to follow Peter Obi because everybody outside of that 80% that Patrick just excellently elucidated. And there's nobody. It's just the guys just forget Peter Obi now. We all know it's a clown.
Is he back? Hello?
Oh, the law.
Is Emmanuel back?
No, I think it's back. I think he came back with his laptop. Yeah, can you unmute? Let's see if the laptop connects better.
Oh,
Mama, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So I have to.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Emmanuel, I'm going to mute you. Log off from your phone because the laptop is now bouncing off the phone. So log out completely. Come out of the room from your phone.
And
is
Emmanuel?
Is it okay now?
Yeah, that's better now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the volume from your own end is very, very small. I can barely hear. Maybe let me use my earpiece.
All right.
Hello,
So
can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can all hear you. So that sounds a bit much better. Yeah, carry on.
I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, Emmanuel.
Oma, let me come back. I can't hear anybody.
All right. So thank you, Emmanuel. Yes, we wait for Emmanuel to adjust and come back. You have to understand that Emmanuel is joining us from Abuja, and the connection might not be as crisp as Larry, who's about to come on now. So Larry, are you still there, Larry? No, no, Ajale Koko. No, let's go back to Ajale Koko. You yielded the space to. Yes, Ajale Koko, you still have the floor. Let me take you then, Ajale Koko, to the space. That a bit of a deja vu, Nnamdi Kanu style, but not quite. Fleeing Binance chief and Jarawala arrested in Kenya. Nigerian government seeks extradition. So I wonder if they couldn't just give him the same injection they gave Nnamdi Kanu, throw him in a cargo or something, and when he wakes up back in the cell in Abuja.
Oh God. Well, I think it's good that they got him, and I believe they will soon how do I say it? Expatriate, or what do you call it?
Extradite
to Nigeria. So to come and face the full wrath of the law for economic sabotage that he carried out against.
Okay, one man, I'm back. Can anybody hear me? Is it better now?
Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Aja.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, all right, but bring it home, Emmanuel. Then we move the conversation
Okay.
on.
Okay, I think I'll finish for that part. You want to take me another place? I think I've. I just want to talk about Reno Moki and. Hello.
It must be quite frustrating being an obedient,
Try
Emmanuel,
to
because
defend.
you come and try and sell this.
One man, what is frustrating? It's just that it's not as you people. What people what you people do here is just anyone that goes against people, you bring it on, whether truth or not truth. You understand? So even people you people don't like it before now, if you go against it, you say, okay, the person is saying the right thing. It's just like one day, one man, when the northerner, that borehole that you're criticizing now, when Peter was building it, funny enough, the borehole that he built was about more than 10 boreholes that he built, a lot of them. So because one went wrong, you could use it against him. But even at that, the elder statesmen of that state came out and commended and said Peter Obi should continue what he's doing, that they are washing, they are seeing. Do you know what you say, one man? You say that these people, they don't have any decision to make, like the way you castigated those elders from, just like Ahaneze and Afenifere, just the way you castigated them and said that they don't have any decision to make. Like I was asking, what planet did this man come from? Like you, one man, what planet did he come from? You see people that have seen what this man is doing and commended and say he should continue what he's doing. But you're saying that these people are nothing when you come to politics. They can't make any decision. Woman, I heard you loud and clear that day, and I was disappointed. Does it mean that everyone that speak good about P2B, you're against the person? But anyone that speak against P2B, even when you don't like the person, you are for the person. One man does it mean
Anybody that tries to promote Peter Obi as a presidential possibility is an enemy of the state, is an enemy of
what do you mean
Nigeria. And
what do you mean by that?
anybody that tries
One
to
man
promote,
take that statement back.
no, that's what I think now. I can take it back
Why?
if he says, but that's what because Peter
One man
Obi,
take it back. Why?
because Peter Obi is a mediocre fraud, and anybody that wants him, and nobody that wishes Nigeria well will wish Peter Obi on Nigeria.
How can you say Peter Obi is a mediator, but we'll have a forger as our president and a drug baron as a president, but you see a man that has no sting, you say he's a fraud. How does it even cohere? I don't understand. We have a sitting president that have been indicted in many ways and forging certificate and all the manner of things he did. He's our president.
Emmanuel, the Pandora issue against Obi, how does that sound to you?
The Pandora, P2B has explained it now. He has explained the Pandora.
That one is not a fraud, right?
He said that he does not know that
he doesn't
the
know.
property belongs. Wait, listen. Property belongs to his
you believe
joint venture. He does not
it.
know. So, but aside that, he said they still investigated it.
You believe
the
it.
whole thing.
You believe what Obi said, right?
But one man, Aja, Chebi, he said that EFCC.
Do you believe that statement that he doesn't know?
Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
But he said he invited the EFCC, they investigated on it.
No.
Did they find anything?
What I'm saying, the statement he made in defense of what he did wrong, that he doesn't know. Do you believe that?
Whether he know, he doesn't know. I don't know.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you believe that what he said, that he doesn't know, that is supposed to?
It's possible. It's possible he doesn't know. It's possible he doesn't know.
It's possible when on the asset declaration form, this man did not declare it, that he have money hidden in Pandora.
No. He had money hidden.
Hold on. Oh, and this money that in question, he did this thing. He opened this Pandora account during his time of office while he was in office, and he said he didn't know. Where did he get that money from? Look, we don't look. This is why they call him Badger. You can't just talk to
Baba,
us like
Where
that.
did
Baba,
he?
Baba.
Just,
The
a
problem
little
with that
girl.
Pandora,
When you tell a little girl, you tell somebody, a little boy growing up, you can just tell him anything and he will believe you. No, you can't tell her. You can't talk to us. You can't tell us stuff like that, and you want us to just take it and just move on. It's not possible. That's why we are telling you people. He's a politician like others. He's corrupt like others. He's not different from others.
Hold on, Emmanuel. Do you see why people say it's a fraud? You know,
Oh,
so
no,
you
there's no
have
fraud there.
okay.
I told you that
Hold on. You have the Pandora something, which Ajahn Lekoko, he set it up in the Seychelles under his daughter's name, Gabriela, and then he put a Swiss national as a proxy head.
Is it the one he opened when he was a businessman or when he was a governor?
When he was the governor, Gabriela.
That's not true. That is the one he opened when he was a businessman. And one man, let me tell you, this same Pandora that he invited EFCC to come and investigate on, the same this that you're talking about. Maybe he was telling Rufai the day they were asking, he said that he has invited the EFCC to investigate on it. If there's any money that's misplaced there, so he invited the EFCC, and that was when the EFCC invited him for all those stuff. They did not find anything linked to state money or anything.
Let me correct one thing from that Pandora. I think people are just looking at the fact that okay, that Pandora could be a money laundering platform. The fact is that thing is a tax haven. That means he doesn't want to pay tax. He's trying to cut down with taxes. For someone who wants to be the president of a country, that should not be the attitude. The ordinary man will pay his tax. You that wants to be the president, you are taking your money to tax haven so that you won't pay taxes to Nigeria. Not just that, the way the thing is structured, using the daughter's name, it shows that there's something that to hide. And this investigation, they say, come and investigate me. That's not how investigators operate. They might be investigating him now. In another 7 years, they will just take him. If they take him now, everybody will say because he's opposition, this and that. This is not the best time. Let them
Actually,
investigate
do you know when he
after 7,
invited?
8 years, then they can come for him.
Do you know when they invited the EFCC to investigate that place? It's been long now. It's been long. This thing, this Pandora.
I'm telling you that such investigation takes time.
Yeah.
When did the paper come out? Leave
Is
it
it this
now.
now? It's come out.
Do you know how long it took them to get? Do you know how long it took them to gather all those information too? So wait.
Okay,
now.
how long did it take Obiano for Obiano to be arrested?
This Obiano, his own is open, taking money. This one did it using a shell company, using
That's what I'm telling you.
All right, let Patrick land. But Patrick, I think you've already said the most. Peter Obi is too politically sensitive for the authorities to move against him now without igniting some sort of political flame. You know, but post 2027 they can just pick him up because then he's no longer a player. Yeah.
One man, don't worry. We'll see about that. So when Patrick said that, okay, fine. I think I agree with when he said that it's possible he's trying to avert task. Fine. It could be the reason. Not that he was taking a state money to that place. This is a man that is a billionaire at 29 years. So what is he taking state money for? Is it for what? So I'm telling you, Peter is never.
Do you really want us to go there? Do you want us to go to him taking state money?
We don't want to go there because I know that
we know he took state money now. We know. We know.
You know yes. Where.
We know that he took state money. No.
One man, leave propaganda. It will not take us anywhere. It will not take us anywhere.
We can go there, but carry on.
I tend to believe what Patrick said, which is make more sense to me. That he may be trying to avert task or something like that. But what I know is that thing that he opened is possible when he was still in business in UK and everything. He has explained all these things, and he said that if there's any fishy something like that, that EFCC to investigate it. And I think they are still doing that and all stuff. In fact, to the extent that they have to investigate the house he bought in UK, it is Papa's name or something like that. I think they have done all those things. They could not find anything, and that's why he was bold enough during his campaign to say, if you see 1 naira I misplaced, please bring it on. I will stop campaigning. Peter Obi will tell you that he's not a saint, but he's not a thief. So all these people are bringing propaganda up and down, up and down. He's only governor that walks freely on the street, freely, without any security in Nigeria. You will see him now, all of a sudden for one corner, coming with his small bag. I don't want such a man to be your president.
I have never ever seen Peter Obi without security, ever. What do you mean?
Oh, man, are you for real?
Why are you even doing this, man?
One man, even in this international airport, even the airport here in Abuja, the day I was going for training, I just saw him with a bag, keying on the same row with us in the economy flight to Lagos. So what are you telling me?
All right, let's move on. Let's go to the Binance space. The Binance guy, they've arrested him in Kenya, Nigeria, looking for his extradition. Give us a little flavor on that, and then we'll go back to it.
Well, one man, I don't know why. I think this is an organized. Even letting that guy to escape from the custody of the security is an organized crime from the so-called circle of the government that is going on. So all this thing they are doing here, you used to say it's a deja vu or something like that. There's something fishy. So, but for the fact that they are trying to repatriate him back to Nigeria, it's also good. All this thing is just a headline to shift us from what is happening in our economy. Do you know that these people have secured a 2.25 billion loan from World Bank? What might have you seen it?
Yes, what's wrong with that? Every country borrows. Yes,
every country borrow. But why are they coming out to tell us lies that after 40 years we are paying only 1% of it? Does it even cohere at all?
After what?
After 40 years, like the interest is just 1%.
Yes, they have also a favorite. It depends on your credit rate. Oh, you know all those debts that all those debts that Cardoso has been clearing. It puts us in a better negotiation. What are you saying? Are you
just as you're documenting this thing, there will be a time when they will tell you, just like this has happened before.
Hold on, because you go a lot, but I want to ask you 2 questions. Are you objecting that the country is borrowing money, or are you objecting that the money is borrowed on favorable terms? Which one offends? Which one do you find questionable? That we're borrowing money, or that we're in a position that we're able to negotiate favorable terms for the borrow? What offends you in any of that?
What offends me is that they are not coming out plain and giving us the right information that we need to hear about that borrowing.
How?
That is the face.
Explain how.
So it's either you are telling us that it is a grant that you collected, or it is also something. Because to me, I see it as a grant. So, but they are not coming out.
It's not a grant. I think Kolata has already answered you. It's a World Bank development loan, long term with low interest, and that's what you usually get with those sort of development loans. So I think that's a win for the country. Would you not say?
Okay, so we should interrogate that space, how they are going to utilize that money, and how we are going to use. That's what we should be discussing, because now this $2.25 billion is coming to our economy. So we should know how they are going to judiciously use that money. It's just like I'm not for this coastal road they are building. I'm not for it. To be honest with you, I'm against it. I'm in for rehabilitation of our dilapidated road and complete the existing road that's scattered all over the country. Now, this one now, I'm sure it's not going to complete this road in the next 4 years or 8 years. You can bet me on that.
Let me ask you a question, Emmanuel. Have you ever chewing gum? Have you ever eaten chewing gum before?
Well, I'm not a woman.
No, I have. No, you don't have to be a woman. Have you ever eaten chewing gum before?
I don't like it. I don't like the sound.
Yeah, but have you ever eaten it before?
I said no, one man.
Yes, you have. Is it possible for you to eat chewing gum and still walk down the road at the same time?
I don't know that experience.
No, what I'm saying to you is that building this coastal road, it does not preclude fixing existing roads or doing anything else. It's not a standard. The country does not stop on that. It's not that everything stops and then they can build that road, that coastal road, and still do other things.
Okay,
As
one man.
we have just seen now, which they have been doing. We saw Kanayo driving on the third mainland bridge, saying Tinubu is the best president in history. Watch this.
Wow, this is Third Mainland Bridge in Lagos, Nigeria. Oh, so life can be this good on Third Mainland Bridge because they kept on shutting down this bridge every 4 months, and it was not the kind of rehabilitation that was expected. But guys, this is good. Congrats, President Ahmed Tinubu.
So there you have it. They can build the coastal roads and still do fantastic things. This is what Kanayo is telling us.
Okay, one man. You know why we are saying? Because we have a history in Nigeria. So we are just saying based on experience. So that's why I'm saying I'm not for it because we have experienced this thing. They will just, bring out the gigantic project and they will not complete it, leaving other ones uncompleted, even the existing one uncompleted. Why not complete the existing one, then go on a fresh project or use the money for pulling people out of poverty and stuff like that? So, but we are still saying the same thing. If they will complete it, it's good for us. But not starting a project and not finishing it. So we're here in the next 4 years. We'll see how it will be. You understand? Or in the next 8 years, we'll see how it will be. They will still say that it's remaining just like refinery now. It's going to complete in 2 days. It's going to complete on December. It's going to complete in 2 weeks. Now they have told us it's going to complete December this year. So that is the problem we have. We have a history in Nigeria. They'll keep lying to us. They'll come in here to lie to us every day, telling us that this is going to complete this one. Why not? Why can't we get our priority right in Nigeria?
All right. Hold on. Sorry, I have to take a phone call that's coming in now. Ajale Koko, you manage affairs. Land and then Ajale Koko take over. And Ajale Koko, if you can coordinate the space, let me just start taking a phone call.
Okay. Like I was
Emmanuel,
saying,
continue.
so like I'm saying, because we have an antecedent, so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Not that because I don't like the infrastructure coming into space, but for the fact that they don't complete it and they will leave it for another decade or another generation to come and do it. Why not finish the existing one? Why not work on the existing one before starting another gigantic project again? Our refinery is still story every day, story every day. Colata was telling us last year that refinery is going to complete, was it not even October or November? The refinery Patako is coming to Colata till today. That refinery they have pushed it to another December this year. That is the problem we're having in Nigeria. They keep lying
But
to us.
do you know the history of that road? With the way it is, I think it's partnered is a partnership with high tech.
With how
And
many percent?
wait now,
With
wait now.
6%.
No, wait. Let's talk.
Nigeria is almost funding
Chairman,
94%.
I'm sure you are not trying to make a case on why you think it should fail or why it will fail. We are trying to figure out how these things can work. Because now, when I gave you one, you bring another negative point. When I give you, it's like you just want to make sure that it fails. No, that's not what the way it is. Maybe I misread you. But the point is that it is possible for them to start it and finish it. Look at Buhari now, started that Niger bridge and finished it. Buhari started Lagos Ibadan Rail and finished it.
Actually, that's not true. That's a good luck project, Niger Bridge.
Okay, sorry. Good luck started Niger Bridge and Buhari finished it.
Exactly.
Buhari started.
Where did Buddha? How did it? Where
Emma
did
Jeka argue
uh,
pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
I mean,
I mean, it's just looking for negatives. But what I'm saying is
It's
that
not because
let me finish now. Let me finish. If Tinubu start this one, it's a private sector initiative. If you can't finish it now, we'll finish second term. If he does not finish second term, Obi will finish it. If Obi wins 20 years, Obi will finish it. Do you know that road is going to be a coastal road?
Obi will claim the glory.
That road is going to be a coastal road that will eventually link that West African coastal road. That West African coastal road can help your brothers to take their goods from Aba to Gambia to Senegal to like that. In short, they are the ones that will benefit more from that road than anybody else.
Patrick, I did say that impact is not going to be good, but we have
But
an
you are just telling me
antecedent.
why it will fail and why you think it should fail,
I'm not
or
telling you
why
why it
you
will fail.
think
I'm telling you
they should leave it and do something
no.
else.
I'm telling you that we have an antecedent in Nigeria. That I'm telling you that
That antecedent has been uprooted by Buhari.
uprooted by Buhari.
Tell me one project that Buhari started, apart from these refineries that is still slowing down, that he didn't finish.
At least the refinery have mentioned it now. How many are they telling us the refinery?
Mention other ones now. Buhari started so many projects and finished them. I've seen governors starting projects and finishing. So why is it difficult to start something and finish? Obi started a number of projects in Anambra and finished it now. Abi? Or Obi get abandoned project too. So people start things and finish now. And if they can't finish, nobody else will continue. Tinubu started the real blue and red line. He didn't finish it, but it's finished now. It's finished. So that's the way things are. Nigeria is going to continue. So people will still continue
Of
doing
course,
people.
whether good or bad, it's going to continue. So we'll always survive now. We have been
So
surviving.
that road, it will benefit you people, your people, my people more. We from the southeast and south
I
will
just pray,
benefit
I
from
just pray
that
they
road.
complete it, not to come and leave it another 20 years. So
They will, even
that's
if they
my
leave
own.
it, they will still finish it. And you still look
So
at the way they have
so
been pushing.
leaving
Look at the way they have been pushing Niger Bridge. But now they have finished it and it's
so
benefiting
leaving
you.
it another 20 years, how does
It's
it even
better
benefit?
to start than not to even think.
It's not better.
Somebody
Please
has
don't bring that
started, then
argument.
one day somebody who has brain will come and finish it. That's the point. Let them start it. If you can't start, you cannot finish. If you can't start, you cannot finish. Do you know how many abandoned projects were already finished? So let them start now. And mind you, they will finish because they are involving private sector. High tech is putting his money there. They will not want it to be abandoned.
And
They
when you
want
say that
it.
they're putting their money, how many percent are they putting there? Just 6%. Is that
Even if it's
money?
just 1%, at least the private sector, they want their money back. They will drive it.
It's only built by Nigeria. 96%, 94% is not a beans.
But I mean, they will drive it. That's the point. That's the rationale. So I think is a good thing. I think it's a good thing. People should think of other. Look at what Tinubu has done now with look at this major stride he's taking in education.
Well,
With
what is
education.
that?
Now you
What is
never
that?
read that news.
What is that?
Baba?
Student loan, right?
No, there's another one.
Which one
This
is
student loan, are they local?
No, student data, whatever, and educational development, whatever.
Oh, okay.
Today, I'll bring it up now. It's fantastic. Ajuri, let me just check. I think Ajuri posted it now. It was fantastic. I said, this man, these people, they have brain. Oh. I'm telling you, President went back on official office. Okay, I'll bring it up. You can continue. I'll just bring it up once I.
Emmanuel, you can go to the headline on the screen. You
No,
can.
I've talked about this Binance. So is there another topic again?
Oh, you talk about that.
What about this? I think there's another one. I can't remember. This. What about the killing of our security officers in Niger State?
Another one?
Oh yeah.
Recently.
Yeah. I think it happened maybe a day before yesterday. Two officers, they were ambushed. Two officers, maybe a captain, two captains or so, and 5 soldiers or so. So in Shiroro area in Niger State. What can you say about that?
Okay, I didn't hear about that, but I heard of the one that happened in Mangu in Benue State, the killing of citizens over 20 people in Benue State. So I didn't hear about that security. So there's insecurity in Nigeria. We all know that. So I didn't hear about this one you're talking about. So I don't even know how it all happened. You can go to another person. Aja. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. I say one man is not here now, so I can't remember other topics that the other headlines rather that he read to us. So
You can ask anybody to talk generally for what he's saying in the news space.
okay, there. Who is there on the platform? Who else is there?
Yeah. What's up?
Okay, can you speak to the what's the first topic?
I
Speak
don't
to what
even know. I don't even
speak
know
to
what.
what we have. Oh, about the school. I mean, this school.
Wait, is it Dice? Dice, are you the one?
Yeah, it's this.
Are you back?
Yeah, I've been back for a while.
Is that
So have
death?
you floated?
Oh,
Have you
God,
floated
there's
on the
this.
water?
Is it what?
Have you finished floating on the water?
I've been back from sea duty for a while.
Oh,
Oh,
how you
really?
dress now? You know even show up one time during the time you're water. We didn't even
I
see
got
your time. So
um days sha, but thank
all
God
those,
say we
you don't carry all those dollar come, right?
now as it may be.
Ah,
You know as it go be.
all those girls go enjoy now.
I beg go.
I beg.
How
Madam.
far? How's everything, Ogaja?
Good. You know, it's nice to have you back.
Yeah.
That's good.
I've been tuning in, but I've not been online. Like I just like listening like on YouTube.
Why you're away, right?
What?
Did you listen? Were you listening to us while we
Yeah. I was listening to it's same old.
same okay.
Bashing
Vice-
P2B. there's there's nothing different going on,
you
but
know,
as
this
usual, I have to
Like
defend my.
like this. Do you hear what one man said? He said that anybody that tried to talk good about P2B for president that is against the state. You see
Of
that
course,
statement?
of
are you
course, it's
taking
one
that?
man.
One man.
You taking that city? Are you taking that statement
You
so
don't have
serious?
to take. You don't have to take
Eh?
one man serious.
Des, make you tell Libanese now. Now the thing we want my talk
Oh man,
One
don't
man, be careful. Be careful,
one,
one man.
one man they whine you now. It won't make your blood make it bubble up.
don't let one man get into your skin. Seriously,
So Des,
but yeah.
they just opened an elementary school in Lagos. I think it's called Shatam School or something like that. So the school fees per year is going to be like 42 million naira. So it's a British school.
Is it a private school?
Yeah, it's a private school.
So,
Okay.
how does that sound to you? 42 billion naira.
Billion or million?
I mean, sorry, million naira. Yeah. For
Okay.
elementary. It's not elementary. I mean, it's not secondary. It's elementary. So.
I mean, it doesn't really tip me off in the wrong way, because when you said it's a private school, I'm like, well, the proprietor will do whatever he wants to do to make his money. Although he's not gonna achieve that goal, because a lot of people are broke, a lot of people are poor. Not a lot of people can afford that school fees. So I mean, I really don't have anything to say about
Yeah,
someone
but
trying to.
it's not for people from your entry point though. It's for the Dangotes and the Hotel Dollars.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
what I'm saying.
also, it's not just for Nigerians. It's the West African. Yes, it's the West African arm of an international brand. So I
Okay.
think all the former presidents and all of their families. So it's for that
But
elite
one man,
space.
you
Yeah.
have to see it this way. Like, at the end of the day, the people that he's trying to make it for are not gonna go there, because most of them want their kids outside Nigeria. Most of them. So at the end of the day, it's not the Dangote or the Elumelu them kids are gonna go there, because those people want their kids to base abroad and to school abroad.
Are you seeing your screen?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the school right there. This sprawling
Oh wow.
edifice. Yes, you
Wow.
send your child there. You know.
No, no, I'm
Well,
not gonna. It's
you
not.
you
It
you
might
know
be.
all of the teachers will be British people, not no.
Yeah.
You know,
One
it's a bit
man.
like that. Yeah.
It might be. It might be cute. It might be like the best school, and the infrastructure might be, very amazing. First class and all that. But what matters most is these people don't want their kids in Nigeria at all because of the insecurity. That's the problem there. The place is doing the investment is just totally not a great place to have that investment in. You know, that's why I see that I'm saying that the people that you expect to be there are not the people that will eventually be there. I mean, mark my words, that school fees is gonna reduce to like 20 million a year at the end of the day. Because when he start realizing that nobody's coming, people are trying to like get their kids out of Nigeria ASAP. Country is getting worse.
They would have done their feasibility before. Look at the edifice now. Look at the
Yeah,
edifice.
it's
This is what
nice.
they
It's
built.
nice.
Do you think they will build this thing without not knowing that the market is there? They know
It's
the
nice.
market is there now. Look at that.
Well, one man, like you said, is not for people like me or people
Yes.
like
It's not for
I
us now. It's for real human beings, not
I
not
really
not monkeys. It's not for monkeys. No monkeys allowed.
no monkeys allowed. I don't feel anything about it though, to be honest, because a person that built a school will raise the price of whatever he wants to raise it to. I'm talking about my mom is a sole proprietor, so she can fucking take the school fees to whatever amount she wants to take it to, and you know, at the end of the day, it's her choice. And so is this people that build this stuff is their choice. So I don't really feel nothing about it. To be honest with you, at the end, it's a business. Business is always business, woman.
Yeah,
So
but does it not highlight the chasm? They've built all these things. So what they spent there, I can see the better part of £100 million thereabout, just from
the
So
expenses, yeah,
yeah,
true,
just this whole structure, this whole complex.
yeah,
So does that not? And that is to tell you that they know that this market is there. That's why they've put it there. And somebody like you and I now that we have this odd whatever it is, and we think we are big boys. We're not
yeah.
even the beginnings of the houseboy of a big boy. If
No,
you look at this,
but it's kind
unbelievable
of
stuff.
crazy.
Yeah.
Is that a
Yeah.
football?
Which primary school has all these things in, even
Is
in
that
US?
American football? There, it's crazy.
Even in
Like,
UK. Do you
are
have
they?
primary schools that look like this?
No, hold on. What's it called again? Is it Charterhouse or yes?
Charterhouse, yeah. So we don't
Yes.
even have it in UK, not in Canada. I can't think of any primary school here in Canada that is like this.
Let me show you. So this is their house. This is their homepage. I was just saying to Ajanle Koko, they have a crest. You see that crest there? That shows you that it's it has royal warrant. So this is supported by the palace. And then look at the sort of so these are the sort of you see these children you are looking at there. These are not English children. These are children of Malaysian politicians,
different countries,
businessmen,
yeah.
African warlords, and whatever it is. Is that's the space. That's a proper education. So it's not for for you Suleja people or what. It's not for roughnecks. It's for proper human beings.
I don't know what you're teaching the elementary school students though. To be honest
Yeah,
with you,
to be charging 42
to
million.
be charging
Look at
42
that.
million. I don't know one man, but we'll see how it goes. I think that
Yeah.
eventually it's gonna turn into something bigger than elementary because that is a bigger structure.
No, I was just saying to Ajanle Koko that what they're actually selling, what that 42 million is buying you, it is a guaranteed elitism for your child. So in that
Because
school
one
now,
man, is it already been built or is
it's been
just
built now.
something
You
that
saw it now. I just showed you it now. It's built already. They
it's not
start in
like
September. They are recruiting for September. The classes start in September. But that class, the children and the grandchildren, etc., of the presidents and former presidents of Ghana, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, wherever,
yeah.
Egypt, they will all
Mostly
be
it's
there.
gonna be like African wall or whatever kids that are gonna be there because I don't see
Yes.
any abroad any person from UK bringing a kids to Nigeria for whatever, even if you like build a heaven
So
on earth.
any child that goes to that school is set for life. It's guaranteed to be the head of something for life. So that's what the 42 million is for.
I don't know about that. The history might prove you wrong, one man. We know the billionaires that they didn't go to school. So I don't know about if you go to a very big school like this, you're guaranteed something. But anyway, yeah, one man. This is a good thing. Where is he? As in Lagos?
He's in Lagos, of course, in Lekki.
Lekki. Okay.
You have a house in Lekki, don't you?
Yeah, I have an apartment in Lekki.
Look at this
Not
guy.
a house.
So you are part of them. You're part of the 1% of the 1%. The 1% of the 1%.
I know rich you now. We get mansion.
Look at that. So I was just saying you are back. I don't know if you've had that. So have they finally released you?
No. Because my contract says something, so they're trying to twist. All these, if the government hold you, they don't hold
You've been
you.
gone for nearly it's over 6 months now. What you said it was 6 months.
Yeah, I did my seed time and came back. So when I was trying to go back reserve, they said they didn't want to let me go because basically my contract says I have to go active for 2 years, then reserve for 6 years. So they're trying to hold me back for those 2 years because they needed people. Well, anyway.
Are they putting you in active combat situations?
No. I'm just a mechanic, aviation mechanic. So it's like I'm fixing airplanes. I'm not really into combat mode or combat whatever.
You're making that money.
All right.
You see, you see this guy, he gets sense. So now money in 1 minute for instance.
Now money they make now. They chop all their money for them.
No one go fight, make it die for America. You don't want to do it.
Who want die for another country? I never die for my country finish.
Niger, hey,
I
Niger gets sense. So,
but What are we talking about, Peter? Yeah, beg. What do you guys want from my brother
There's,
and my father?
there's before you continue, one man, the Olu Ibadan of Ibadan, one man,
Alpha, yeah.
one man. Yeah, I wanted to come on
He's not
to
from
ask.
Ibadan now. He's from Oyo Alaafin. Wetin be Ibadan?
Oh, so you're laughing.
Eh,
No. Ajale Koko, how you doing, sir?
how you dey?
My brother, did you see Professor Akintoye's interview with Abati?
That was fantastic.
That man is something else.
That was
He's something
fantastic.
else. That man is
Was
something else. He's on another level.
man. So you see our Baba them, they are well, they are well prepared for anything. When
But
they
but he's not going to get
I
he's not
didn't
going
say
to get
I
what he's
didn't say
looking
it
for.
though. Yeah.
One man, you should watch it. But he's not it's convincing, but he's not going to get what he's looking for. Unfortunately. There's no
well,
way,
it might
you
not
know.
happen. It might not happen now, but we don't know what the future holds for us. If Nigerian state doesn't, govern their people well, you don't know what's going to happen in the future. So check it now. So we cannot continue to govern the way we are, the way they are governing that country now. If the people cannot feel the impact of government in their life, particularly for a long period of time, people will start
Agitating, yeah.
agitating and resentment against government. And we are so big, and we are failing so many fronts in security, all those things. This particularly insecurity problem, we cannot continue
That's what one man, you should watch it. He came off as a more educated version of Nnamdi Kanu, just to put it. But so he made the case for secession without sounding too militant, if I was to put it that way. He made the case using.
You know what always strikes me, Aizon, it's how these are, because it must be the better part of 80, but how they're still able to maintain that mental sharpness.
I'm telling you,
especially somebody like Ayo Adebanjo, who is, I think, 91 or something.
You have to respect those men, man. Ayo Adebanjo, Paike Clark.
It's 96, so not 91. No.
Can you imagine?
When I see him, Ayo Adebanjo, it looks like somebody who's still ready to throw the first punch. It looks like he's about to invite you to a physical fight. The way he carries on.
Yeah, so the man is blessed. He's blessed to have that kind of sharpness at that age. But one man, you should watch it. It's interesting, but because his main focus was, or his main reason was security, and he talked about Fulanis attacking Yoruba communities, displacing farmers, and how they can't live like that anymore in this country. So he was making the case that every people in this world, under UN Charter, even under the history and laws of Nigeria, have the right to self-determination. It was a good. Abati even tried to interject and counter him, but he shot Abati down immediately with the law, and the man knows his stuff. But it's a pipe dream. It won't happen. I don't. Nigeria will go to another war again before they let anyone succeed.
But they say no country survives 2 wars.
No, they're too afraid. One man. Think about it now. You're telling me that all the dollar signs attached with the gas potential, these people will be willing to let it go with just a dialogue? Nah, there's no way. No way. They will never agree. They will burn that country down first. But one man, on the flip side, I beg, where is that video of Reno Omokri praising Peter Obi? I tried to badger you yesterday on the comment section to play it. You refused. So I've come here today to ask you to play it
I
so
can
we
go
can
and
have
dig
a
it. I can go and
balanced.
dig it out. I actually saw it on some other platform being played. So I think it goes as far back as 2014, 2015, a long
Yeah,
time ago. Anyway,
let's have a balanced perspective because I personally think Renault is a clown. That's just me. I think the man doesn't have any morals. So we really shouldn't listen to people like that come on TV and open their mouth to talk about anything. Even if he wasn't talking about Obi and I wasn't an obedient, I wouldn't be listening to Renault. When they say when a man bends like the tree, depending on which way the wind is blowing, you can't trust him. So if it was someone else saying that, someone that had character, you know, I would believe what they were saying. But Reno is not a serious person now. That's why I wanted you to play the video, But I beg, there's no vex. I just interrupt you. No vex. I beg.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Why do you call a man of no character? What do you mean?
Okay, so look, that's why I wanted one man to play the video. So 1 minute, how many years ago, Reno was praising Peter Obi because he was second to Atiku. Peter Obi can't do any wrong. Peter Obi is this. Peter Obi did this in Anambra. Now,
Well,
because Peter
that
Obi
was
is
that was a campaign now for their party to
yes, that's what
that job.
exactly Ajale Koko.
But now,
That's my point.
out of their party, they have to rubbish him. It's a
You
policy.
see?
They must
So you see,
rubbish his personality. They can't praise him. I think praising cannot come any longer because
exactly.
he's no more in their party. He's an opposition.
So you can't
So,
trust that kind of person now. See, Ajalogo, the person that I would trust is someone that says the truth no matter what. No matter what.
no.
But
I
these
think
people, because
Aizon. You see,
yeah.
let us go after the question that he asked in the recent video, saying that if anybody knows where Obi build a brand new school from the scratch, completed, they should come out. It's just a question. It doesn't mean
No,
that
but
you can answer
Ajalogo, let
that
me let
question
me let me
to describe
let me
him as
rephrase.
a man of no character. No, it's just a
Yeah, but
question. Yeah.
Ajalogo, that's not what he said. Let me rephrase the question. He said, if anyone can find any school that will be conceptualized, built, and is still standing, he will give them $10,000. That's what he said. So in
Okay.
other words, if someone presents a school that will be renovated, like Ekene was saying yesterday, that will be renovated and is still standing, that person will get that money. Or if someone mentions a school that maybe will be conceptualized, but they didn't get a chance to finish building it, that person will get the money. And the thing is, if you look at, I have so many Anambra friends, so many. But if you look at that situation of Obi when he was in office, the one thing you will say is you can't judge his impact on education simply based on schools built.
But my chairman, may I ask you,
The,
somebody that
yeah,
stayed 8 years, that's enough time to even start a school, build and finish. That's enough
yes.
time now. Just one. It's not saying give me many, just one. One. Is it
Okay,
saying that
so let me
Anambra
ask you
has
this:
enough school?
the again, let me say this, the renovation of the Odumelu
He
Ozukwu
said, this is
University.
what he said. He said it will be
Wait.
conceptualized, built and
Built
commissioned.
and
He
it's
didn't say
still
still
and
standing.
commission.
I
Okay,
remember.
and
He said
commission. Yeah.
built and commissioned. He didn't say still standing. So if it
So
has
the
collapsed,
schools,
they should bring it.
but Pato, if you want to judge a man by his impact in a certain category, you judge him by his total work he has done in that category.
No,
You
that's
don't
what he's
focus
putting his own bet on now. You can put
exactly,
your
but I'm
bet on
saying,
something.
but you see what I'm saying, Pato, is biased in the sense that he's only focusing on one thing, and then what he's doing is he's now comparing that one thing to someone else because he knows that someone else may have built more schools. You see what I'm saying? So he's now trying to say, oh,
Kwakwanso, right?
if you, Kwakwanso, exactly. Yeah, if you compare to Kwakwanso, you will see that Kwakwanso built more schools. So therefore, the conclusion is that what? Kwakwanso did more for education than Obi. But that's not a good comparison because there are other metrics
No.
that you can use. You see
Aizon.
what they talk? So, yeah.
You have to understand the basis of his argument, though. or basis for that question that
Sure.
Omokri. You see, because Obi use his performance in the areas of education
To campaign, yeah.
to campaign. So that is that is what formed the basis of his question. That look, this man that is campaigning, that I brought the education of that school, particularly in the YF, from number 26 to number 4. I did this in education. I built all of this, and that's why he said, okay, let us even ask this man that he said he did so much for education. Tell us if there is one school conceptualized, build, and commission. It's legitimate question. That should not generate. Yes.
Ajanikoku, if we're judging performance on education simply based on schools built, then I give Reno all his marbles. He's 100% correct. But which other governor during the time of Obi gave 30,000 computers within a small state like Anambra? Do you know the impact of 30,000? Do you know the impact of 30,000?
Aregbesola did it.
Aregbesola did it now.
Aregbesola did it.
Sorry. 30,000 computers.
More than that, Osun has more students, a lot of students, yeah. So Aregbe did.
Okay. So I stand corrected. Aregbesola did it. Kudos to him. But you have to admit that that is a significant contribution to education within the state. Also, Obi, from again, I'm not a resident expert in Anambra, but I have enough Anambra people that have given me information. The training of their number of nurses within the state, the renovation of existing schools, the movement of the performance of students, the movement of the state's ranking in terms of education within a short time span. When you look at the totality of the work done, you cannot deny that man his marbles, even if you don't support him. And nobody's asking anybody to support him. But you cannot deny that, look, when you look at the totality of the work he did, you have to give him the credit. Even Kwakwanso, you give him the credit for building schools in Kano. But I'm not in any position to judge how successful Kwakwanso was in Kano because I don't know, quite frankly. But the truth about the matter is, you will say, okay, I know he built schools. I know he gave scholarships. That much I do know about Kwakwanso. So what I'm not going to do is try to compare the two because I don't know the totality of the work done by Kwakwanso. But at the same time, I can't take away from Obi just by looking at one single thing and say, oh, he didn't do anything. That is a very one-sided view of looking at the situation for a man that
everyone didn't do anything now.
No, he was saying like he was saying, look, this man is talking about education. If someone can show me, Pato, come on now.
That doesn't mean he didn't do anything now.
Yeah, but Pato, we all know what he was trying to say.
You are
This is a
reading
political argument. Come on now. Why you talk like this? We know it in this man is trying to
do anything.
Exactly, but we know where Reno is saying this on national television.
Reno didn't say he didn't do anything now. How can somebody be in office for 8 years and do nothing?
Pato, he said he will give $10,000 to anybody that can come and show him this. What is the implication of that now? Come on, my brother. We know what he was trying to say. We know.
Yeah. If we want to choose between Obi and Kwakwanso, who do you think did more for their people on education?
I will go with Obi, but I'm biased, so you shouldn't be asking me that question.
Oh, okay.
I'm biased, but
that's the problem. You see, that's the problem with you, obedience.
No, but I am biased.
I don't want to say the truth.
No, but at least I'm honest. I'm honest enough.
Kwakwanso did more for his people.
No.
Did more.
It doesn't mean Obi didn't do well.
Their state was even educationally backward, and for what?
But where is? Can you compare Kano State to Anambra in education? You can't. You cannot.
No, you can't say no. Hold on.
Oh, let's be honest here. You cannot compare Kano and Anambra in education.
Hold on.
No. But you guys are aware. Listen. So here's the thing. Here's what I'll say. Common entrance. Wait. Common entrance. We know what. Okay, go ahead. What
I'm saying. Yes, you cannot compare Kano and Anambra State Anambra State has been an educationally advantage state compared to Kano. But
Advantage
looking
how?
at
But I'll let you continue. I beg, explain. Advantage how?
the advantage in the sense that, as at that time, both of them were serving, the southern space were always giving education to our people, compulsory compared to the north, that, they can lay back. It's not that compulsory. It's just now that, they are pushing, they are making effort to. So, but Kwankwaso came, he make it compulsory. He passed law in that state that every child must go to school. He built hundreds of schools, if not thousands of schools around the state, 2 universities, many vocational training schools, and scholarship for their people to go and study abroad. Compared to what he did, compared to that is educationally backward state, and he was able to do that within few. His first term, 4 years
4
in office.
years, yeah.
Yes,
Because
and
he didn't get second time
he
immediately.
didn't get
right?
second term. He later came, maybe after 4 years again, or to have another second term. But within 4 years, he was able to do much in education to take their people, out of, educationally disadvantaged or backward state to one of the states that is moving upward in education. So if you look at what he did to their people compared to what Obi did, who do you want to say that performed better in education?
Yeah, well, okay, Angelico, I mentioned before that I didn't know, I didn't know the impact that Kokanso made in Kano. But based on what you're saying, if he did all that, then yes, he did a lot. Obviously, he did a lot for the state, and of course, commendation to him. But at the same time, Anambra was what, 26th in the state? Obi took it to number 1, right? And now, I won't say that, oh, Anambra was advantaged because the people were more open to education, so they were higher in standard. The people in the north have had at least the elites. Let me put it that way. The elite in the north have had access to education. I know northerners
No,
who are
the social
wait,
system.
Fatu,
Social
wait now,
system
wait.
is what you look
Yeah, the
at
social
now.
system,
The
but
missionary
Fatu,
presence in Southeast alone, the Catholic
yes,
presence in Southeast alone gives it an advantage. The
it gives
missionary
it
presence in
it
the
gives it
Southwest
a higher
gives it
interest
an
in
advantage.
education.
Yeah. So they just
The
need small prompting. And
Pato, here's why I disagree with you. Some of the largest innovations in science in mankind were done in the Muslim world, right?
I'm not talking of
Even
Islam.
wait,
I'm
wait,
talking
wait,
of the
wait, wait,
social
wait.
system in the
Yes,
place.
the
Islam is one
same,
of them, but I mean,
yes, the same Islam that came down from
no, I
the
think you
Middle
should
East.
correct it. Oh, wait.
Wait,
You see,
wait, wait. Let
no,
me
I will
land the
correct
plane.
one
Make a
thing. You
land
will
plane.
continue. You will
Okay,
continue. The
okay.
largest innovation in the world were from the Middle East before Islam.
No,
Go and
I
no,
correct you there. No,
go
no,
and
no,
look
no,
at.
no,
Wait
no.
now. Wait. Let me finish
This is one
now.
of the major. This is one. I've
Let me
discussed
finish.
this.
Let me
Okay, go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go and look at your record. Most of those innovation predated this modern Islam that you are talking about.
You said modern Islam. Now
Yeah,
keep in
so
mind.
they were
Okay,
pre-Islam.
you, no, no, no,
They
no.
were
What I was
despite look, they were
no. Let me
not they
explain.
were
Let me explain.
despite Islam, not as a result of Islam. Islam had no contribution to
If
it.
you
Go
know, I'm
and
not
check.
talking about. I'm talking about if you look
So it is
at the
not the Islam is not the factor.
no.
The
I'm saying
system in the
is
north.
the
Islam
point
is not saying
I'm
they should
making
not
is
go to school now.
no, but the point I'm making is that Islam is not anti-education. That's the
No, they
point I'm
are
trying to
not. They
make.
are not. They are not.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
they are not
And if you look,
anti-education. Yeah, I agree with you.
if you look at the major writings in West Africa, if you go whether it's from Timbuktu or whether it's from North Africa, it was done by Islamic scholars that traveled through West Africa. And those were the same people that came down to Nigeria and converted our people into Islam. So being Islamic in itself
means that you should embrace education and writings and teachings. Because that's what I've had this conversation with so many of my Middle Eastern friends. That is the core of Islam. So when you look at a society like in Nigeria, northern Nigeria, where the elite are getting education and the masses at the bottom are going to Al-Majiri, they're not getting education, they're illiterate, and they're not, it is a disadvantage to what Islam actually teaches them, that they should educate the masses. So the Catholicism and its impact in southern Nigeria is not an advantage per se, because Islam gave them the same thing in the north. They just didn't implement it. Kwakwa, so kudos to him. He has come in and he has put this thing in place and he has educated these people, or he's helping them, which is good. So I'll give him credit. But just because Anambra had that
No,
predisposition.
Islam didn't give them like that too.
No, but Islam does not take away education from them. Is my point I'm trying to make.
The girl child, go to even places like Saudi Arabia, the opportunities available to the girl in so many areas, even education inclusive, is not the same as what you have for the guys now. Even
yes, that's gender based.
Is it not recently that women started driving in Saudi Arabia? It's not gender based. It's because of the religion.
Yeah, that's Wahhabi. Wait. That's Wahhabism. That's that Wahhabi.
I don't know whether it's Wahhabi or Sahabi or whatever.
It is because
but
you know what?
Islamic is not.
You know why?
That's not Catholicism. That is not.
You know why it's Wahhabism? Because if you look at Sufism, they don't restrict their women the same way the Saudis do. This is a fact. So, but what I'm saying to you is that Saudi's form of Islam is what they do in those places. But even at that, go to UAE, go and see how many women are pioneering research, scientific discovery.
Where?
In UAE, Emirates.
Oh, we all know what is happening in UAE now. Leave that one.
So are they not Muslims?
That one has been westernized now.
Yeah, but my brother, the point I'm trying to make is
these
people that subjugated the masses in the northern part of Nigeria.
People leave Saudi Arabia to go to club in UAE now. UAE is not.
But the point I'm trying to make is that these people that subjugate people in the northern part of Nigeria, they have done it primarily for power and control. That is it. It has nothing to do with Islam. So the religious piece there of Anambra getting the benefit has nothing to do with that. I mean, Obi came in and took them from 26 to number 1.
No, Anambra.
Let me ask you. It's not good. It's not good to be talking about what you don't know. Yes, it's
okay. Let me land the plane.
What do you mean? No. Let me ask you. What do you know about Islam? That you are talking about Islam. I want to know. What do you know about Islam?
I'm talking about Islam from the multiple conversations I've had with all.
Before you pivot, Islam, do you mind that just quickly chime in on the Peter B?
I want to hear Simba on Islam. I beg.
Yeah, because
go ahead.
Simba.
Yeah. All right. So before
because I don't want the reason why I'm interjecting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hold on. Let's hear Simba, and then Aizon respond, and then let's hear from Paddy after. So let's do it about 3 minutes each. Simba, Aizon respond, and then we hear Paddy, because Paddy has not been on for a good while. But carry on.
Okay. Aizon, we have to be careful when it comes to the issue of religion and what people believe. You understand? For the fact that you see UAE going maybe gaga, they are trying to be westernized, does not portray that is what Islam preaches. You understand? If they allow other foreigners to come and do whatever the shenanigans they want to do in UAE, it's just part of their own way of making money to open their country. You understand? So it doesn't portray that the people that are against that are not practicing. The real Islam will not actually allow all those things that you see in UAE presently. And if you are conversant with UAE, I don't know whether you have been there. Most of these things, they have their own local areas. They have areas demarcated for maybe international people.
You can never see all these things that you see on the international television happening in the local areas where the indigenous people lives in UAE. You understand? So don't look at that one and say because of that one, the people in the north, they are subjugating their people. That's why. You understand? Don't use that one as a yardstick. You are not a Muslim. You know nothing about Islam. You understand what I'm saying? So we can continue what you are talking about.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me that I'm not a Muslim, and therefore, because I'm not a Muslim, means I know nothing without having a full understanding of my background and my knowledge level and my education, or whom I've talked to, where I've been, who I've interacted with, and what I've read. But I thank you nonetheless. So let me just say this to you.
Sorry, Aizon. Sorry, Aizon. When he said you know nothing, what it's actually saying is that you are not entitled to an opinion. Is what he's really telling you.
Oh, I see. Okay. But but you know what? Even at that, everyone is entitled to an opinion, especially when I've talked to people that have been born and raised and bred. These conversations I've had in depth. And the one thing they have said to me over and over again, and have even shown me, right, is that in Islam, education is divine and is a command for both men and women. And this conversation, or these conversations I've had, have been done with people from different countries, all who have all talked about education and Islam and the history of education in Islam. So I'm not sitting down here just opening my mouth and just blurting out things. I'm talking from people I know personally who have spent years indoctrinated in this stuff. And the truth about it is that Islam does not subjugate education. It is a fact. Some of the major contributions in science to mankind, the writings we have that go back from a long time ago, have all
Give me
come from.
one now. Give me one. Give me one.
Even
I'm saying,
Batuta traveled.
they predated Islam.
Wait. First of all, this is my 3 minutes part two. So, but second of all, even
But don't use
Batuta.
it to give wrong information now.
Wait.
It's your
I'm
3
talking
minutes.
about. I'm talking about, and you agreed with me, by the way, in that Islam does not subjugate education.
But don't back it up by
So
saying with
that is the point
invention
I'm
and
making.
innovation.
No. That is the point, and I'm talking about a lot of the gunpowder. Where did it come from? Mathematics. Where did it come from?
They predated Islam. That's what I'm telling you.
But when it got
So it
into
has
the
nothing to
Muslim
do with
world,
the Islam.
when it got into the Muslim world, when Islam came about, did they subjugate it or did they continue to grow?
Go and find
When
out
they
a
had,
religion. Go
let
and
me let
find
me let
out
me
a
bring something
religion
else
that
to you.
burnt the library in
When they
Alexandria.
had
Go and find out
the
a religion
library,
that burnt the library in
when
Alexandria.
those were.
Do you
So
know the libraries in this your Timbuktu? The
if you have
Timbuktu that you have.
fanatics that act,
No, not fanatics.
okay.
Not
So what I'm saying
fanatics.
to you is, when you look at the writings that have been
Obviously, you don't know
kept,
about Islam, actually.
the education of
Actually, you don't know
people
about Islam. You
across
don't know about
West
Islam.
Africa
But
and
even
everywhere.
Patrick, Aizon, when we
My
talk
guy, look,
about
I didn't talk.
education, no, when we
When
talk
you were
about
talking. Let me
education, I
finish.
hope
Let me
you know
finish.
that
One voice,
Western
Let me finish,
education is
please.
not
one
the
voice.
only
Let
type
me
of
finish.
education
Let
that
me
we have.
finish.
Exactly.
Let me. Okay. So
Exactly.
this is my 3 minutes. This is my 3 minutes. This is my 3 minutes. Okay. And back to the point I was making, which is that Islam is not a reason for the masses of the north of Nigeria to be uneducated. And you cannot say because people in the south were predisposed to Christianity, therefore they had an advantage. There
Yes,
was
they
no
have that
advantage.
advantage. That's what we
No,
are telling you.
there was no
They
advantage.
do.
That
Because
is
you
the
want to
Yemen.
promote to be,
There
you
was
want to
no
rubbish all the work
there
of
was
the
no
because you want
advantage.
to. So they
None.
didn't.
Because
Those even Obi
Islam
went to
does not
Christ the King.
subjugate
Christ the
education.
King. I
It is
beg.
their people. It is their people that subjugate education. Because Kwankwaso has come out and showed that he came in and he was able to boost education,
The
and
missionary
it was not
presence
haram.
gave the
It
South
was
an
not
advantage.
haram. No,
So don't deny
there
that
was
because you
no
want to support
advantage.
Obi.
There was no advantage because the religion
Oh,
does not suppress education. It is their
oh,
people
okay.
that suppress their education. And
Let's
if you
say
don't want to
the
realize that, then you are making excuses for people that should be working harder instead of trying to blame something for a
no,
disadvantage.
but we should
Because
say the truth now. We should say the
and no,
truth now.
I am saying the truth. That's why I gave you historical perspective. Because
That
if you
history
look
is
at
wrong.
it,
That's what I'm
no, the
correcting.
history is not wrong. The history is correct. You are choosing
Bring
not to
it.
accept
Bring
the
the
history.
history.
because
Bring the
you want to
history.
make a lazy man
Cite your
argument
history.
for these people. I've
Cite your
cited the
history.
history. I have cited the history. You are choosing not to accept it because you want to make a
I'm
lazy man
saying your
argument for these
history is
people.
wrong.
Because you want to
You
say
say
Kokoso has
mathematics.
lifted them up.
Do you know
Look, okay,
this is where
look,
mathematics came?
let me give you an example. You are hailing Kokonso's achievement, which is a low bar, by the way. You are hailing his achievement, which
Just
is a
because you
low
want to
bar,
support
because nothing has happened there historically.
you are
Nothing
ready
has
to
happened
rubbish
there.
all the work of the missionaries.
I'm
Just
not
because you wanted to
rubbishing
support
anybody because
all right,
at the end of the day, you don't want to accept it because you are biased and you're trying to
Oh my
also
God.
rubbish a man who took a state from
all right.
26 to number one in a short time.
It's on Patrick. Let's give Paddy the window to come in. But the thing with Paddy is he likes to flow his train of thoughts to to a conclusion. So the interjections always throw him off skill somewhere. So Paddy, the floor is yours. I thought you'd abandon us. Good to see you, Paddy.
Yeah.
Come into the conversation at whichever entry point you like.
All right, thank you, man. Hi guys. I just wanted to speak to maybe 2 points, and then maybe I could chime in on the last point piece and then move on. So the first point was the Reno Mokri's video that he had made with Peter Obi. So what had happened that particular day, and eventually, if one man should find the video, it was they had gone to an event. So both Peter and Reno had gone to an event, and at that event, Peter had done his typical shtick, sharing his own anecdotal successes. Oh, I did this, I did that, I did this, and I think it was the first time Reno was hearing from Peter. So after the event, he made a video astonished, like, oh wow, this guy he's done this thing. I'm just learning. He said today we had an event, and then he said these things that he's done, and these things are very very mercurial. So it was not like he had done his usual findings and found out that Obi had done something mercurial. It was just Obi doing the same thing he did at the experience. You know how Obi says. So he's the one who's always sharing his stories. So that's why that was how Reno made that video at that particular day, and then he shared it. He hasn't made another. I even think yesterday he also made a post talking about one of the schools that Obi had built, and then he made a tweet himself. That's Reno saying that in one of the schools that Obi supposedly claimed to have built or renovated rather was whilst the PDP had to go and hype up renovate one of those schools to props Obi. So Reno tweeted it. And I think the other one again that the people always tend to talk about is the Alhambra was 26, they became number one. So first off, it wasn't in education, it was in WAEC. Even Obi himself never said it was in education. He said it was WAEC. And that's why Alhambra was low in WAEC. Now, unfortunately, but prior to that, they weren't really ranking WAEC per se. But probably they were ranking, okay, well, let's say they were ranking based on performances. But here's the shocker. The year that they had done very well in WAEC, I think it was 2013 or something, or no 20, so yeah, maybe 2003 or something. I can't remember the year. The very year after that, so let's say they became number one in WAEC in this, let's say hypothetically 2014. The very year next year, 2015, WAEC actually went to investigate what had happened, and they closed down over 400 magic centers, because they realized that those centers, what made them do so well in WAEC in that year was because they actually had lots of magic centers. Now, this isn't even me creating a fallacy. If anyone has time, could just Google WAEC, Anambra, Magic Center. You will see on the Vanguard, in Punch, even some articles on Ireland, but let's even discard Ireland. But you see like some renowned old dates where, and after that particular success, they've not won again. So when Obi comes to Blovet to say we did well in Wire, he typically, so he's put to use is or further or pass in philosophy to understand that when you tell people to do something or go and verify, more often than not, it just shows that you actually have done something right. But a few people did indeed go to verify, and what we found there was quite appalling. I think it's very disingenuous for a governor to come out and blow it that he won WAEC in the first year, when the very year after, WAEC closed down 400 of those centers. Centers meaning both schools, both private centers, because Anambra actually had the highest fraud case of magic centers in WAEC. I think those are the points that I wanted to make. But just to talk a little bit about what Aizon was talking about too as a religion, I'll just landed there is this. I think we in the southern part of Nigeria, we always think that Western education is education, or that's what we refer to as formal education. But the Arabic that those guys also those people train to is also education. The fact that they can read and write in Arabic shows that they are very vastly educated. The only difference is that our own pathway to education is Western, and theirs is, Arabic. And the only difference is what we've enjoyed has been quote unquote Western industrialization. And maybe what we think that they've deprived themselves of has been that Arabic industrialization. But if you put it apart, I think the one thing that people tend to always skip is the fact that the North appears to have much more rural areas than urban areas. But if you put the urban areas in the north and the urban areas in the south, they even have far much more better development. Save for Lagos, you'll find more skyscrapers in the north. You'll find more commercial tradings in the north. Everything that happens in the north happens in the south. We have as much people that has ringworm in the north as much as we have people who have ringworm in the south. We have as much people who have polio or who had rickets or who had any of those very common, even malaria. Say fly. Maybe say fly is more prone to them because of the geography. The other things that maybe we can want to stretch a little bit would be maybe the separation between gender. So the gender bias is somewhat higher in the north, but even if you look at the south, we have patriarchy. And patriarchy isn't so much farther away from the north. Up until recent years, maybe the Gen Zs or maybe some part of the end of millennials who are able to have women to have voices. Many of our mothers didn't have voices at homes, which is not so much further away from what we have in the north of Nigeria. The bias of how people dress or how much people drink alcohol, they have some of the centers. Even the church in the south is also as the hypocrisy in the churches is almost as high as hypocrisy in the in the Islamic world. People will always be people. But whatever it is that those religions are actually preaching, I think those religions are actually preaching peace much more, but then we tend to always make us seem as though, or because we have biology textbooks, or because we have Ababio, or because we do chemistry, or because we drive cars. The cars we drive here, the Vespas we drive, the power bikes we have there, they have such enough as well too. But one thing we tend to assume is that the disparity between the rich and the south is closer, and the disparity within the rich and the poor in the north is it's wider. But it's a far cry. The people who are in the south who have more money and as in fact, there are younger people in the north who have access to wealth, generational wealth, or even quicker wealth than we find in the south. In the north, one boy can wake up today, become a bro de change guy, and he'll make billions. And some person in the house will probably do hip hop or do some maybe a musical video of Davido or become a Davido or next week's kid, and then he'll make it himself too. But we just tend to absorb our own experiences and delineate themselves and delineate us on them. It is people in the south, and this is my last point.
Let me interject real quick. Are you saying that
my last point.
are you saying that the
My
poverty in the
last
north is a
point.
fallacy?
Hold on, just my last point. The
Okay.
people in the south who go abroad to go and get better education, and then they will stay put, will jackpot. People in the north will go abroad, get much more better education, go to Ivy League school, and go back home to develop their places. So that would be my last point. But I think just because we say it doesn't mean it's true. You can ask your question, Aizon.
No, you said a couple of things. Some of the things I agree with, but one, according to statistics that we've seen from Nigerian agencies, the poverty in the north is a lot more. Are you saying that's not accurate? And then two, you mentioned that people in the north to go abroad, go to Ivy League schools, get better, more education, come back home and develop their spaces. Can you show me which spaces they've developed as a whole? Or can you give me an example of a major space they developed in the north that has been as a result of people who went abroad and come back? Because from what I know, people in the north who go abroad usually have very influential parents. They come back and then they try to get into government and become influential in the country as well. They don't develop their spaces. So go ahead.
All right. So I think I remember your last question about. So let's count the north. In the north, we have Kano. We have the Kano, and in Kano, there's Kano City. There's Kaduna. There's a city in Kaduna. There's Zaria. There's a city in Zaria. There's Sokoto, there's a city in Sokoto, like vastly, urban cities. In the south, Lagos, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, 3 cities that can compare with what. In fact, take Lagos out. Let's take Lagos out. The cities in the north outshines the cities in the south. But but because we don't travel vastly, we don't know. So in terms of when you're looking at those kind of things, you'll assume that, oh yeah, this is the way it is. In terms of even branches and even money, there are very many companies who would have a headquarter in Lagos, and they'll have a sub-regional head in the north, because there's even far much more liquid cash over there than we assume in the south. But what they project to us is almost as though what they project to us about people in Kenya, or what they project Africa to be people in the diaspora. What they project to us are those people who have more cuts in their nose, who are crying, who are Almajiri. But we forget
When
that
you say more developed, what are the metrics you're using to say Sokoto is more developed than
healthcare.
Benin City, for instance?
Okay, so development, I would say access to healthcare. They actually have much more first aid healthcare centers than we do in the south. In terms of having access to even NGOs, they have much more Western WHO. You find Red Cross and Co. even giving much more aids over there than we have.
But you can't use aid as a measure for development. Aid is not development.
So the reason I'm using those aids is that when they come, they don't just come in and then just do humanitarian services and go. They actually come in and establish centers and have their.
Yeah, but that's a handout. That's a handout. That's not development.
We
Those are
have the same
foreign
thing in the South
agencies
too.
coming to give out handouts.
All your
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't
hold on.
say a handout is evidence of development. They're going there because there is a need for them to be there, which means there's a lacking metric there. That's why they're there. It's not a measure for development.
When Peter Obi won #1 in polio, was it Enugu? Was it Anambra State that did that? It was
But I'm
there
not
was a
using
handout.
Peter Obi's #1 in polio as a measure for development.
Because
That's not
they-
what
because-
I'm using.
because-
I wouldn't count that. I
Hold on.
wouldn't count that as development, though.
No, listen. No, I'm saying that.
I wouldn't count that as a
No,
reason
hold
why
on, hold
Oka is very developed.
No, hold
You see
on.
what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what
And
you're
I'm
saying.
asking you, I'm really just asking because I don't see that as a real measure for
I'm
development.
speaking to
Handout.
AIDS because you're not listening. I made a point about AIDS, about receiving AIDS, and you said that they receive, and I'm saying they receive as much as we also in the South also receive. So I'll give an example. I said even industrial banks itself, industries, they even have more car manufacturing plants in the north than we do in the south. I'm sure you don't even know that. There are much more car manufacturing plants in the north than we have in the south. There are more agricultural growth in the north than we have in the south. There are more wineries and in the north than we have in the south. There are more dams in the north than we have in the south. So in terms of actually those industrial development, they have more access over there. There are more civil service headquarters in the north than we have in the south.
So if that's the case, how come they're more dependent on allocation from the federal government than some other states in the south that have
That's
higher
not even accurate. I will also argue to you.
No, I'm asking you. Actually, it is accurate because if you want to look at northern states, Yobe, Jigawa, right,
I'll tell
Bauchi,
you
Gombe.
I'll
Gombe
mention
is one of the
Ebonyi.
poorest places in West Africa.
I'll mention Ekiti. I'll mention Osho. I'll mention Abia. I'll mention Bayelsa. I'll mention Jiget. So we also have the same thing. I'll mention Kwara.
One man read out a list of states. One man was it education? What was the list? I think it was education or development and development or something to the like.
So if you use education,
if you listen to that list and the number of states that fell in the bottom half of that list,
because
the proof was in
the metric. Do you know why?
I'm challenging you on this because what you're saying doesn't meet the numbers and the studies that have been done with numbers that have come out. That's why I'm challenging you.
All right, Paddy, Aizon, let me come in for a microsecond just to bail myself out. Hand over to Thomas. Just three things. We said 5 super tasks, we only got 1, so that's Ayo right there. So well done, Ayo. So at least we know that Ayo always comes through. And then those magic centers that Patty was talking about, here it is right there. I'll send the link for anybody that wants to read it. All that educational achievement that They are vaunting about Peter Obi, Badwe, as we already know. Everything is so fun with that guy. But then that clip of Reno Omokri praising him, I'll play it on my way out. As I say, thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Thomas is here, and I think Mike is in the background, not fully in the room yet. So you are in safe hands for the after hour. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
No, I
Thank
just
you,
want to tell
man.
you, I'm with my friend here, Governor Peter Obi. We're in DC. We came in for the National Prayer Breakfast. But you see, I listened to this man. I listened to Governor Peter Obi. And, you know, ex-Governor Peter Obi, the plans, the ideas, you know, this man raised the bar of leadership in Nigeria. He raised the bar of leadership in Nigeria. Since he left office, can you believe that this man does not take anything, not even like a penny from the Anambra State government? And while he was there, you know, he was a man that built up Anambra State. You know, Anambra State used to be almost educationally disadvantaged. And then in less than 2 years, he brought them to be #1. He left that state with a reserve. Look, you know, we need people like this. I'm so proud of Governor Obi. I listened to him today and, you know, I was touched. Like, do we have fellows like this in Nigeria? I'm very proud of this man. Look at everything that he has touched. He made money for himself in the private sector. He made money for Anambra State in government. Anambra State doesn't borrow money. Are you aware of that? These bailout funds that the current administration is giving states, Anambra State, I mean, he left enough for Anambra State. I'm very proud of this man. You know, Governor B, please just say something to my followers, to my fans.
Well, thank you, all of you. All I'm saying is that we have no other country except Nigeria. We must work hard to build it. We must build it. It's our country. We cannot bequeath our children and those coming after us anarchy.
Oh, thank you. That's the graduate word from the Sikito from Anambra and the graduate man from the Creeks. Yeah, I think conclude. You guys are saying something. Maybe conclude that, then we'll move on. We have to move on. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Thomas. So I think the point I was just trying to just finally conclude with eyes on is the fact that the developments that so I think, so if you look at the metrics for Western education, right, the North will always fall short. And that's because we tend to prioritize our curricula in Nigeria, prioritizes, you know, physics, math, chemistry, biology, health science, and the likes. But the average child, you know, in the North can actually read and write. However, they read and write in Arabic more. So if we did that, if we did ranking on access to be able to read and write, they would outshine us in the South. But if we did read and write based on Nigeria's popular educational curriculum, then they will fall short. And so my argument is they can read and write. So if basic, in terms of having basic ability to read and write, they even have much more than us because they have more numbers. But then if you did a ratio, because they have much more numbers than people in the South, so you find, for example, you find out that people in the Southeast would have come tops per capita of people who are educated, who have access to education, because there is smaller population. I mean, Anambra is just 5 million, the entirety of Anambra. Maybe if you added maybe Imo. So you find out that these are like small populations, so the ratios will be less in comparison to maybe in Lagos or in Kano or in Kaduna or in Borno or Makurdi or Benue, or in Borno or Bauchi, where they have a larger population. So those things always make their ratios appear a little lower. But here's the thing. I think I saw a clip or so of, I think it was in Borno, where Shetima had sent, I'm not sure whether it was 40 or 400, but let me say 40. Sent 40. I think it was 400. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the numbers, so I don't want to be, just don't quote me. But that 40 or 400 doctors, he sent them abroad on scholarship. They came back, so they have access to 400 freshly graduated doctors. We in the South, recently we lost about, how many doctors did we lose to UK and Dubai? So we have less doctors in the South, and they have much more new doctors. So you can tell me if you're talking about surgery. Zach Oji had a brain tumor surgery. It happened in Abuja, not in southern Lagos. So those kind of neurosurgeons and co that we think that we can brag about. If you don't have massive funds in the South, you won't be able to access them. But the North, they are almost available to very many of them because they to them themselves are state funded. So those are the points that I just want to call out. Maybe somebody else can go after me.
Thank you. I think I just came in here. I didn't even know who has spoken, who has not spoken. I don't even know. So if you haven't said anything, you can signify so we can hear from you. That's the yes. Is there anybody? I don't know who do we have on the screen? I think we have Ajale Coco. We have Ajale Coco. We have Simba. Yeah, few people with their sunglasses. I don't know why these people are wearing sunglasses. Yes, I'm just joking. Yeah. So anybody wants to kick it up? Let's kick it up. I can know who has spoken. Is one man still there? One man can give me some instance here. Baba. Good evening.
How are you, Thomas?
I'm good. I'm good.
Our brother that just spoken, I think, who is that?
I think that is Paddy. If I'm right.
That is Paddy.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he said a lot. So I think the important point, all he said, I don't really get it. Whether he was telling us that the North doing better than us, than the South, I don't really get.
Actually, Kuku, I think what I deduct from what he's saying is that we tend to think they are just dumb people, they are nothing, they are doing a little bit good in their space. You know what I mean? That you thought we are only one in the South that are educated, but I don't think so. They send their children abroad, they come back. You can. I've only Ajale Coco, since I've been in Australia almost a decade now. The North that I saw here is only in embassy in Canberra. All our embassy staff in Canberra they're almost all of them are northerner. I've never walked in the street of Australia meet any northerner. It's not that they are not traveling; they are traveling as well. They are studying abroad as well, but they almost go back to the country and build their country. I think that's the notion Paddy is coming from.
And then, Thomas, what I want to say is this, because I have an experience, their government is actually investing in developing their people. I will talk about health sectors. I could remember even right from when I was in medical school in the early 90s, Bayero University, Kano, used to send their students to Ilorin, to University of Ilorin, because they don't have accreditation. And their government will fund almost 100 students to come and finish their medical school in University of Ilorin. Anybody that went to University of Ilorin during that time can confirm that. During my residency, the kind of sponsorship that their resident doctors got from their government is totally different from what we in the Southerner got from them. They always come from the North to come and do their program in the South, to come and write the exam either in Ibadan or Lagos. They will give them flight ticket, pay them hotel accommodation. They don't give us any dime, we from the South. The only thing that is encouraging us is because of the passion that we have for education. Then even some of our colleagues during residency also, they send them abroad to India, South Africa, to go and learn more. That one doesn't happen to all. Most of us who are trained in the South. If you see anybody go, maybe had some training in any Western country or outside Nigeria, is a personal effort.
They pay through their nose to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they might be lagging behind because we focus more on
Western education, and that is what the whole world actually is looking at. But they are coming, as Paddy says. And if care is not taking, all these illusion that we have, that they are wayward, they are backward, they are like destitute and all those things. It's just all these things is changing, and they are changing very fast. So we should not actually, rest on our hose in the south and thinking that
But it
the
seems like
northerners.
yeah, what I always thinking is if it's somehow stereotyping. I do hate it. I don't know. Maybe you understand what I mean. I hate stereotyping people, even though we know they are a bit lack in education in some things, but stereotyping people, I feel uncomfortable so many times. I have heard people stereotyping. So that's just my own. I don't know. I hate that. Yes.
You
So
see, what? Sorry to cut you. What we are
yeah.
saying has nothing to do with their people. If you take a northerner and bring him to maybe the West and give him the education, he will perform like any white man or any other human being. But
Even
we're
more
looking
than
at
them.
but we're looking at the environment, the systems and the structures that governs that place. That system does not encourage Western education. Mark my word, Western education. They still have their own education. Unfortunately, the world is riding on Western education now. That's why they are a bit, it slows them down. So any one of them that is able to, along with those Arabic education, able to also get Western education, they fly. And they know the importance. That's why they spend all that money to send people to a place like Ilorin. To you, I know some that are going to Uniben for the same thing that Simba is talking about. So they are backward. Let's not deny it. Even people like Sanusi Lamido say it. Their leaders are saying it. And we have advantage, not that we are better. We have exposure to missionaries. The missionaries that came to us, what they sold to us was education and hospital and healthcare. The missionary that went there didn't sell all that. Maybe they sold trade, jihad, and other stuff. That's the difference.
Patrick, if you have been opportune to be in the Middle East, you know that when you talk about education, even I don't even know what to mean by Western education and this Arabic education. Everything is just about language. You understand what I'm saying? If you okay, when you talk about Egypt, Egypt is an Arabic speaking country, and we cannot even compare Egypt in level of education even with Nigeria. Do you agree with me?
Yeah.
So we cannot say it's the Arabic that is the limitation. You understand? What they have failed to do is actually to synchronize that Arabic knowledge with either some form of technology, know-how. The mistake they are making is that they are just learning the Arabic and the religion. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are not learning on other things like maybe sociology, economy, agri. They did not. So exactly. So what they supposed to have done, and which the Middle Eastern country have done, and even the Northern Africa, we cannot. Let me tell you, we cannot compare Nigeria even with the so-called. It's only our population that is giving all that statistics. If you look at the Google educational. Okay.
So suppose what you are saying, I think Arabic to us is a religious language, but to the Egyptian is a social language. So they use it to socialize among themselves, use it to educate themselves. But in Nigeria, the Arabic language is a religious language. We use it in the mosque. We don't use it to interact in the house and to sell in the market, to go to the bank. We only use it in the mosque, in the Quranic school, in prayer time. So they learn the language. Some of them learn the language by rote self and cram the Quran in the language. So they don't use the Arabic as a social instrument. I think that's what I've also found out. Hello?
I'm going now. Party school.
No, I'm done.
We can, yeah. So,
Hello.
yeah, Simba, I can hear you. Yeah. Go on.
Okay, so what we are saying is that the that factor that we just mentioned actually made them to be backward, but they are learning. That's what I'm talking about this morning. Is that they are learning, and some of their leaders are making, government are making an effort. Let me tell you, if you see the number of not, in fact, in my whole hospital here in Saudi Arabia, we have more northern nurses than any part of Nigeria in my hospital. The northerners, ladies, you can imagine, for them to even allow their ladies to come and work in Saudi Arabia without coming with their husband, you can see that a lot of things are changing. How can if you look at this now, you would wonder how a Muslim man will leave his wife to go and work abroad. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what we are saying now, a lot of things are changing. So, and we should not have this old mentality of saying, okay, because the way we look at them in the 70s or in the 60s, a lot of things are changing, and they're also getting educated. So, but because of the backlog that they have, is also an issue, and this issue of insecurity is also an issue, because the insecurity actually influenced by the lack of education also. So, but I
Simba,
think
when Nigerians talk, it's almost like we regurgitate things they say in the 60s and 70s. That's why every conversation we have always always tied to something in the 60s. So we have that stereotype of the 60s and 70s where, okay, the Igbos have the stereotype of the Yorubas, everybody has the stereotype of the North. So is that rubbish stereotype that we have that we don't even, like when we talk to this, really everything we say is not really not based on whether we've been to the place or we know, or based on any kind of statistic, just based on something they say, we continue to say, it's become a language. We just say it and repeat it over and over, and it's the same thing they were saying in the 60s till today. It's just that same goddamn politics, the same rhetoric. Oh, the Northerners are backward, they're backward. And you go to, they are getting educated on a daily basis. There are people who are becoming advanced. They are going, like literally the North, when I went there in the 90s, when I went there recently, I'm like, wow, these people, in fact, I was traveling from US when I was going to Nigeria, I went to France, and it was some Northerners. They were being deported from China. Some Niger boys, they were talking. I thought they were Southerners. And they say they're from Kaduna. One says, I'm like, you guys don't know they travel to? They say, they don't catch up to each other. That's what they say. They say, oh, you guys started traveling first, but we too, we don't catch up. When they moved their embassies to Abuja, the Northerners now, they are now connecting. So things is changing. They are not the same people you think, that same old stereotype of the Northerners don't know anything.
in fact, Mike, I was opportune to train with some of them. In fact, I could remember Dr. Mohammed, maybe he's listening to us now, Mohammed Bello. He won award. He graduated in pediatrics in the National Postgraduate School as the best student, and he's a Fulani guy. In fact, during our training, we used to even make guests at him. I said that you that supposed to even be in the bush, that supposed to be under the sun, chasing a cow. You are now, you are a doctor. You're also using a car with AC and all those things. They are brilliant people. It's not the way we see them. We just see them as being dull and all this. It's just they are the ones that I train with. They are very, very brilliant. They are very, very brilliant.
The funny thing is, most of the Southerners that we talk, most of them never interacted with Northerners, or they never even been to the North. But the way they would describe them, I'm like, dude, do you even know these people? It's just based on things you hear. It's like the normal talk you hear from your uncles and people say about them. That's all you're going by. And it's the same thing. If you go to the Southeast, the way they say about Yoruba people, it's like, do you even know Yoruba? A typical Southeasterner that will stereotype Yoruba is the one that didn't grow up around Yoruba people at all. they will just say, Yorubas are this, Yorubas are. They will just be saying some dumb stuff like that. I'm just like, But the ones that actually grew up around us, those ones, they won't say those kind of things because they actually know us. So a lot of things we say just based on stereotype we collect from our parents and our uncles and just people around us. Just like they always say, oh, the North is the problem. Like Yorubas are fond of saying that. I will hear my father, my uncle, they all say that the North. Until I started building Lagos, I'm like, so what is wrong with bad for Lagos? I say I'm not as a cousin. So I don't say that governors supposed to fix these things. So it's like they just tell you things, you just believe it. But we begin to really analyze things that we say and things that we think, we realize that a lot of it is just fallacies.
You are right, because the impression they used to give us those days growing up was that Nigeria would have been like Europe if not for Northerners. I said, they are the ones drawing us back. As if I've heard people say that on this platform, that they are the ones drawing us back. No way. They are not saying you should not develop your place now.
But they didn't say you should not develop your space, but they are still Nigeria. And if there's some lacking behind in their space, the world is still going to attribute it to Nigerians at large. No, education.
When we are talking about our own space not being developed, we not being advanced, what is stopping us from advancing? Is it not, are they holding our hands, or is it just we that are just choosing not to reason, not to do the right thing? If we're talking about the problem, the image of Nigeria, the North, we get that.
Mike, I think that this thing is just in our head as an excuse of developing. I don't see any northerner stopping any southerner not to develop themselves.
That's the negative programming that we got.
Nigerians, I hope some northerners too they are listening. So, yeah, even though sometimes we always bully them, so we don't have
fantastic people. Fantastic.
Yeah, Patoski, I opportunity to have a cousin that can speak Hausa.
My grandmother is from the North. My mom's dad.
Oh yes. So I was opportunity to have a cousin that can speak. Yes, that can speak Hausa. Then but back in the day, back then in Felele in Ibadan, Challenge, there's some
what do you mean by your mom's dad? I don't understand. What is from your paternal side?
Yeah. My dad's mom is from North Central. He's from your state.
Which state?
Kogi now.
Am I from Kogi?
I thought you are from Kogi now.
So many people are giving me so many states now. I'm from Kogi, from Kwara, from Osun. I'm an Osun man now.
I thought you are from. I was thinking you are
from Kwara.
So you are from Osun.
I'm from Osun, yeah. But I did my post secondary education in Kwara. I'm from Onya.
Onya, okay, Onya. Okay, I thought you are from Kogi. My grandmother is from Kogi. My grandmother is from the same place with Yaya Bello.
Okay.
Yes, as I was saying.
Is he close to there or Shugbo?
I used to think
No. It's very close. It's very close it's very easy at the boundary of Osun with Kwara. Very close to Ofa.
Onya in Kwara too, Abi.
Oh, so you're more Kwara then.
Simba. Don't you also have Onya? Don't you have Onya in Kwara? There's a local government in Kwara called Onya now.
Oyun is Oyun.
Okay, yeah.
That's Erinle.
Erinle, yeah, okay. That means you are close to Ekiti local government in Kwara.
No, it's a lot that is close to Ekiti.
Okay. But Onya is Igboman'S too now.
No, Onya is not Igboman'S. We are like, we call our own dialect is a Bolo.
Okay.
We speak the same dialect from Oshogbo, Ikirun, Iragbiji, Ire, Ofa. Even the Yoruba speaking part of like Ofa, Erenle, we speak the same dialect.
Okay, so those are not Igbomina. I used to think
No,
Ile is
Igbomina is
Igbomina.
Ila. You know, Igbomina start from Ila.
But
You know, we have Igbomina in Kwara, we have
Igbomina
Igbomina
is
in
Igbomina
Oshun.
now.
That's what I mean. That is Igbomina Kwara. Then Igbomina Oshun. Oshun, Ila is an Igbomina. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, I know.
So, uh but all these things, you know, they are just semantic. Igbomina, is it not the same Yoruba that everybody is
It's
speaking?
Yoruba, but their accent is different though, and
It's
the
different. Yeah,
dialect.
yeah, yeah.
Like
Yes, yes.
you know, we have Igbomina in Ogun State, in not Ogun State, close to Ogun State, like Iruwa and the right and the likes. Are they not Igbomina too?
But Simba, if you guys are speaking Yoruba, we diet cook Yoruba, can we understand what you guys are saying?
Very well, very
Being
well. Our Yoruba is very clear, very clear.
very
It's not like you know the Yoruba that me have seen that is very awkward in the the so-called proper Yoruba state is the Ife language. I wonder why they say those people are Yoruba because if an Ife man is talking, you hardly understand what they are saying, and they say that's
Really?
the origin of it. Yes. Even if Ijesha people at least you still understand. But Ife is worse. But the worst Yoruba you can hear is from Ondo State. Because the Ondo people, I don't know what happened in that state. There is not two towns in Ondo State that speak the same dialect.
They are from Edo. You know, it's from that place that the dialect start differentiating. If you come to Edo, you will see towns that are not very far from each other. The language is different, you know. Pronunciation.
I work in Edo for some times now. I work in
Okay.
Era
Irua,
Teaching
okay.
Hospital. Yes, I
Mhm.
serve in Edo. So I was in
Okay.
Edo from like year 2000 to 2006.
Okay, that's a long time, 6 years.
So I was in Sabongida Ora. I served in
That's my
Sabongida
local
Ora.
government. Mhm.
That's one West. Okay, are
That's
you
my
from one
local
West?
government headquarter. I'm from actually from UU.
Okay.
You know UU
So
and
you are
Uzeba.
Ora. You are Ora.
You know Uzeba.
I know Zeba, yes now.
That's my
I
area.
even during my
UU.
service, I did a project. I did a project in Zeba.
Okay, that's where we are from.
Uh, okay. And you know, then there is this town after Zeba that is on the hill. What's the name of this town? One village after Zeba is on the hill like this.
Everywhere is village there now. One village.
We know during that time that was no GSM was just coming, so we have to go to that place to go and make call.
You
You
know
understand? Because
you Aviosi, Afuze.
Afuze, I know Afuze, all those areas. And I really enjoy my stay in the Edo State, believe me. I could
Wow.
have married an Edo woman,
I wanted
but
to
if
say,
not
why
because,
didn't you marry? Edo?
in fact, my present wife, when she came visiting that time, she was intimidated.
When she see the environment, say,
No, not even the environment. The beautiful ladies around. They say, "Oh, I hope this my man will come back." The best is irritated, though. Seriously.
I do
Ah,
women, they are cool though. And some of us, we don't
ah.
even think of that one at all. We just go carry from Kwara straight.
You know that's where you work now. The one thing about
No, I
marriage
was
is
working in
that
Abeokuta. My wife just
okay.
came to serve. Came
Oh,
to serve in my bank.
ojú
So
kòkòrò ló ń yọ ẹwọ náà lẹ́nu olójú
no,
kòkòrò ni.
the funny thing was that day I didn't get to the office on time. And you know, banks, when they go to the vault downstairs, they just lock the door, nobody can come in. So I came late. So I was outside, I was locked out, and she just came too. She was a copper. That was her first day of resumption. So she came, she didn't come early, so she was locked out. So it was just two of us outside for like almost 30 minutes. So we're talking. The moment I saw her, my spirit just told me, this is my wife. I'm telling you. It's very funny, but people don't believe that. I just have that strong feeling. And I told her, I say, I'm going to marry you. Naso. That's how we got married. I think God just has a way of just working out things, yeah.
So
It
that's
was
how
later. It
you
was
got
later
an
that I
Ilorin
now went
woman.
to Kwara. In short, I went to Kwara because of my wife. When they gave me the option to go work in, they wanted to give me a branch in. I was doing branch restructuring for different branches. So we had a branch that we needed to restructure in Igboman'S, and then we had another one in Kwara. And so they asked me, "Oh, which one would you prefer?"
Were you with STB then? STB.
No, I was with Intercontinental.
Okay, okay, okay.
That branch in Taiwo Road, you know that former Fidelity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need
That,
to
that
replace.
was is it Taiwo Road or Unity Road?
It's on Taiwo Road. Unity Road is the one that is a different one. The one on Taiwo Road is the one that is almost in front of the stadium. There's one orthodontics. There's one ENT close by, just beside the branch. Then there's
Okay.
one ENT on that Taiwo Road, just by
Yes,
the
yes, yes.
stadium. My
Uh,
building is beside that ENT now.
okay.
My building is beside that ENT. So when
I think that time that you've been in Ilorin, I was not in Ilorin. Maybe I was in Edo that time.
no, that was you couldn't come back now. I'm talking of 2007.
I came back to Ilorin in 2006.
So that means that at the time when I did learning, you did there. You can imagine. I was when my son had otitis media, so that was when I knew that ENT was there. So I took him there.
Okay.
And
Actually, Ilorin is a cool place. It's a very
yes,
cool
that's what I
place.
want to say. Fantastic.
It's a cool
I'm
place.
telling you, fantastic place. During Buki's time, sincerely, the place was doing well, socially and economically. But I don't know how.
Ilorin is very peaceful. You can go about your business without any
Is it still
interruption. We
like
don't have
that?
all this. It's yes, even up to now, we don't have any issue with Omunile and all those things that you used to see. And
Yes.
that's why, there was a time I was actually given an offer by DSS that they said I should come and work for them. As far back as 2014, they said they are going to be paying me maybe 1.2 or so. I said no, I'm
Where is
not.
that?
DSS, DSS.
Department of State Security.
Yes,
Do they have
that's former. They have hospital. They have hospital. Yes, they have their own hospital in Abuja.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. They have their own hospital.
Now you
They,
for
in
the
fact, they
street,
sca-
all these criminal wey talk say, all these politicians wey be say if they arrest them, say they go.
So Simba,
then for
you could have been treating Abdekano in the cell now.
no, not me. Maybe I'll be treating their children. I'm not an adult physician.
You be pediatrician.
Yes, I'm a pediatrician. So,
Okay.
at that time, I just look at it. I said, one, I can't live at that stage of my life. I can't live a regimented life. Two, the cost of living in Abuja, looking at the salary that they said they want to pay me,
You go
I
clean
was
am.
not even earning up to half of that money. But when I look at it, I say I can make more than that in my business in Ilorin. So why should I leave Ilorin and go to Abuja? Then I will abandon my business. Then everything will just. So that was why I said no. I'm not going. I have my freedom. I can get more in Ilorin with less
Less
um,
stress
cost of living
and cost
also.
of living, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I
uh,
was living very well in Ilorin. Wetin pay me be say I no build house for life. For just it didn't just occur to me I could have bought a house or built one in Ilorin. I could afford it then, but it just
and
didn't
you
come
look at
to
the
me.
GRA. Look at the GRA in Ilorin. That place is cool.
Yeah, that my parents-in-law live in that GRA. That not Saraki Ono, the Adekola side. You know that Adekola side, that flower garden side.
It's actually, and even if you have proper, because because of the problem that is even happening in the north now, Ilorin people, most of the people that were in the north before see Ilorin like a middle ground of where they can. So most of the people coming back from the north, they came back and started living in Ilorin. So the Ilorin is expanding very, very, very rapidly. And if you look at the landscape, is because I need to look at the landscape of Ilorin and compare it to Ibadan. Ilorin landscape is far, far, far better than that of Ibadan.
Yes. Yes.
And it's not that densely populated. If you want to go any place, you know that okay, in the next 10, 15 minutes,
You get
just give
there.
me 15 minutes, I'll get there.
Simba,
Good.
Simba, sorry to interject. They also have a land, a very fertile land for agriculture because it's plain land. You know, when you travel from
Yes, I
Ibadan
agree
to
with you.
Kenya and then you're on your way to Ilorin, it's a very plain savanna grassland that is really for farming. I
Exactly.
think a lot of Nigerians, we don't know nothing about that country. If you know a lot of, sometimes I wonder why you give yourself stress in Lagos. You can stay back in Ilorin. You can make you can make money easily. You can live a fairly peaceful life. You see this insurgency.
Yes.
Kwara State has been very peaceful. No wahala, nothing. Oshu State are relatively peaceful too. Oyo, because of our mala politics and also a lot of people, so it's just an eyesore, a lot of wahala. Ogun, industrial base.
Ogun is very peaceful. Abeokuta especially.
Yes.
Abeokuta
All the Jebus are peaceful, but the only problem why people don't want to go there is that they are afraid of Jebu Juju.
No, Shagamu is recently that Shagamu is peaceful again. Shagamu has been very rough for some time.
They are very rough now, okay? No, I'm talking about people, for example, if you are not from the Jebu side, sometimes people are very careful because you know the Jebus, they are very, how to say, they
Those
can
are
be
stereotype.
united.
That's not correct. It's just like they say, oh, Jebu. I have lived in Ogun State for. I lived in Ogun State
Everyone used
between
to stereotyping us. Why you
1990.
stereotyping us with Jebus now? Yeah.
The Jebus are fantastic people too.
I said, why you stereotyping us with Jebus now?
No. I'm not saying all of them. My best friend is from Ijebu, and he's a very cool guy. Understand? I'm just trying to say
They don't want to start Ijebu Egba bashing.
No, I'm not bashing them. I'm trying to say that you can see that a lot of people can move to Ibadan easily. No wahala. But you cannot see a lot of other Yoruba speaking side moving to Ijebu easily. I don't know why.
Oh, a lot are moving. You didn't know. Look at Ijebu. Like I have a brother I've been in Shagamu since 1983. A lot of people are moving. My brother, I have my oldest brother has only one daughter, only one child, and that girl is in Ijebu as we speak. Educated, everything. His father was a doctor. The girl is living in Ijebu.
You guys have been talking about the northern before. I just want to contribute my own. I think to me personally, I think there is a very big rivalry between the Hausa and the Fulani. And you will see that it also pan out in their politics. Unfortunately for them, of course, some of them. Well, one of the guy that I met in China, he came for his PhD. He's a doctor of agricultural sciences. I forgot his specialty, but when he finished, he went back to Adamawa and he became their top lecturer there. Okay, I think by now maybe very close to vice chancellor of staff. That I think he should be in that top management of that university. The advantage they have is that the few of them that went abroad, there is a ready-made job waiting for them. And there's one thing I learned from them that we in the South we do not have. They have this humility, and they don't have this pomposity. I mean, showing off or being proud or something like that. They love themselves, but unfortunately for them too, they also use divide and rule through religion. And then, secondly, there is this big area between the Fulani and the Hausa. You see that most of the people that are Majaris, more than 70% of them are Hausa, the rest are Fulani. So they also have a way of keeping this huge
So, how do you come
population.
up with this number now?
When you are trying to say, okay, I'm not a statistician,
You
I
are
did not
just
give you,
banding.
I did
You
not
are
give you a
speaking with so much.
spreadsheet, right?
You are speaking with so much authority.
Sometimes you have to do your own. You can debunk it. That's my own personal opinion. Okay. When we talk, sometimes there's not mean that from statistics or whatever.
Yeah, but don't give
You know that
give data. Don't give data
I
with
mean,
personal
you know that
opinion.
there's so many tribes in the north beside
Yeah, I'm
Fulani and
coming.
Hausa.
I want to say that if you look at the northeast, the Kanores, where your vice president is from, they are well read. They go for higher standard too, especially in that Adamawa. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. Adamawa, maybe all of them can come, maybe Simba can confirm. You will see that top leader from that north. They are well read. Even Buhari, some of their top leaders in the northeast, they are also well read. So I think, to be frank, some of these juicy positions in federal establishment are being held by the Northerners because they know how to play their politics very well. But we in the South, instead of we playing their politics very well in this federal establishment, there is always this kind of envy and jealous or trust not among ourselves. So we are unable to propel our own to the top like they will do. So that
I think that is, if you look at the, let's say, the three major tribes in Nigeria, if you want to look at the one that are more united, I think the Hausa Fulani are more united than any other of the two.
100%. I agree with you 100%. And people should, like you said, Simba, and you guys have said, people should not have the notion that okay, they are not well read. They don't have that. They don't have that professional like they do. Maybe not in terms when you talk about
Simba, Remy, do they agree in things negatively or positively?
Can you repeat your question?
What do you mean by
Do they
negatively or
agree in
positively?
things negatively or positively? I don't want to expatiate. You know what I mean.
I seems not to get that question.
Yeah, Simba understand what I mean.
Me understand it. I was the one that I asked you that I don't understand first.
Do they agree in things negatively or more of positivity?
I think they
I'm not my own when I said it earlier, it doesn't boil down on politics, so because I interacted with a lot of them very well. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm talking about interpersonal relationship among them. I'm not talking about what
like marriage.
is marriage, the way they take themselves, the way they are.
It's easy for
They are more trustworthy. They are more trustworthy.
Exactly.
You understand than us. I can say that one categorically. I can say that one categorically.
That is 100%. I can buttress that. If a Hausa man have interact with many Hausas, if they are selling their stuff, if you tell them I will bring money, they will believe you. You bring money back. But the Yoruba
because
man
if you don't bring back, they will say they will hand you over to God. Like it's God that will deal with you, not them. They can
as a Yoruba
they
man,
don't.
I will not show a good to you, and I said bring money back if I don't know you. But Hausa will believe you. They don't care if you are Igbo, Hausa, you are Mongono. They will believe you that you bring back their money. They have most trustworthiness. At least we can give it to them. More than Yoruba, more than I'm a Yoruba man saying this. More than Yoruba, I don't trust my Yoruba brothers. I don't trust them, or my sister. I don't trust them. But Hausas, they have that trust. Yes, in people. Yeah, go on.
They are listening to you, your brother and sister.
Yeah, I don't care. They should listen. I don't care. They should listen. That's why we should change our ways. Padoski, if Hausa tell me the day is break, I will believe him more than my Yoruba person telling me the day is break. I'll first of all check outside. Maybe the day has break as well. No. They are so trustworthy. If they say their A is A, their B is B. So for that, I give that to them.
And do you know the funny thing?
Simba.
Do you know, Simba? There are ladies they though I don't know you wanting loud, wanting. I think their ladies are more trustworthy and more than our own. Their own ladies, their ladies are more. They are more trustworthy. They are more.
Patrick, our ladies are more, they are actually taking after the Western way of life. Most of them are, they are not even ready again. You see ladies that have not gotten married and they will say they are not going to marry ever, never. You understand what I'm saying? Some I've been interacting with a lady that was telling me that the only thing that she just needed to have two babies. She doesn't care who she has the babies for. That she doesn't want to be under the umbrella of any man.
So what you can see this kind of lady, they will not have a peaceful life. It'll be more one crisis or the other because the ideology trying to follow another man's culture does not I know I'm not joking here. You will see they are the one that they are the ones that tend to get angry quickly. They are the ones that tend to write something online or on social media, bashing everything. So if you see a responsible woman under a woman that supports the family, I'm not talking about supporting the husband alone because you support your family, your husband, and your children. She does not have time for all these frivolities. And you can see they grow together. But if you say, okay, I don't care, I can have children for 3 or 4 father or something like that, every day she will be moody. Sometimes she will be angry and the anger to the children. Sometimes she'll be fighting online. You will see them all around like that. That is not a peaceful life if you really look at it. Do you think this kind of women are happy? They are not happy.
They will not own up now that they are not happy.
They won't. But if you read between the lines, they are not happy. If you see people like that, medical nurse or people that are doctors that are in that line, they will tell you more about that. So all of this copy, like in this our brother I did here. It's very, very difficult here, even for a man to walk up to a woman and say hello in the street because of the law and so many things. So at the end of the day, every day, sometimes I would drive out, I see a lot of women in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, walking dog alone. Is that your companion? Is that the way the world has turned to? And if care is not taken, Nigeria will be the same thing like that. It's because
What I mean. Let me give you, for example, if a lady says, okay, you are not going to get married. One is if that decision was even the decision of maybe the 70s or the 80s, fine. You are localized. You are in your environment. Your exposure is very limited because the only men that will know you is those people that they are living in the same environment. But what is giving them that illusion these days because they are exposed to a global space. They were being deceived online by so many men. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that online thing has also increased the longevity of a woman to maybe to like 40, 50. Even at 40, you still see your suitors. Even at 50, you still see some 60-year-old man toasting you online. So that illusion. But what they are forgetting is that the kind of stability that your husband will give you, the kind of protection that you will have, by the time you make yourself available to every Dick and Harry, as you said, what you get at the end of the day is depression. Because these men, they will just come and chop and chop and chop and chop and chop and chop. Then you start doing body counts. The happiness, because what they see in marriage these days is that I don't want to be under any man. I don't want any man to be controlling me. I want my freedom. But what kind of freedom? What do you get from that freedom? Freedom that okay, you can do anything that you
There's
can.
no man that even has the time to control yourself. Who told you that you want to come? I don't want, nobody has that time. If you can't control yourself, that's you. Go. If you don't control, if you don't want control, you are like a car without brake now or steering. The man that is trying to control you is doing you a favor. So if you want to control yourself, I leave you. You go and have an accident and die. Don't call me when you have trouble.
And actually, in every matrimonial home, a woman can be submissive to her, not total submission, I do mean like a slave, but indirectly, it is still the same woman that is controlling. Your
No,
wife.
let me tell you, Remy, you don't know what a marriage does to you. Everybody, both men and women, you as a man in marriage and the woman in marriage, you are because of what you have signed together. There is a kind of restriction that thing has placed on you both. The women, the mistake they are making is that it's like they think that restriction is on them alone. Even as a man, as a responsible man, you know that you have a commitment already. You understand? And it's only when you are out there, let me tell you, all those people that we see out there that are free and they do whatever they like, we think they are happy. They are not happy, no. They are not happy.
Simba,
You
do
understand?
you know what one of my friends said? One of my friends said the only way you can have a successful home nowadays is for the man to submit to the wife.
Mm.
When I read that, I said, not true. The only way you can have peaceful home is when a man is submit to the wife. So,
Patrick, I saw
I
one
explained to you.
caption yesterday.
Mm.
They said that caption said, he said that marriage that you say you are no longer you want to leave, that marriage you want to leave, you know that there is one goat that was sacrificed for that marriage. One innocent goat was sacrificed for that marriage.
Goat and Malu.
Amalu, that was sacrificed for that innocent goat. And you don't not your jeje.
Ironically, Simba is the only Malu. I've seen people who have gone to wedding, have accident on the road and die, and the wife or the husband still say no like the man. I will divorce me.
Imagine.
Those people just die for nothing.
Naughty.
Nowadays, if you invite me for wedding, I'll tell you, I don't want to hear tomorrow that you are no longer together. If you know that, don't let me waste my
Don't
time.
waste my time. Imagine. You know how many people they will have wasted their time and resources.
Yes, now
At the end of the day, they will say after 1 month or 2 months, they will say they know they do again.
No do it.
For example, look at some Asian countries. They have what we call, I'm sorry to use this language, but that's what they call them there. They call them leftover women. If you are 28, I repeat, 28, and no boyfriend, no suitor to marry you, you're already classified as a leftover woman. And the reason why these women, sometimes they don't have husband, sometimes they focus on their job too much. And when you focus on your job too much, there's tendency because in China, a man can marry at 22 and a woman can marry at 21. There is no saying that, okay, I'm 18, or that this is an accidental, pregnancy. No, government will not accept your kid. So the rate of abortion in that country is very high. It's legalized.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's one of the highest in the world. Because they don't accept, you cannot say, what I'm trying to say is that before 21, you cannot say, I accidentally get pregnant for Patoski or Remy or Mike, so we have to keep the children. No, your child will not enter the national register of the country. So the government will advise you to go and pull it out. And then so many rules that if you are working, let's say you are working in a government establishment, and your wife is also working at a government establishment, the government does not encourage the two of you to get married. If you say by force, I want to marry this woman, and then you go and get pregnant, the government will go and remove the pregnancy for your would-be wife. One of you have to step out of that government establishment. They don't want you to be, and I think, to me, when I think at it at the end of it, I think it's a good law because both of you are there. You can influence so many things. They will want it to be family establishment. So when you look at their own, and they have each population, so most of these leftover women, sometimes they find themselves marrying foreigner because by the time they are 32, and they have to find somebody to get married and have kids. So, and when you look at the tendencies of what is going on in the whole world now, you can see that more white women, they are marrying black men. Because here, the way a black man will treat the wife, responsible. The white man's culture is everything must be 50-50. So
That means
even
those
But
people are taking that they are
Remy,
taking
do
advantage
you,
of our men.
yeah, continue, Simba.
Remy, okay, if a woman says, okay, that she doesn't want to get married, fine. But is there any woman that can say boldly that she doesn't need a man? Even that woman that is not married still will still want a man for anything, even for, you understand? It's just, I don't understand. It's just that maybe they have this way of, maybe they just want to be like, well, they want to have a taste of everything or what. Because I don't think, even if you are not married, you still have a man friend or whatever. I don't think there's any woman that can say single in the real sense of single, that okay, I don't have anything to do with any man, I'm like this, and this is how I would remain till like that. It's not true.
Well, I think what they want is their match. That's what they want now. I mean, you can't say because you want a man, or if you, as a man, if you say you want a woman, me, you can just be with any woman, and you okay. So if the woman is not your match, you can't. It seems like you can't tell me that any woman is just qualified to be your wife. You understand? So if you now decide that okay, maybe these women around, they're not,
Do you, so it's but why is it so difficult these days? Let me tell you, Mike, there is no perfect match.
Yeah, I know there's no perfect man, but good enough, But I get what you're saying. Like there's a measure, there's good, super good. You understand? But then there's a minus, super minus. You understand? So I mean something good enough. Well, we can say that. If you meet something good, if you have something good enough and you are complaining or you don't, then we can say that person has a problem. But we can't
Okay,
say
so
someone
is
has
it
to do
possible?
something.
Is it possible for you not to find that good enough at all? Not to even find it at all?
I think that is
Yeah,
where
it's
problem.
possible now, but the thing is, if the person haven't found it good enough, but you can't tell the person that they
No,
have to
no.
settle with something.
I think what
Minus,
what happens is that, like you guys have been saying, like what's there's no perfect man. Sometimes the illusion in your head that you want a perfect man for yourself. If
Well,
you
that's a
want
different argument.
no.
Okay.
Okay, continue. Oh, you want to say something? Go
If
ahead.
you're talking about a woman that's looking for a perfect man, then we have a good that's a good argument that okay, that's a foolish person. Or a man that wants a perfect woman, any woman that wants a perfect partner, that's a foolish person. But we can't say that someone have to be with someone that is just not what they are into. Like, you understand? Like you yourself, you know for a fact that there are certain women that you know that okay, this one is just not for me. Right?
Like what?
Okay, let me say maybe one woman, maybe
Everybody
300.
have a taste. That's what
Wait.
he's trying to say.
Not to disrespect my big women, but let's say woman who just don't big anyhow. We say, man,
Look at the people
maybe
now.
I can't tell you say because see yourself. Yeah, those kind of girls. I'm not saying some men are into big women, but let's say you are not into big women, or maybe you're not into.
The way I
say, I see yourself. There's no perfect woman. You should settle with that.
Okay, let's paint this scenario, Mike. What Simba is trying to say. For example, all women, they want a companionship, not necessarily to get married to the man, but for whatever reason, maybe for friendship or for hanging out or for other things, whatever. But if we have a huge chunk of women in this category, that means they are competing with the wife at home. Because most of men that will be responsible enough to have that calmness or patience to be with you, that you don't want to get married, they are looking for something from you. And most of these men will probably fall in the same category. Most of these men might have a wife at home and they're still hanging out with you because at you are already maybe, let's say, from 20 or 25 to like 40 or 45 or whatever. And you already decided, I'm not going to get married. But you are also making friends with a man that have a wife at home. So you're also competing on the same table with the wife at home. So when you look at the system,
I mean, if some people say they don't want to get married, doesn't mean they don't want to have anything to do with opposite.
But what I'm
gender.
trying to say,
That's not what that means,
Don't you think this kind of life will also encourage
They want to continue to live in. They want to continue to live in sin and be enjoying, but they are not ready for the sacrifice.
Well, they don't believe in your religion.
I will not totally
I
say
understand that. I understand that. But
I will not totally say because I'm not God. So it's only God that can judge. So, but I
it's
know
a sin.
that.
Forget that one. Things that are wrong now. There are things that are right now. You sleep with somebody's wife. You say it's God that can judge.
But the thing is,
yeah, it's a
the
tough
thing
call.
is, unless we want to take society back to where we used to be, where there was a law that if you get caught sleeping on a wedlock, like they still have in maybe Saudi or some places in Africa, in the olden days, we used to have those rules. Okay, nobody sleeps with anybody. Hold on, I just land now. I just sort of. Where we used to have laws that nobody sleeps with anybody. That's no. A woman must be a virgin, all those kind of things. But we are not in that time anymore now. So the only solution is if you want to go back to that time, well, hey, well, since we are not there, forget it though. It is what it is.
What I want to say is that in Eritrea, their government encouraged their men to marry more than one wife because they were more female more than male. So they were, because of war or whatever that happened to them. So they encourage them to marry more than one wife. So that one we call promiscuity. I don't know my pronunciation about that. So what about all this kind of stuff? Like there is a country, I forgot the name, it's beside Russia. They even advertise online that they are looking for men to marry their women because it's like 5 women to 1 man. So they need men all over the world to come and marry their women there. If they want that country to continue to be in existence, because as I know, men cannot
give back. The country will continue being existing. All those things people always say, like,
but that means that more women, no husband. Where are they going to have the children?
Yeah, it's fine now. They can, you can always.
Mike, I want you one day, if you come to Europe, look around very well. Look around very well. You will see that more people you will see in the street are elderly or older people than young people. Check very well. Out of every 10 people, I guarantee you 5 of them are already over 60 years old. That is an aging population or age population already.
That's what happened with good economy. When you have a great economy where people are busy working, no one's having time to have a bunch of babies now. So it's the poorest people.
So you think that because they are busy, that's why they don't want to have baby, or they are afraid of taking responsibility.
Yeah, also the laws force you to take responsibility. Like in America, for example, half of my family living here, the other half living in Nigeria. The ones in Nigeria, they have more babies than those of us that live here. Like my relatives, cousins, and the one that live in Nigeria have more children. I average at least 5 each. Some 6, 7, 8. But those of us here, we're only settling with at most 4. 2, 3, 4. That's what we're having. That's it.
And you know that, okay, you know how much, Mike, you know how much it will cost you to raise a child in the US?
It's so expensive now.
And it's cheaper in Nigeria. And that is why.
On top of it, if you're not even with the woman, you're going to pay, the government just be going to court every time. They'll be telling you increase your child support. 40% of your income must be writing check every month to the woman. And if you lose your job, you must still pay the money. If you don't pay, they'll come and arrest you. So the one lie they put on your head. So it makes you think twice before making babies here in America. But those my ones in Nigeria, I got relatives that have a baby with a woman. When he got tired, when he kicked the woman, I kick her out with the baby, with the child. Or both of you get lost. There's no one to hold him accountable. And you get I have a cousin that have like 3 wives, I'm like, I'm like, but I can't, I manage 2, but I mean, kind of like, but somehow it's still kind of,
We'll be back here, so I manage to. I like Barania, manage that.
I have seen a relative with 4 or 5 wives. I'm like, God, Lord, man.
So Mike, I want cousin relatives for Fakafiki. No one àwọn ọkùnrin gbádùn ìlú yẹn gan.
Wọ́n gbádùn ìlú yẹn gan.
Wọ́n gbádùn gan.
Let me tell you, Baba, the kind of freedom that you have in Nigeria, I beg, is unlimited. Believe me, unlimited freedom. That is it.
Men have freedom, man.
Wọ́n á tún fẹ́ jẹun, wọ́n lọ bu omi ìṣanwó wá fún wọn tó máa fi ṣọ́kọ̀ tán.
Àwọn ìyàwó yàtọ̀ lọ bu omi ìṣanwó wá tún gbé sí wọn kúnlẹ̀ fún wọn tún gbé síwájú wọn. Mo kàn wò pé
ayé ìjẹkújẹ.
Okay, Baba Jayoko, have you seen a situation whereby even the man will not be in the house? The woman will finish cooking. Now will call that, okay, oúnjẹ yín ti ready o, ẹ wá jẹun.
Ayé ìjẹkújẹ rẹ̀ ọkùnrin jẹ́ lu yẹn ọlọ́run.
Let me tell you, if they see the way.
Wọ́n ò ní jẹun kó tó dé o. Nobody tó bá jẹun kó tó dé. Wọ́n tún bá lọ.
When they see the kind of life you people live abroad, sometimes when I look at it during the session like this, I'll be hearing some men here that be washing plates and be doing dishing and all those things. I just be wondering that what kind of life is this? And I think, let me tell you here in Saudi Arabia, you will never see their women in the market. You understand? The only place you can see them is maybe they go to buy clothes, all those other things. But something like food, they will not go and buy food stuff, and it's men that you see in fruit shop, foodstuff shop, and all those things. In fact, especially on Friday after the Jumat, you see all of them trooping to market to go and get all those things for their women. They don't allow their women to do that. You understand? But if you go to where they are selling clothes, shoes, and all those things, a coffee shop, you see more women. That's where you see them. But what I'm trying to bring out here is that there should be division of labor. Everybody, let me tell you, the way you enjoy life, that everybody should have their role. But in the situation whereby you people have created in the Western world that everybody is the same, you have to do the same thing, and that is why there is chaos. That is why there is problem. Do you think the present things that the way the thing is structured now, is it really working? That's why we have a lot of divorce. A woman should have her own role, a man should have their own role. But this one that we have mixed the role, and we think that is the best, is still baffling me. No, I don't understand. Maybe because you people are there, you bought the mentality, or you are forced to buy it because of the law. I know that if you are not enjoying it, you are not enjoying it, you are forced. People are forced to adhere to that rule.
No, alimony don't you force the one now. The alimony force.
Who enforce the rule now? A woman, the rule is this, and man's rule. No one will enforce that rule here now.
No, we are talking about all this child support and the rest. So because of that, you control your banana. Because if you do not control it, then you are in trouble. So that is the reason. The rules and
I will be glad to go out to work, bring money home for my family. Then when I get home, at least my wife should play her own role. I'm not expecting her to contribute 50-50 with me, not even 10%. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying my wife work, but at the same time, when I get home, I should feel like a man.
But the only way to make that happen is if you and the person you are getting married, you agree on that. Like, okay, we are getting together. This will be your role. This will be my role. Do we agree? That's the way. But most people don't discuss that kind of stuff now. But it can't just automatically be the case, unless you are living in a society where the government make the law that a woman is like in Saudi Arabia, they make laws. But U.S. government is not going to make law for marriage. America, a free country like America will not start making.
You look at Baba Jayoko máa délé kó tó jẹun nísìnyí àìsè tún lọ máa àwọ kitchen àlẹsẹ lọ máa dáná tó máa jẹ fúnra rẹ̀ ni.
I want to have Baba Jayoko and make a question. My question to you guys is that I know this thing is very paramount in America. Stay at home dad. Why the wife go to work? You as the husband, you stay at home, cook, and take care of the children. What do you think about that? I think we are in modern
If
world.
the circumstance calls for it, there's nothing wrong with it now.
Babajale, what about you, sir? Or they are not, he's not there.
Babajare kò kọ̀ọ̀kan wá ṣàjàsà
So
ní
Mike,
ti
Mike,
tún
you
gbà.
can do it right. Mike, you can do it right.
So, okay, if you lose your job as a
I
man,
just asked the question
now,
directly.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, we have to try to make sense out of it. Because, you see, we got problem in Africa that we just believe that something should not be the case at all. Everything must be like this, that. Okay, if you, as a guy, lose your job, right? But your wife is still working. So, what will you be doing? And you have kids in the house. You will say, it's not my role to be watching kids, or it's not my role to clean the house. So you will sit at home.
From what I
wait for your wife that's the only one working. So after working a full shift to come back and clean because it's a woman's role to clean. Does it make sense?
Most of these men, they do not lose their job. I think the reason why they allow is that sometimes maybe the wife can make more money than the husband, and they now decide, okay, because you can make more money than me, and the money you can make is enough for the family, you go and work while I stay at home. I don't think most of these men lose their job. That's why they accept that role.
Well, whatever reason why it's not working is at home. The fact that it's not working, and she's the one working. Should be the one cleaning home, and I mean, come on now.
The question to
Mike, you are at least you are from Africa. You know our tradition. It's a situation where it's only the Western this thing that is creating that situation. Have you ever seen in Nigeria a man that will say he doesn't have work and a woman will be working?
But there are a lot of jobless men in Nigeria.
It's because we are just doing that one these days. Before, let me tell you, it's not. How can you see a traditional man before that will say he doesn't? Which work does a man? Does a man? Most of the work that people men does those days, agriculture and some other things. It's fact. There is no.
The dynamic of the workspace has changed. The workforce has changed. So today we are no longer in agriculture. And
I think because we are having more lazy men. I don't think there's any reason for any man these days that you say that you don't have work. It's only that maybe you don't want to do it. I can go look, because what is even my pride as a man? Then I will become Beudani, and then I will be the one that will not be babysitting, and then woman will.
Unemployment is in Nigeria. So what do you call that?
And there's no unemployment too. If I'm in Nigeria, if I don't get more, let me tell you, there's no unemployment. Anybody that is not employed, he just don't want to work.
So all these people coming here saying it's a great government, there's no job.
No, you know what I'm very sorry to say this, Mike. What I used to tell people is that if I'm not a doctor, or if as a doctor and I didn't get government job to do, I can go private. If I can't go private, even I can do any other thing different from what my training.
Sima, let me ask
do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. Let me ask you this now. Let's say in Nigeria, I can agree that there's some men, most people that are working, they make like maybe $2 a day or something like that. Or, if you go hustle. I get what you're saying. Like everybody's a hustling grind thing in Nigeria, right? But you have to agree that a lot of those guys, when they go out to go and hustle to work, sometimes they only come in with like $5, $3, $2, something like that. Maybe 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, things like that. You agree, right? Okay, now let's say now Nigeria now, your wife now, she got a job with a foreign firm, like let's say maybe Shell or one of those oil companies, and they're paying her in dollars, and she's making like maybe let's say they're paying her $2,000 a month in Nigeria there, right? And do you still have your also job where you only come with $2 a day? And then she realized that this is your $2 a day at the end of the month.
Mikey, if you want to give an example, no, just hold on. If you want to give example that is practicable. You cannot have a wife that will get a $2,000 work with a man that will, you understand? Don't give matching. You can't match that now.
What is changing? You going to the one probably for Tinubu for breaking foreign investors in Nigeria. if all these foreign manufacturers start coming there and economy they boom, they'll start employing people now. And this kind of job is not gender specific. They might end up employing your wife, might end up being the one to find a job before you. And she's paying out that big salary, like $2,000 a month, and you still have your regular Nigeria also job where you're making $2 a day, $60 a month. So now she realized that, okay, if I'm making $2,000 a month, you're only coming with $60. Okay, let's do this. You just stay home. I mean, the kids, you do that. Let me continue. Let's just rely on my, $2,000 salary and abandon your $60 a month job. I just focus on spend more time with the children and take care of the kids and, do the kids' work. Will you accept it in Nigeria then? Or you tell her, no, quit your job? What will you do?
No, I will not. I will not restrict my wife from achieving whatever she wants to achieve. You understand? There is a way we can manage things, but not to the extent that it's only a man that is not ambitious. If my wife is progressing, then I have to.
I encourage women to work. I like it. Okay.
So Remy, what will you do? Remy, will you accept the role of taking care of the children and the cleaning the house?
I will not accept that role. I will go. I will prove myself also. I would like stay as a subordinate to a woman.
Pending the time you get to.
I will not even. Let me tell you, Mike. I will never, in Allah's God's name, I will never be in that situation, and I will not allow myself to be in that situation.
We know you never be there. Now you're already a doctor. We're not saying you get there. We are just saying it's okay. Let's not mention you. Let's say somebody, a Nigerian man. What are you advising?
I will advise you to go out there and work. Why
are you guys? Come on now. Okay, he hasn't found.
Come on now. Did
you hear the explanation? Did you hear the explanation? He's working, but the job he has can only fetch him like $60 a month.
And then he can encourage the wife to also go outside, or he can also look for more better opportunity in future.
But wait, now did you hear the story? I said, but she already got a job from a foreign firm where they are paying her $2,000 a month.
And what about the man?
He's only the job he has, regular Nigeria job. Now you come with $2 a day. $2 a day. Regular also job.
Are you talking about both of them are living in Nigeria? Both of them are living.
Both of them in Nigeria. There.
There is no job in Nigeria that you get $2 a day.
No, come on now. Average Nigerian hustling job.
Because the example you are giving is not.
Okay, $2 a day. Okay,
that's what I told him, that the example that is given is just. It's not a good example.
Simba, calm down. Hold on. Wait. You guys also have about this thing. Calm down. How much is $2 in Naira? 2,000, about 3,000 Naira, 2,000 Naira, right? So in a month, how much is that? Is that not about 60K a month?
And we are saying that most.
Are you saying there's no job? Come on now. Are you saying no Nigerian is making 60,000 Naira a month? Everybody's making more than that. There are people making that kind of money now. But I'm telling you, if you're that man that's making 60,
Mikey, even bricklayer or carpenter does not make that one in a day. Even a bricklayer. So that's why a bricklayer does not even make that money in a day. They make more than that. What I'm saying is that your example. If you want to argue with you, give a good example. That example that you are giving, it doesn't match. A man that is earning 3,000 Naira per day will now have a wife that will get a job of $2,000 per month.
What do you mean it's not possible?
Because okay, what will be the level of education of such a man?
Wait. Do you know that a lot of graduates that don't have
before we have a wife that will be able to land that kind of job?
Are you saying every graduate in Nigeria is making big money? There's some graduates that are doing conductor now.
What Simba is trying to tell you. For that woman to make $2,000 in a month, there is no way that woman will go for so low level at the end of the day. She's not stupid too now.
Okay. Let's put it this way. What do you mean she's not stupid? What about people that got married? Calm down now. Listen now. What are people that got married before everybody is established before they got married? Some people got married young now. Some people got married before they finish school. Some people got married before they established. What are you talking about? What about people that got married before they went to college and built their life? What are you talking about? I know people that were married.
So what you are trying to say is that before they get married, they were nothing, and that woman continued to encourage, improve her status.
No, both of them improved themselves, but she got lucky.
If both of them improved themselves, then that means that it is only the woman that cashed that $2,000 job, and the man still continue to get.
He was lucky. You know, sometimes you are lucky. She got the job luckily. Like both of them. Hold on. Both of them. Let me make it simple for you. Both of them equally went to school. They are both on the same level educational wise. They both acquired degrees, but he hasn't found that kind of job. Luckily for her, she was selected for the job. She landed. So she acquired the job. Forever, the foreign firm saw her resume and they picked her. So she got the job. Now she's now making $2,000 a month. Why he hasn't found the same level of job? He's still stuck with the hustle. So for the time why he's still on that level, is it okay for him to not take the role of,
Yeah, okay, now I understand.
In the house and taking care of the kids.
First and foremost, if in the short run.
Remy, let me even answer the question. In Nigeria, let me tell you the way we do things in Nigeria. Such a woman, no, just hold on. Such a woman, instead of putting her husband in that situation of being a nanny at home because the husband is not working, what will happen in a situation like that in Nigeria is that woman will employ a maid that will be assisting her in carrying out her role in the house. That's it. So because that man will.
What would he be doing?
Who?
What would the
man has a work too now?
The man has a work now. Did you say it doesn't have a work?
So you will stick to
just because it's not any much.
That's what
you say it's not any much. That is the example you give, that there is not any much.
But wait, you agree you stick to his job, I mean.
It's just in a short time.
So it will leave. It will not work again just because the woman has gotten the $2,000. So that example that.
Okay, but hold on. He's a graduate. We couldn't find work, so just for survival.
Oh, you are changing it now. You said because it's only 3,000.
But that's what I said. They are both graduates. They didn't have work, so they are subject to start doing menial jobs like cleaning and tashere job that's only fetching you tashere money. But while they are doing that, the woman luckily now found a real job with a degree, paying her big money. Well, why he hasn't found it? So should he continue doing that menial job as someone that's highly
Can I respond to you, Mike?
educated? So she continue doing that one higher nanny, Abby.
Let me respond to you, Mike. If the woman gets that $2,000 job and the man is still on that low-level job, he will continue to do it. If they truly love one another, what Simba said, that woman will do it, because she does not want the man to lose face. This is African setting. This is not America.
So they will now.
Let me finish. If she loves the man, initially she might get a maid, but that is in a short time. In the long run, if the situation of that man does not improve, that is crisis. A big crisis will happen in that country. Even if that wife does not want to do it, I will tell you why. Because first, she's making more money than the husband. And then maybe the woman is the one providing most of the financial, 80%. In the short run, yes, okay, my husband will find a better one. But if she does not find in the long run, crisis will happen. The way the crisis will happen is that the community, the neighborhood, the friends, they will start to instigate. Even the woman herself will say,
no. How would they know? How would they know what's going on in their marriage now? Why are you talking about community here?
I'll allow you to talk. Let me finish.
Okay, finish.
So in the long run, because of the money and the status, and remember, the woman will also not just stay in one position. I said in the long run, maybe she already get a promotion again, making more than that $2,000. And the man's situation continue to dwindle. That's a big crisis. And the woman will say, okay, I'm the breadwinner of this family. Have you ever seen a woman as the breadwinner of a family? You will regret you are a man. She will use it against you any other day. I'm talking about
African. It's not in all cases. It depends on the human being.
In most cases, she will use it.
We don't know. The fact that
You know the people abroad is like the men there, they have become women. They don't even get shame.
See, but this is the problem.
Don't mind Mike. Oh, Mike can never
Can you allow Mike, put that question to yourself? If you have a wife that is even more progressive than you, will you not lay back and say you want to become a nanny just because your wife is working? You don't make more effort to even supersede that woman as a man.
I will do effort. But
do you pray for such? What do you mean by for the meantime?
I didn't say a man will now be stupid and be nanny for the rest of his life. I'm saying for the meantime, while you are in that position, be the nanny and clean the house. What the hell is wrong with that? What is even wrong with doing that? I don't know how they bring condition us with this mentality that a man should never do something. A man should never do. I mean, that's one problem we have. Like, why do we have to be static in our ways in Africa? I don't understand. Which law of the universe is being violated? Why do we have to stick with this ego that a man should never do something, a woman should never do something? We can't. The world is changing. We have to adopt with it. We have to move with the change. Just like you give example, in the olden days is farming, and we are no longer in agricultural age. Why do we have to keep thinking in that age now? We just have to adopt. We have to move with time. I think that's what's killing us. That's why we tend to cry a lot. It's like the world is moving. Some people we just crying.
You are just saying this.
We check with our eyes. You know.
You are just saying all of these things just to make people say, you are modern. Whereas what you practice is different from what you are teaching.
Bro, let me tell you why I'm reasoning. Let me tell you.
I think what you practice is different from what you are teaching. Because I know they have their own culture in the Western world. Things might be metamorphosizing in a very fast way. But at the same time, you have to look at the deficiency, the defect of it also. And when you look at your own setting in Africa, you also have to look at things are also changing in big cities in Africa too. But you also have to look at the defects too. Why are so many problems also in Africa now? Why are we saying that our women, even if they have good job or they have good faith, they could not find a man to marry? Why are so many
because you have men that
finish.
Mike, the question I want to ask you, Mike, why do you think that everything that the Western culture preaches is the standard and is the best? Why do you think so?
And I don't think anything is standard or the best. Absolutely.
So why do you think that, okay, what we do is actually bad and the one that you are preaching now is actually better? Because you are saying that why are we not moving forward? Why are we resistant to change? That's what you are saying.
Hold on. What I'm saying is you are not adjusting with circumstances. You are not adjusting with situation. Whether you like it or not, things change. And it has not. I don't know why we attribute every change to Western.
I think
change is change. Everything is not Western. We attribute every change to Western.
The change you are talking about is bringing more disadvantage than advantages. So
which disadvantage? Give me an example of disadvantage. Give me an example.
Okay, I will give you several disadvantages. First and foremost, we are in the age of social media. If you are in social media, do you see how many platforms looking for men to marry women, women to marry men? There are this kind of situation.
And I'm telling you that, and that's what I'm giving you.
That is irregularities. In actual world, this thing supposed not to have come into.
I'm giving you the diagnosis of why it's like that. It's not because somebody told people to start doing something. I'm telling you that.
The diagnosis you are giving.
Do you want to have a conversation or just want to be? Can you chill out?
Yeah, you are also jumping on me now. I should also jump on you. So relax. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, man. Can I go now?
Go ahead.
Okay. A lot of things we complain about, or a lot of people complain about, or don't understand is that the dynamic of workforce, the dynamic of the world, in terms of due to technological advancement, things are changing, and there's some human being they don't want to accept that reality that things are changing, and you have to adopt to that new change. You have to reform the way we do things. Have to also, align with the new change. For example, back in the days, jobs were more of a physical labor, majority of work, and men will get employed before women. So back then, of course, the workforce favored men. So it now makes sense. Back then, women had to adjust the way, like, okay, a man is likely going to be the one to earn money. So let me be the one to just assist him and sit home and do this cleaning, do this, do that. And time changed where the jobs being created now due to technology, machine are doing the physical work, human just do the brain work. So now when it comes to getting employed for the brain work, it's gender neutral. Women are getting employed just as men are getting employed. So now, because now the new reality has come where women are not earning, they're not having work. So they don't have to stick to the old way of, let me just sit at home, because a workforce is for men. Workforce is for everybody. So now you have men that are not looking into that reality. They are still stuck with the whole mentality that
Okay.
a woman is supposed to be at home now. So what's going on? Wait, calm down, let me learn. They are still sticking with the fact that wow, women all of a sudden don't want to sit at home, they don't want to cook and clean anymore, they don't want to cook. And they're upset about it, and they're looking at it that this new thing is so much disadvantage. I'm not marrying them because these women have changed. They don't want to be cooking and cleaning again. But an intelligent man like me is looking at the situation like, okay, what happened? Why did it change? And I realized that women are beginning their work. They are also in the workforce. So as a man that has some sense, I have to reshape my belief system. I don't have to say because my grandfather and my father, their wives, were just sitting at home and they were cooking, cooking this thing, because they were the one.
The question I want to ask you, Mike, the question I want to ask you.
Wait. I have to live the same way my father lived. If not, then to hell with my. I don't want any woman. Come on now.
Oh, come on.
Go ahead.
First and foremost, what you are painting here, what we are saying is totally different. We are not saying
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, that is what we are trying to tell you is this. We are not saying that women should not work. Fine, women should work. And we are not saying that men should not also work. Both of them should work. But in terms of who contributes more to your family, a man should be a man. You should go out there and make more money. But if in the sense that you cannot make, if you cannot make more money than your wife, in the short run, of course, even when you are making more money, you still have to help the woman at home. Because that's what you call work-life balance. You have to find
whose rule is this? Whose rule is this that you're giving? Who makes this rule?
Relax. What I mean by work-life balance, I will tell you. For example, you go to work as a man, maybe from as early in the morning, like
as
8
a man.
Or as a woman.
We need to change this mentality of as a man.
Work-life balance. Work-life balance.
Money making has not do with man or woman these days.
Go ahead. Can you exercise a little bit of patience? It's applicable to both male and female. You go to work early in the morning, both of them, and probably if they have a normal standard 8 hours job, by 4, 5, or 6, they're already back at home. Maybe they take their kids to the nanny if he's still young. But if we are talking about Nigerian setting here, even if both of them go to work, you can put your child into school, kindergarten, primary school, whatever. They also close at 4 o'clock. By the time each one of you are coming back, one of you can pick your child, and then you can both go home together. While the woman is preparing dinner, or the husband is helping out, preparing it together. That means there is joy. There is that you are sharing the responsibility among ourselves. But in the scenario you painted, you are talking about the woman have more money, I get more salary more than the man. In the short run, it's okay for the man to also help at home because he has a lesser job and he make lesser money. But let's put it, I want to put a question to you. Let's say this woman that is making more money than the husband put exactly 8 hours of work. And the husband that make exactly lesser amount of money also have 8 hours of job. So that means they both go to work at 8 and they return by 5. Who will take care of their children? Answer the question.
Well, that's when they have to hire a nanny because they are both at work.
So then you agree with what Simba is trying to tell you then. Who will pay for the nanny? It's not the woman that have more money.
Nanny now.
So the man will pay for the nanny or who pay for the nanny?
Both
who has more money? Who has more money? Is it the man or the woman? So that's what
if she has more money, well, she can choose to pay more for the nanny, whatever. But I don't understand why money should be. I mean, a defining factor in marriage, and I don't understand why people always talk about
Okay,
money.
if
Money,
man is
money.
not a defining factor,
I don't
can
understand why people do that. I don't
I ask you
know.
a question?
Do people get married because of money?
No,
So you don't know? You don't know? You don't
No, I
know?
think get married because of
Mike,
money.
why are you not facing reality? Why are you pretending?
It's not for everybody. It's not in
You
every case.
think that even if you have a wife now, your wife will not, if you are broke now, you think your wife will stay with you?
No, that's different. That's a different situation where maybe people, of course, people want someone to be not be a liability in their life. Of course, no woman wants a man to be a liability. You understand? And of course, men
Mike, I
either.
want to also
Well, hold
ask
on
you.
now. Let me allow me to get across. And of course, no human being will get married to another with a liability. Of course, you want someone to be an asset in your life, but there are different way of defining an asset. You getting married, some people, me for example, an asset to me as a wife will be a woman that has great intelligence and has great value. You understand? Great character, right? Those are the number one traits, and also great genes and things like that. To so because I'm thinking about raising the next generation, legacy. That's what I get married for. I don't get married because of financial. Who will make more money? I don't. That's not my number one thing. Then after that, right? I realize this person here, me and her person can produce and raise the next generation. Okay, we compact in that area spiritually, all those things. That's my focus. And then the monetary part, that now come after that. And then the monetary part, when we get to that situation, we now focus on, okay, the purpose of we being in this relationship is to build this new legacy, right? Now, how do we use our money to do? How ways do we use our money to part where we have to financially put the money to do it? We now work it out. But our relationship is never going to be based on how much money you make, or how much am I making? It has nothing to do with it. I didn't get married because I want money crap. And I'm not interested in a woman that wants to marry me because of how much I make and this and that and that. Of course, it will make sense for a woman to reason like, okay, this is my responsibility not to, at least provide. I get that. But a woman that's just with me based on that's not my woman. That's not the kind of woman I'm looking for. I want a woman that wants to build a legacy with me. That's it. To raise the next generation, raise quality children, and just do great things in life. That to me, that's what marriage is about. But I don't know why all people just think marriage is about money. They don't focus on real things about life. Life is not about money now. Money is good. Money just help, take care of some needs in life. But life is not all about money. If you make money in your life all about money, that's when you have problems, man. Come on. I don't even sit down with my woman to start discussing about money issue.
Okay, can I come in here now? Fine. Let me be frank with you. Because we are discussing two parameters here, the African setting and the diaspora or the Western setting. Actually, when you look at everything of all indices, the most thing that make a marriage to be successful and to be happy is money.
It's not true.
Okay, fine. I will tell you why money is.
What people are divorcing.
I will tell you why money supersedes more than love. I'm not saying that.
True. That's you. That's for you.
Yeah, I'm not
I
saying.
never mentioned love.
Let me give you the reasons. I will give you the reasons.
You are saying money versus love or money versus life?
No. I said money supersedes more than love. I'm not saying they do not love one another, but money play a major role, and I will give you the reason. First, I
never mentioned love.
Let me give you my reasons. Let me give my reason. When a couple marry in Nigeria, I'm not talking about a rich couple. I mean, rich family, just a lower level, they just marry. Probably they started their life by renting an apartment. And when you rent an apartment, maybe the man provide the money for rentage and the woman is also doing something. They contribute together. Let's say they contribute together. After having one or two kids, they will be thinking about, this is one room apartment. Let us move to a 2-bedroom apartment. That requires the man to get a better job, because they cannot just dream of moving to a better apartment without a better job, or maybe having some side business along with it to make more money. Then when kids started growing up, they start talking about sending their children to school. And if you want to send your children to school in present-day Nigeria, you want to send your children to private school, it requires money. It's not that by rock or by stone. And if you Oh, you as the husband, you are not providing that kind of support for the family. And your wife is not also making enough money to help to cushion the effect, then you're in trouble. That means for a man, you have to
in life in general,
Let
if you
me
don't have money,
finish in 10 seconds. For a man, you have to provide money for education for your children. You have to provide money to put food on the table. You have to provide money in Nigeria to move to a better environment. 3, you have to provide money for all those occasions they always say do in Nigeria, where you have to buy asho for Christmas, for Ileya, for so many things. You, as the man, you also have to provide money for your in-law to come and pay you. This is once in a while. Are you going to be throwing your hand? They come to you, nothing that put on the table for them. So many things that money play a big role. So if you don't have all these, then it's a big trouble.
Okay, fine. I get it. But Remy, you're doing strong man argument here.
And your wife will give you more trouble. You should be the first person to say, why do I marry this kind of useless man?
Fine. Okay, fine. I get your point. Now you're doing strong man argument here. Everybody know that without money in life, you're in trouble. Even whether you're married or not married. If you're not without money, you're in trouble. That's life. That's just life in general. We get that. Right? It has nothing to do with marriage. It just has to do with life. Right? If there's no money, you're in trouble because you won't have money to do all these things like you mentioned, pay school fees, do this, do that, do that. But what I'm telling you is, when you now have money to cover the basic needs and other things where you are not in trouble, we are talking a scenario where you have money, but you have enough money where you are okay, and then you are responsible, right? But now, the argument is now that you have enough to cover the basic need, focusing on now who now make more or who has more, who should be doing what, who's easy. That's the argument we're making here. And I'm saying it shouldn't matter anymore. It should not matter. You understand?
And I am telling you, it matters because in the short run, it does not matter. In the long run, it's a big trouble.
What matter? What are you talking about?
I will tell you what matters. In the long run, the woman still provide like 70% of the chunk of the money for the family usage. And you, the man, you are still continuing to do that your low-level job. That woman will kick you out.
I don't think so. If okay. I don't, not me. I've been in a relationship. I'm telling you that I've been in a relationship. I've been in a relationship with a woman that literally most of my relationship with the woman was making more than me.
Is it husband and wife?
Hold on.
Husband and wife or boyfriend and clarify it.
Even my wife is making more than me, way more than me. But we don't even. It's not even a discussion. We don't even talk about it. And she doesn't. I don't go after her money. We don't discuss money. That's the thing because we together for different, more important reasons. We don't even think about. I don't even look into our bank. We don't do that. We don't have money problem. You understand? So we got together not because of money issue. We already by the time we're together, I shared apartment, I have my place. We both were financially good for ourselves. We didn't have to. We only buy each other gift. So what I'm telling you is that. What I'm saying is when people find each other and they're getting married for the purpose of building legacy and just raising family and doing things, they don't think about money is the last thing to think about. Why the heck? Unless they're broke. Wait. Unless we are unless you are both broke asses that are desperate, that's when you start acting desperate because of money. But if you have two people that are already financially settle yourself, you're doing good for yourself. You don't need each other's money. By the time you get married, you're not going to be goddamn ego talking about who make more money and who gives a shit, man. I don't understand people do all this money talk, man. Come on, there's more for life than money. I don't fight over money with people anymore.
Okay, when you said money, why do you think money, in fact, answered everything? Okay, why did they normally say, okay, if there is a divorce, that you should pay alimony? When you are discarding money as an issue, there is it doesn't take any preference. You understand? Do you at your level, you
when they say alimony, they look at the alimony war. Well, it's the court system, the judicial system that decide all those kind of things. Like, okay, you guys are splitting and things and that. Oh,
when you look at marriage, Mike, there is no marriage without money. I hope you agree with me.
There's no life without money. It's not only marriage, life.
So there's no life without money. So why are you not saying that? Let me tell you, a woman, if you don't know, if you let me tell you, don't deceive yourself. Don't deceive
I'm
yourself.
not deceiving myself.
No woman will ever marry you if they don't think that you can provide financial security for them. Even if that man, if that woman is rich, if that one is rich, let me tell you, a woman will always value whatever they are getting from their man. A rich woman will not go for a wretched man. Will not go for a poor man.
We get that.
You understand? So what is your point now? That you said money is not actually the factor, one of the factors you consider in marriage.
Remember, I mentioned something. Nobody wants a liability, right? So of course, a rich woman will go for a wretched man because a wretched man has absolutely, he can't take care of himself. He has nothing for himself. So she knows that, okay, I will be the one taking care of this guy. He literally provides everything for him. So it's a liability. But you can't tell me that a rich woman will not go for a man that has his own, that doesn't need her money for him to be okay, to take care of himself.
So, Mike,
only a foolish rich woman, only a foolish rich woman will say, because I'm rich, I found this quality man in terms of character, in terms of intelligence, in terms of every attribute, and also he's financially okay with himself to take care of his priorities and everything. And we say, I don't want him because he doesn't have money as me. Only a foolish woman will do that. I'm just telling you.
Okay. Well, one thing I know about marriage, the first thing is security. And when you look at, when you break down the security very well, it turns out to be financial. It's about money. Because it's that money that will make that couple live a better life. Give the necessary happiness in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of all basic things or all good things of life to their children. Without that financial support, that family or that couple will find themselves in crisis. Even if they want to marry one another, it will lead to a stage where the woman will say, enough is enough. I cannot bear it no more. So we are now talking about, okay, fine. At that particular moment, the woman is not looking at the love anymore because she loves you. That's why she put something down to make you get to let you.
Me even forget about love, Jerry. What is love? There's nothing like love.
That's the reason why the point I'm trying to make is this: the two mistakes people make is they are going to marry because of love and money, rather than because of actually building a legacy and the more important things about life: building society, building community, raising the quality. They are focusing on love and money, and that's the problem.
No. For example, you cannot tell me, Mike, that when you get married, you are in this same position before you get married. Your situation would have improved, maybe tenfold, maybe 20-fold. You know it by yourself. You know where you start from. Everybody know where they start from, and they know where they are today. So if you have a couple, a spouse that understands you, that supports you, whether as a husband or as a wife, you guys can grow together. But if you have somebody that is not serious, whether as your wife or husband, then you find yourself at the low level. And if things continue to go that way, at the end of the day,
I need to answer this question. I need to answer this more. Some people don't have sense. How do you build legacy without money? Do you know what legacy is? When you raise quality children, you give them support. You understand? You are there for them. You guide them. That's you building legacy. I'll give you an example. Anybody that watches basketball, the Adetokunbo brothers. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Remy and Simba.
Adetokunbo, the one in Lagos.
No, in the NBA now basketball. I don't know if you watch basketball.
Okay, yes. I know him. That
exactly.
What are you?
The brother from Greece, or what's that name?
From Greece, yeah, Greece. Okay. The man and the woman, they were together with those kids in poverty in Greece. When those children tell you, I'm going by the story they gave, and they told how their parents were really focusing on raising them properly, raising them right, teaching them values, guiding them, that's how you
Baba,
build
why?
legacy.
The
Hold
parents
on,
are,
hold on.
they are giving them child support. Okay, so
You know, so they are what?
in Greece, they are giving them child support. They give them money. Earth is free. They give the parents
What are
money.
you talking about? What does that have to do with what I'm talking
It
about?
has to do with something. In Nigeria, they don't have that kind of
I'm
support.
responding to these guys' comments. See this, I like their comments. See this, I like their comment. That's what I'm responding to. I'm responding to this guy. He's saying, how do you build legacy without money? Building legacy.
And that's the same thing Remy is trying to explain to you now, that they wouldn't have survived in an environment where they didn't get child support. So that money was provided by the government for them to survive.
It's not money. Oh, you guys you're not focused to call the argument. Well, money means being rich or having big money. We're not talking about basic survival thing. Come on, man. That's not money, man. That's just survival, you know. But what I'm saying, the legacy, I'm focusing on the legacy that the parent built. The legacy is able to guide those kids and raise them properly. That's how you raise a legacy. Guide them and make them become successful. And how to make a children become successful is not necessarily how much you spend on them. It's how much guidance you give them. That's how you build legacy. And when you give them proper guidance, all the money you could have chased all your life, then you end up making it tenfold. And that's exactly what our story is. Because the parents focus on creating great legacy by raising quality children. Guess what? They didn't focus on money. At the end of the day, the amount of money the kids are making, there's no way those women would have, the husband and wife would have made that same amount of money if they really if they pay all their marriage was based on how much money you make, how much money, if their marriage was based on money, and they pay attention to their children. You understand? They focus on their children and allow those children to become street dogs, because most of those kids in Europe, they become gangsters, they go to jail, they go to prison. You understand? But the parents pay more attention that legacy is to raise quality children, raise the next generation. And guess what? The children are making hundreds of millions of dollars today. That's building great legacy. The parent didn't need money, wealth to create that legacy. You understand? So that's the answer to your question.
Can I come in here? First and foremost, the environment in which those kids they grew up have opportunity for them. Just opposite to the environment in Nigeria. The environment helped them. The parents, we also commend them, and I think they also work hard. But let's say those parents you are talking about now, they are poor and they live in an environment like Nigeria. The chances of those kids becoming that.
No, you are shifting it to Nigeria.
No, we have to say that. We have to say the truth. The environment is good enough. The guys have talent, and then the parents also guide them, and the state also come to help them. They give the probably they give them council flat free of
Let me
charge.
answer this guy, man. Hey, Tommy, if that didn't answer your question, then you need to go back to school, man, because you're as dull as.
So you try your best. I know what you are trying to say, that at least the parents were there for them and they guide their children. And today they are household name in basketball.
Your children are your legacy now. How your children turn out is not your legacy. If your children turn out to be armed robbers and kidnappers and gangsters and all in prison, what the heck? What's your legacy then? Is it the little change you made in your bank account as your legacy? Is it not how your children turn out as your legacy? Is that not why you get married? To raise the next generation? What the heck, man? What are people talking about here? If you are focused on your wife, and that's a mistake many people, they get married, they focus on their wife and your husband bank account. I'd rather marry a woman that can help me raise my children to become great than a woman that just being money and talking about showing flashing money and what the heck, man, offering sex, only sex and money. No, I won't do. If you are married, I'm marrying you because I want to raise the next generation. You understand? And that's how we should all be thinking. How we can raise the quality next generation. We are not thinking like that. We are more focused on the person you are married to, how the person didn't do this, didn't bring this money, and he didn't bring money home. If that woman that raised those boys now, if she had focused, maybe when the man was broke at one point, she just left him and she became a single mom. And those boys, she couldn't guide them well. You know, boys now, teenage boys, now they run into drugs. They start doing crazy things because father is not at home. She left the man because he was broke at one point. Now those boys, let's say Giannis now started doing drugs at the teenagers, would he end up in the NBA? Hell no. He would have messed his life, or he'll be in prison or things like that. But what's more important is the two parents understand that we have 4 boys to raise in this country. Let's focus on raising them. Put all these minor things about how much money we brought today. I'm broke today, I'm broke tomorrow. Let's put them, let's make that secondary. Let's focus on the kids we are raising here. And that's what the two parents did, and look where they are today. All that was is money. Look how much Giannis is making now. The parent could not, there's no way they would have made that money in their lifetime. You guys had $300 million contract. That's what you have to look beyond your nose instead of that's what I tell people when you're married. If you choose to get married, put all these petty things aside. This money thing. Focus on the legacy. Focus on, this may be bad now. In the future, it may be better. Don't just stop fighting over money now. Jude, are you there? I mean, Jude just came here to the guy. This is the first time Jude ever called ever come into a platform. He didn't talk. This Cameroonian Bob Bia's nephew. But I hope I make sense, yeah.
Yes, Mike, you make sense, man. Forget about these guys on the panel.
Yeah, I hear that conversation a lot. Like,
Jude, you are giving solidarity to your friend, eh? Is that why you are saying you should forget about it?
You guys, I mean, settings have changed, man. You guys are mistaken between Africa and the United States and other countries. I mean, now guys take care of their kids at home. Women, I mean, if your wife is making more money and they are able to take care of, basic necessities. I mean, just paying a nanny here in America is a lot of money. So why spend money on a nanny when you could actually be the man and take care of your own kids?
When the men are turned to women, so you men are turned to women, so you can't take your responsibility again. You are giving it to a woman.
There's nothing as a responsibility.
Ego thing. Yeah, that's something we will not do.
Why can't you get it? So now you can even get pregnant now, so because you don't have time. So you have more time. You can get pregnant
Jude, you see what the problem is? Like, there are some things like in Africa where some people will not do, not because it takes so much effort to do it or it's just difficult to do, but they will not do it because of ego. Like, I'm a man, I'm not supposed to do this. I'm like, well, what is wrong with doing that? Does it hurt to do that? Does it take breath out of your life? Does it take anything from you to do this thing? They just say, I won't do it because of my culture. I'm not supposed to do it. I'm like, dude, why are you letting culture limit your, come on.
Mike, even this marriage stuff that they say, oh, a woman has to get married and they will talk. Look, man, things have changed. Marriage is becoming obsolete. Marriage is becoming obsolete. It's not a criteria for being successful, It's not a criteria to measure. I'm not, but I have a girl. But it's not a criteria to say, oh, if a woman is not successful, it means she is not married. You cannot use that because you don't. Come on, man.
You guys are confusing you are shifting the goalpost here. We initially started from a woman that have a better paying job and the man does not have. And we are talking about if the man can stay at home and take care of
No, I know that, but before you guys were talking about, oh, women have to get married, oh, they mingle around with guys that are married because they don't want to be. That's why I'm just going all over the place. But
what is wrong with you, Judy? So why are you saying what is wrong with you? Are you drunk or what? So you are saying marriage is not important? That marriage is obsolete.
I didn't say it's not important. I said marriage is becoming obsolete. What Africans
why should marriage become obsolete? Why should?
It's becoming let me finish. It's becoming obsolete in the sense that a man and a woman don't have to sit down for how many years, their entire life, to raise kids up. Come on.
You can start having different kids, eh? You can start having different kids around, eh? You want to love around. Want to love around. So we have turned to you. So you are equating human being to animal now, eh? So I can have so many multiple partners.
I
Alan.
only hear this kind of discussion from Africans, especially Africans with that kind of
But
mentality.
don't use Africa to forget about it. If you want, don't give when there are certain things that are good about Africa. Don't always say that mentality. Marriage is good. We have that one is good. Things are working. Is this the kind of chaos and the rampant that is happening in the world? Is that what
I
you
mean,
like?
you guys cannot
The way
even
we
let
are
me
behaving
talk,
now, is that
man.
the best
I don't
way?
think
If you are
I
raised,
don't
let me
think
tell
you
you,
guys.
Jude, let me ask you. If you are raised by a single mother, do you think you will be the way you are? Why are you preaching
Of
something
course.
that is not good?
No, you are the one that is actually making a point that I mean, I know people that way. Obama was raised by a single parent. Or how did Obama become president? Come on, man. You cannot say single raised by a single parent means you are not gonna be so. That's an African mentality which doesn't hold any water.
Okay, Jude,
Come on, man.
a quick
A
question for
responsible
Jude and
single
Mike.
mother can raise
Jude
a
and Mike,
quality
I
child.
want to ask you a good question because what you are telling us here is that we live in a free world and women are free to sleep with whoever they like and they're also free to have children to whoever they like. So
Exactly.
No, my question to you now is this, and I want you to answer with all sincerity and honesty. Would you date a woman that have 4 children for 4 different men?
Some men
There's
would.
there's nothing wrong with it.
I asked Jude now, will you date a woman that have 4 children for 4
Maybe not
different
Judy, but someone else will.
Mike can also answer.
Simba, I know guys that are dating women with 5 kids. People are dating Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian, how many kids he got with Kanye?
Answer the question now. Can you do that?
I mean, if it comes down to that's the only choice, and then we have.
You see yourself now. You are putting condition to it. So you are telling us that women is just a piece of clothes to be used and
it's not a piece of cloth, but what I'm saying is just because it's not good for you doesn't mean it's not. Oh, Simba, you also have to allow other people to talk. You guys have been talking now. Just because things are not the way you see it doesn't mean people should see it the same way. Come on, man. You cannot dictate your culture on somebody else. I mean, me just living Africa and living in America. There are a lot of things that I as an African cannot do anymore. Because I believe that what we actually do in Africa is barbaric and of not good standards. That's just me. You know, I believe that it's not a women role to come and cook, do this, do that. No, I don't believe in that anymore.
Simple question. You give us a long story.
I mean, okay, the simple question is, I wouldn't date a woman that has 4 children, but I would date a woman that has 2, and even get married to a woman that has 2 children.
You would date a woman with 4 children that have a lot of money. You would date her.
Yeah, I would date a woman that has 4 children.
This Jude is a lazy man. He's a lazy man. He's
I mean, what is wrong being? What is lazy? Like when you say lazy man, is it a role for a man to be? Wait, did they tell you that it was the role of a man to be hardworking and work for the fact? Is that what your African parents told you?
Yes, so
okay. But here in America, it's not, or in other world, it's not like that. I mean,
you're looking for a rich woman and you just on the couch and watch
no.
and go and argue on one-man show. Lazy man. Come on, you have to say the truth here. Even your girl that you said you have a girl, are you saying that if you guys go on dating, she's the one paying for all your bills all this while? She's the one taking care of
okay. Now let me come to that. Let me come to that financial aspect. I'm not actually dating an African woman because these are 2 different women. I'm actually dating a white American. Now, when it comes to let me finish. Now, when it comes to dating an African woman, they depend more on their men to do this. Oh, I'm taking you to the restaurant. Oh, okay, I'm gonna be the one to pay. No, but when it comes to dating American women, this is the thing. When you take them to the restaurant, if care is not taken, they pay for their own meal and you pay for your own. It's not that they don't like you. Let me finish now. If care is not taken, they pay for their own meal while you pay for your own. It's not that they don't like you. They like you, but they also know that they can also take care of themselves. You are not the one spending on them.
You know, so they don't. There's that that dependability is not
let me even add to
something
it.
that they are used to it. You know what I'm saying?
Jude, Remy, hold on. Let me ask what Jude say. Do you know that in America here, if you think I'm like, go and watch Judge Judy and all these shows, you will see that if your girlfriend comes to live with you, right, for some month and she didn't pay rent, you know you can take her to court after you break up and tell the judge that she stay with you for 3 months and she didn't pay rent and you want her to pay
Exactly,
rent.
and that money can be cut off.
You make her
And you guys,
you make her pay half of it.
That is the culture over there. You cannot impose the culture over there on the rest of the world.
And that's what I'm saying. So you cannot be also using your African culture to say, oh, it has to be this is right. No, just because your culture doesn't make it right. You know,
I think at the end of
You can't say it's even a culture. It was even the American you're talking about. Some decades ago, they were just like the African. The woman don't do anything, the men work. But what happened is, as we begin to advance technologically, where things is changing, the dynamic of the workforce, women are going into the workforce and they are earning and they are using their brain to work, they are getting educated. We have to, evolve with time. We have to, adapt to the new time.
my Africans are stagnant. They stay on the same
they're so
spot, just
stagnant,
thinking
man.
that when
And
things change, yeah. You know,
And
things
they are
doesn't
blaming
change.
the advancement. They want to enjoy the advancement. They all enjoy the technology, but they don't
from
want to move.
from what I've known, almost Africa is not stagnant. There is still development in Africa. Maybe compared to the rest of Western world.
No, I'm talking about culturalistic stagnant. Like, okay, this is how we are done. Oh, the man has to go out and work.
Why do you
Oh, the
think,
woman has to stay home and do this.
Jude, why do you think,
That's what I'm saying.
Jude, why do you think the one that you are practicing there is the best? The one that you are
No,
trying to explain to, why do you think is the best?
okay. Why do I think
There's
it's the
no
best?
best,
It's the
man.
best
It's
because
just have
let
to
me
adopt it.
explain. It's the best because when the man is not there tomorrow, the woman can actually work and take care of the children. But in Africa, when the man is not there tomorrow, the woman that is not working cannot take care of the children. It's now left for the man's family to take care, which actually makes no sense.
And the
That's
children
what I'm
will
saying.
slaves in the family.
You are lying.
Exactly.
If you marry to a white or black
That's true now.
and you have children, you will be paying support money for that child all throughout your life until the guy becomes 17 or 18.
But what are you talking about? I'm not saying Simba was asking me how do I believe that system that I'm in is the best. That's what I'm telling you, that because since the woman is working, the man is working. When the man is not there tomorrow, the woman can actually take care of the children. Not like in Africa where the woman has to stay home, take care of the kids, and the man is not there tomorrow. The woman has to suffer with the children.
That is a lie. Most women in Africa, especially in Nigeria, they don't stay at home. They still work also. They also work. Mike, you gave a very good example of that people that have first son in Greece. Don't you think it's because of that African mentality, the culture that the parents brought from Nigeria to where they stay? They are able to guide their children, protect them so that they can become somebody in future. Let's say they also follow the system that you guys are talking about today. And if they let those kids, give them free hand, do whatever you want, they will not become that superstar you are talking about today. So,
what exactly are you trying to say, Remy?
What I'm trying to say is that the culture and the way of life of Africa, like you guide and you protect your children to become somebody in future. Help those families in Greece.
But that's not African culture. That's universal culture now.
No.
It's the role of everyone. Nobody wants to protect their children. Why are you trying to make it an African thing?
That is not universal culture. The culture in Africa is that
to protect your children.
Listen. Let me ask you a very good question before I continue. In Nigeria, you spend all your money to train your children up to university level. In the so-called Western world, the education is free from zero to even university in some countries. You don't need to pay a dime. In America, when your kid is 17, want to go to college, they go for loan. That's what they want to introduce in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the parents
actually in America, some people send their children to private school. So
how many percentage send their children to
what do you mean how many? Do you know the population of America? How you
Do
say
you know
how
the
many? Not
do you
everybody
know
go
the
to public
population
school.
of
And in Africa, when government subsidize the education, also sometimes it's free in some places. So don't try to make it look like
no,
it's
no, no,
only in
no, no.
Africa that
So,
we pay for them.
let's because I am in Nigeria, so I will use Nigeria as an example.
How much do
In
you even
Nigeria,
pay for
And
school in Nigeria?
you can't call that an African culture. It's a global thing. Parents that love their children with
it's
willing
not
to.
a totally global.
It's a global thing to raise your children. Don't make it an
If
African
if
thing.
you look at the culture of the Western world, they give their children more freedom to choose the way of life they want to live. But for most culture from Africa, you can guide your child to become a doctor or accountant or a lawyer. But if your son or daughter say in America or something like that,
But it's not all African that's doing that, man. There are some
Remy,
Africans
what
that
the
don't
hell
do
you
the
talking
education.
about? In
You spoke
America, you
about the
guide your
northern
children
Nigeria, not
up to the
Igbo.
age of 17.
Remy, what are you talking here now? You spoke about the northern
you
Nigeria now.
guys, you are not being objective. You are not being
You
objective.
you trying to attribute people sending children to school as African thing, as if all Africans are sending all their children to school.
No,
That's
I
what,
am just
come on
trying
now.
to tell you. I'm trying to tell you that the culture, the way their parents grew up in Nigeria, helped those kids in Greece to become somebody today. It
Remy,
helped
let
them.
me ask you a question.
A lot of
Remy, let
white
me ask you a question. Why is education in Africa? Do you know that many people drop out of education in Africa than in foreign countries? Why?
It's possible because it may be because of money, or maybe because of the economy of the parent is not good enough, and any other reason can adjust to that. But at the same time, we can also say there's an increase in enrollment in African children going to school over the last decade. So you cannot say it's declining. It has been improving.
You guys, I'm at work now, so I'm going. Bye bye. Have a
So you
nice day.
cannot conclude totally that we have out of school. It has been increasing for a while now. What I'm just trying to say is this. For me, I know Western have their own culture. Africa have their own culture. For you as a parent, if you find yourself in the diaspora, you must know how to bring both of them to a balance that will help your family. You cannot tell me one culture supersedes more than the other one. Maybe what is in your Western world is better in America for those people living in America. But for people living in Africa, maybe what they think their culture is also better for them. The result at the end of the day matters more. The only thing you can say that maybe the Western world have an advantage more than Africa is because things are organized and more basic things of life is easily get done. And you guys we have to pay for it. We are in Africa, we don't have that luxury. But things are also improving in Africa too. It's not like before. It's not like 20 years ago. It's the same Africa of 20 years ago. The awareness that Africans have now, they don't have it 20 or 30 years ago. But now they do have, and things are changing. It might be slow, but I think there's a lot of things that are changing in that continent too. Let be factual. You cannot just be looking at Africa as still that old 40 or 50 years ago. No. Things have changed. So
Yeah, look, man, all these talking about how the man, has no right to stay home, needs to go out and work. Come on, I mean, there are reversals of roles. If these are things that can build a successful home, why not? Why can man not stay at home? Like, I mean, take care of the kids, instead of spending more money on nanny and all. The man can actually do it. So in America,
to
yes,
me, I don't subscribe to that. I believe that if both of them put themselves out there working, they can have more income, and this one will solve their problem.
With me, yeah, they can do that. But take for instance, right, like Mike was saying, a family, they have 4 kids, and in that 4 kids, if both of them are working, it means that both of them will not actually have time for their kids, and paying a nanny in that setting is, I mean, sometimes nanny even treats your kid more badly than your own parents.
Exactly.
That's why.
You should also remember that if you have 4 kids,
because of ego, they will not let the action. They prefer a nanny to be on than a father because of
Come on.
The age bracket is still under 5. I think that is why the beauty of African culture setting like that. Because in Africa, even if you have 4 kids and then the age bracket is not the same thing, your community can help you to help you take care of your child. Your mother-in-law can come and help you take care of your child. But in the diaspora setting, you don't have that luxury. And the law does not. The law does not. The law does
you ever
not.
notice one thing, like when you come to America, you see how like fathers always like hang out with their son, and you know, like
Exactly.
like chatting with them, like even playing
Even at
kickball with
the
them,
age
things
of
like that.
13, his son is he's already telling his parent how his girlfriend, he's dating this guy at the age of 13. I mean, it's
No,
common.
no,
And
that
the
one I don't
global
agree with
world,
that part. That part, no, I'm just saying like I see like in Africa, our father, your father don't want to shake around. It's like you always when it's around, you start shaking. You don't even want to like you just want you to be afraid of him all the time. It's just like he never show you that affection. You know what I'm saying now? It's so common in
of
Africa.
course.
Where the father will never show the son the affection. But in America, like, when you see with like those fathers how they show affection to their son, I'm like,
Take
man,
them
that's
to
what.
the park, take them to the park museum, see them
Yeah,
walking around,
I always wish I had that experience with my pops, man. Like I wish I have no good childhood, man. But in Africa, your father just want, the only time he talks to you, he wants to knock you in the head, Like he just
especially
always
when
mean.
especially when you fail exam, man. That's crazy.
The only time your father wants to talk to you is when he wants to beat you. Like Africa, man, something we need to work on, man. I'm not saying don't be strict, but at least be cool with your son, man. I mean, get close and although, yeah, I mean, the young dads in Africa these days, they begin to do it differently. But I just noticed that culture. Like I see some African men still do it. Even some of them make that mistake when they come here, they do it here. I'm like, dude, these kids when you grow, they won't be visiting you because they won't have any bond with you at all.
Yep.
Then they be
Yeah, but
complaining when they go to visit their mom, they don't visit their dad.
that's the world we live in, man. That's why I tell you most of the time. That's why you see most guys, like especially Africans, like the ones that came here young. That mentality of African this is changing, man. Because I mean, it's a global world. You kind of like were you living in an archaic life? I mean, like if we, actually
I
living
think
in.
you guys, you continue to get it wrong. And I will tell you why you are getting it wrong. We live in a modern world. What you are saying is not the Africa of 40 or 50 years ago. I bet most Africans now, even in Nigeria, they don't beat their children like before. Especially in the major big cities, they don't beat their children like before. They even strive hard to send them to good schools like private schools so that they can become somebody important in future. Before, how many percentage of Nigerian pass WAEC or JAM easily? But now you can see more than 50 or 60% can pass WAEC or JAM and go to higher institution. But before it was so difficult. So, but when you now juxtapose it to the American culture, they have their own system of education and they have their own system of their freedom for their children. But at the same time, if you look at both sides, it has both pros and cons. The cons that if you look at the American system now, where they give all freedom to their children to choose whatever they want to do, and the state supports them very well. So you have to look at everything very deeply. Not that just you are just look at it from for example, you, Mike, or this guy, if you get married, Judah, if you get married in future, even if your kid is doing something, you cannot touch him. Your kid can just call the police on you and then send you back to Cameroon easily like that. But in the African culture, your family can come in and talk to the boy. It's your father. No, and they also talk, don't beat this is a different culture. You cannot beat your kid here. You cannot even abuse him. You cannot even do this, do that. Or so many rules you cannot do. But when you live in the African setting, you are not the only one taking care of the child. The community is also helping you to take care of your child by talking to him, trying to guide him and protect him for you, even when you are not around. The so-called developed country we have, can you leave your kid in the street to play football? You are afraid that he will be kidnapped. In the
But why will you live here? I mean, there are parks where you go and register.
But in Africa, especially in the local community, everybody you can just go and play with the neighborhood. Nobody is taking you away.
But I don't see that as a good system anyway.
Is that the two cultures have both advantages and disadvantages. No one supersedes each other. If you find yourself in Africa, follow their own rules and regulations.
I wanted to ask you about the system of education in Africa. Or why do we put a lot of barriers when it comes to education, like from, I mean, like all these exams that you guys write, JAM, WAEC. I mean, in United
Because
States,
the
there's
barrier,
a
that is
policy.
the standard there. Not everybody will go to university. You have an option. When you write a JAM, if you get a lower score, you can go to College of Education, or you can go to Polytechnic, or you can go to university. It's to put a standard.
But that is useless to me, because I mean,
Why should you say that is useless? You cannot say
it's
that. So
it's useless because
how do you promote merit then? How do you
that's what I'm
promote
saying.
merit?
Okay, in America, they have a policy of no child left behind, in such a way that you don't repeat the class in America all the way to college. So even in their high school, they don't write these global exams that you guys write. Maybe they might write maybe those, I mean, those who dropped out for some reason write GED, and then a high school
How do they get to this university? They have to write an examination to get to this.
no. I live here. They don't write no exams.
How do they
You get to the university when you have validated all your high school papers, all your high school courses. That's when you get to the university.
So
You don't write
why are some kids go to famous university like Stanford, all those big ones, and why they cannot get into
okay, some kid go to it's not that they go to famous. You can go to famous if you want to, if you have the money to actually go to. Another thing is let me finish now. Some kid also go there because of scholarship. Maybe they were good in sport, and they get scholarships into these colleges. Now some kids also go there based on their performances, on their high school transcript. You know, their transcript,
So
their transcript.
that is exactly the standard I'm talking about.
But they don't write no exam. Their transcript is your performance. How are you doing in sport? How are you doing in this? How are you doing in that? You don't sit down in an exam and then you fail, you come back and repeat. You repeat an exam for 5 years before, if you pass, you go to the university. It actually makes no sense, you know.
No, I think you are wrong here. This famous university are picking those one with high merit that they have good results in their in their transcript. Why? Yeah. So that means there's a standard already.
But the other ones that do not also go to university, it's not that they repeat and they have to come back the next year, write for another exam.
Calm down. In America, I know they also have a lot of vocational college where you can go and learn skills. And then what they do in these developed countries, that if you go to vocational college and you learn skill, then the income per hour you get is very good. So it encourages a lot of people to go to this kind of school also. So, and when you go to university, if you go to famous one, because as I know, America is a capitalist society. So if you go to all these famous university, you have a chance to also work in a top establishment.
My point is, why should children write exams and then repeat, come back, write? I mean, if they don't pass for over 5 years, they are writing exams to get into.
In Nigeria, I think for the last decade, I don't see people repeating classes like before, except you are extremely, very, very terrible. Most times,
and then another point is, if you get into the university, you cannot study what you want to study. Okay, this is the thing, right? Like you were talking about the Ivy League schools in America. If I don't perform well in high school, but guess what? If I go to university, right, I can choose to major in medicine. Even if I was performing poorly in high school, I can choose to major in pharmacies. I can choose to major in any stuff that I want to major in.
The question I will now ask is that even if you choose to study medicine, will Stanford or all those big universities, would they pick you if your chances is terrible, it's poor? Would they pick you?
No, but there are a lot of universities. You don't have to go to Stanford or
they won't pick you. And when you go to less known university, that the chance of you getting a better job is also slim.
No. The chances are not slim, because once you get out of it, you write an exam, which the exam is a general exam for any person that went to med school.
So we are saying the same thing here. Nigeria have a standard. Before you go to university, you write this standard examination. You are saying that when you finish as a medical doctor,
once you finish your stuff,
listen, They just shift it. When you, like I know here also, when you finish, you also write some qualifying exam to get the license.
Exactly. But why not do that system though?
Come on, some people, they might write the exam for a long time, they might not pass it, and that they have to look for that to do. So what we are saying here is that the standard, or the way they control the standard might be different, but it's still the same end result. That's what we are talking here.
Yeah, but it's the same end result. But this is the thing. I mean, why allow people to write for an entrance exam for almost how many years?
No,
By the time they get to university, they are almost like
that tells you why they would prefer a Nigerian doctor practicing in America than a white doctor practicing in America. So you see the difference now.
Where who would prefer? Where?
Is it a child's play that most Nigerians that are qualified medical doctors, they're all over the world practicing what they learn in Nigeria? Is it not true?
I mean, no, you say prefer. Who we prefer? That's what I'm asking you. Who we prefer?
Most people in America, they'll prefer them.
No.
Mike can also do something. Mike, you see, Judith, listen very well. Just give me 1 minute. Look at how many medical practitioners, whether doctors or nurses, they are taken from Africa to the Western world to come and help them. If Nigerian university is not good enough, if our medical doctors are not good enough, why are they going and excelling in all those developed countries? Ask yourself that question. Because they were well trained in Nigeria. Although you might say, okay, our university is not as beautiful, we don't have a lot of medical equipment like them. But these people, they continue to excel wherever they find themselves. So
Remy, let me tell you, a medical doctor in Nigeria does not just come to United States and become a
how come
medical.
they pass their qualifying examination easily and then they get themselves into the system as quickly as possible?
Yeah, you're right. But you say they prefer. Remy, to say Americans prefer, that's not it. I mean, you have a lot of Indians medical doctors here in America. You have a lot of Chinese. You have a lot of white people. You have a lot of Africans. That's
for those ones that they have been excelling in all different kind of positions, they have been doing wonderful. We hear more about Nigerians there. Why are they better than the rest? Why are they doing?
They are not better. The fact is, let me give you a point. The fact is, becoming a medical doctor in United States, the process is monotonous. It can take you it can take you from 8 to over 9 years, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe
Nigeria
10.
is also the same thing in Nigeria, almost 7 years also. So what are you saying?
No, Nigeria is different, you know. And
What do you mean
another
it's
thing
different?
about, let me finish now. Let me finish. Another thing in America, becoming a medical doctor, if you don't have money, there are a lot of loans that you take to actually become a medical doctor. But in Nigeria, you could actually pay medical. I mean, becoming a medical doctor in Nigeria, you can actually pay out of your own pocket. It doesn't cost that much. So that is the thing. That's why you see medical doctors are, not reducing, but not a lot of people are becoming medical doctors because they mostly go into pharmacies where it is shorter and they don't spend more money than going into medical doctor, which is more expensive and stuff. But in Africa, medical doctors it's not expensive. It's not. So many people go there and become medical doctors. That's why they don't pay well. They tend not to move into other countries where they could actually, excel their qualities and profession. But the problem that I have is the system of education. I believe that our system of education is not actually a good system. It's not actually a good system. The system is robbing us very poorly. It's making us in such a way where they term you because they look at you and say you did not do well in high school. Oh, you cannot be a medical doctor, you cannot be a pilot, you cannot be this. But I know a lot of Africans that studied technical education in Africa, and they came to United States and became medical doctors because the universities gave them room to excel. And in Africa, we don't have that. You have people that are actually studying things that they did not actually, like. They did not actually want to do. you know. But in America, as a carpenter in Africa, you could excel in medical doctor. You can be what you want to be, and that's what makes the system different compared to Africa. That's why I wish that educational system in Africa needs to be clean out. You know, allow a system of no children left behind. You know, all the way up to university. You know, yeah, that's just me, man. And yeah, Remy, are you there or you left? Oh, Remy left. He's probably taking care of what is it? What country are you in again, Remy? Are you in Saudi Arabia? Mike, what happened to you guys' program, man? By 6 hours, everything is shut down. You guys used to go all the way to 10, 11, to 11 hours. More. Oh man, your system does not make you doing great, man. The system in Africa needs to change. That system is making less people do great in Africa and making the most hardworking guys not doing well. That is what is happening in Africa. If that system changed, a lot of people will prosper. You know, you cannot just take a child that is performing poorly in high school and say, okay, since he's performing poorly, he cannot be this in university. He cannot study medicine. That system makes no sense. You know, it makes no sense. You also have to give people opportunity because you cannot compare their reasoning faculty in high school to when they go to university. You know, over here in America, you could change your major from an art student or from a history major to a pre-medicine major or to a pre-pharmacist. It all depends on you, you know. So the reason why Africans are medical doctors, they go up is because of the payment. You know, maybe with 200,000 naira, you could become a medical doctor in your whole 7 years. In America, it takes you over close to 100,000 US dollars, if I'm not mistaken, probably more than that. You know, to be a medical doctor in United States, you know, maybe close to $1 million, maybe lesser than that. You know, so people will not want to be a medical doctor. I mean, spending all that amount of money. So see this guy like Nigeria. Say, what is actually wrong with now? Let me be on this panel. I see everybody else, but what is wrong with this Nigeria stuff, man? Look, Africa is crumbling. I was just watching on news. It says Nigeria is not the biggest economy in Africa anymore. They are probably number 5 on the chart on the list. It seems like Kenya, South Africa, and other African countries are now topping Nigeria. I'm like, wow. So Nigeria is not a giant as we think, because when it comes to the only giant that Nigeria might be is probably a giant in population. But when it comes to economy, Nigeria is no more the biggest economy. Even in landmass, Nigeria does not have a bigger landmass in Africa as well. So if care is not taken, man, you know, a lot of things.
So
You
what are you
know,
talking about there? When Lagos economy is even bigger than that of Kenya, so Kenya economy is bigger than Nigeria. Come on.
oh, I mean, you haven't seen the new chart. Okay, maybe you are talking out of just being in your ego, but a new chart has come out in this 2024 where they say Nigerian economy has regressed. You know, they have regressed, even Egypt, due to the inflation. And maybe they are number 5 now in Africa. Kenya is topping Nigeria. South Africa is topping Nigeria, and other African countries as well. So I'm like, wow. And this is actually getting fun because, you know, we are back in the days. You have countries like Nigeria that are on top of Africa economy, but now there's this competition, which is good, which is a good thing. You know, you might start having smaller countries, you know, topping the chart, and that's good. You know, it's like in Europe where you have Germany topping the chart, maybe France, maybe United Kingdom, maybe Austria and stuff like that.
Okay.
So
Yeah, man. Okay, man.
uh,
Send it directly. Yeah, phone me with that, but man. It's my children, I'm about.
this guy, man, Mike, what the heck are
Okay.
you talking about?
Yeah, phone me with that. We have to my children, I'm about company. I'm gonna check your house. Yo. What's that? You make phone here? Come on, she phone here. But yeah, man. Send it directly so I can't pay it there because you don't charge any problem. All right.
Wait, Mike, mute, man. Are you talking to us or you are?
Yeah, phone me with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking on yourself, man. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I'm actually catching fun with it. I mean, I love when other countries like Kenya is topping the chart. That's a good thing. So Nigeria does not have to talk about the biggest economy anymore, you know. And I also,
What is the source of your information?
I mean, go online. I mean, I think me and Mike were talking about that stuff the other day, and other people on an African panel. And I also Kaizo was also talking about it. They came up with the chart. I saw it on Kaizo pull out the chart, the 2024 International Monetary Fund gave the statistics about a lot of countries. Egypt facing inflation, Nigeria and other big economies in Africa have topped the chart. Kenya, South Africa, and other countries, Angola as well. I was like, wow, that's a good thing, man. That's a good thing, you know. So I mean, it might not be a good thing for Nigeria, but I like
I
the
want you to
competition.
reason very well. Lagos economy is better than of Kenya. And just for a little while, you are not telling me Kenya economy is better than the whole of Nigeria. Just you reason.
Remy, go on Google and type. Okay, let me do this. Let me check out that information and give it to you. You say Lagos economy and this Lagos economy. Let me see. Africa biggest economy. Africa biggest economy. I mean, biggest economy 2024. Yep, I think there was a. Yep, this is South Africa economy has become Africa's largest in 2024. Nigeria and Egypt fortunes have dimmed as they deal with high inflation and a plunge in their currencies. There you go. These are the lists. Let me see. And it's coming from World Economic Outlook, April 2024. Yep. So you can go and check out World Economic Outlook, International Monetary Fund, IMF. Yeah, Remy, are you there? You see, Nigeria.
Read the list. Read the list.
Let me see. Let me read the list so you can. Okay, it goes by April 2024 GDP. It's showing here South Africa, Kenya, Algeria, Angola, Nigeria, Egypt, and other countries. So I mean, it's not go and check it. I mean, it's just I don't know why you don't want to believe it. You think Nigeria, with all the problems they're having, you think they are still having the biggest economy. No, it's not. Even wow. Yeah, I mean Nigeria is really it's not crumbling, but things are the economy is really declining.
Nigeria economy is about to be $1 trillion economy in the next few years.
Oh Mike, come on, Mike, come on. Didn't you
Just
see the
watch.
list that Kaizo pull out about Nigeria economy has declined, where Kenya economy is now bigger than Nigerian economy?
Kenya economy can never be as big as Nigeria economy. You know what you're talking about.
In 2024, didn't you see the list? International money, IMF.
Okay.
Go online and type IMF the list Africa economy, or just type Africa biggest economy 2024. You know. So that Mike, but what is going on, man? I was just watching a list where people got man. Oh, let me not talk about Nigeria. It's just crazy, man. I wish that that Lagos Calabar highway should go operational, man. They should take it all the way to Calabar. It shouldn't just be a Lagos issue, because from the videos that I'm getting, it seems like that project might only end in Lagos, you know. And yeah, I wish that project goes all the way to Cross River. You know, it would be good. What is happening to you guys' channel, man? This channel used to go all the way to 11 hours. Everybody left before 2-3 hours, you know. Do they want Judy to come in and cause confusion? Then all of them are gonna come in. People like Enigma and all this, or Ganyu or whatever, you know. They come in and start saying, "Who is this guy talking on Nigerian stuff?"
You said?
Mike.
What did you say?
Huh?
I didn't hear you.
I was saying that you guys, this panel used to go all the way to like 11 hours, man, 12 hours. You know, all these guys. What happened that out of a sudden 4 or 5 hours, you guys are done completely? Do they want Judy to come in and kick the division? Then you start seeing them coming in. Who is this Cameroonian guy telling us about this and that? Oh, this. Mike, I'm actually surprised that in Nigeria you guys only have 3 tribes. I mean, in Cameroon we have dialects. We have a lot of dialects, but you guys have like major tribes in Nigeria. In Cameroon we don't have that major tribes like that. You know.
One tribe, the Yorubas are like 40 million, probably larger than the whole Cameroon.
Wow. I mean that's crazy,
the
man.
Igbos are about like 30 million, man.
Oh, are you telling me that the Yoruba has more population than the Igbo?
Yeah.
I thought it was vice versa. I thought Igbo are more populated than the Yorubas.
Nah.
Are you serious?
Yoruba land is way bigger now. You know the size of Yoruba land. Yoruba land is
the Yoruba land is way bigger. No, Oyo, Okun, and all these places. Yeah, but it's not about the landmass. It's about the population. I mean, you have come on. Nigeria landmass is small compared to South Africa, but Nigeria has a bigger population than South Africa. So a landmass does not determine the number of population you have. You know. I mean, but that's wow. But yeah, but I mean, I'm surprised how you can have a Yoruba people like, you know, speak the same language in Cameroon. Like, if you go to a bigger city like Douala, you wouldn't even. There is nowhere in the street where you hear people speak their local language, because no one understands it. You know, we live in a quarter where you move to the next village or the next town, it's a whole different dialect. You move to the next side, it's a whole different dialect. So it's only English or French.
You among the minority, the rest of the tribes like that. Even within Yoruba land, we have like different dialects. Well, we all speak main Yoruba though. Yoruba is like a big empire, but with different sub groups.
But I was talking to a Nigerian, right? Should Nigeria submit to Hausa tribe to form one unity language, or just for the benefit of forming one unity language? Like what Kenyan did, other tribes submitted and started speaking Swahili. You know, can Nigeria also do that instead of keeping 3 major linguistic or language? Why can't they submit to a bigger tribe like the Hausa and say, okay, the benefit of coming together and creating one, let's speak one language? You know, is that possible? Or you guys want to claim supremacy?
Why will we submit? Does it make sense?
It makes sense in such a way because there's a lot of division in Nigeria. That's why most tribes submit to other tribes so they can create uniformity. You know, things
Yes,
can
now
go
we
the
can't
same.
throw away. So we're gonna throw away our history, ancient
Of
history, and
course, now that of
traditions.
course. When you
We
guys
can't throw it
captured
away,
other
man. How are we
tribes
gonna
in
throw
the
it away?
Yoruba,
For what?
when you guys captured other tribes in the Yoruba expansion, didn't the other tribes throw away their culture and took over the Yoruba culture?
No, we didn't capture anybody, man. We are the same
Oh,
people. We are the
really?
same people.
Wow. It seems like you don't know about the Yoruba expansion when they talk of
No, we didn't.
all these
It's
abilities.
not an expansion. It's just, dude, forget all that, man. I mean, no one today is gonna willingly go and freaking throw away their story and start speaking Hausa. You crazy?
Yeah, other tribes do that. You submit
Yeah,
to
you
other
guys can
tribes.
do that in Cameroon, but no in Nigeria. So everyone Yoruba and we start speaking Yoruba and start speaking Hausa. How dumb is that?
Yeah, I mean, in the
What
case
about
of
the
bringing
tradition?
uniformity,
Don't you know we have the kingdoms, the empire, the kings, the tradition, everything is there.
my
Does it make sense?
it makes sense
Maybe
because you
I
are
don't know how it is
Yoruba.
in Cameroon, all these
No,
African
it
countries.
makes sense because to create a that's why to create a uniformity, right? Do you see all these division? Oh, I'm a Yoruba. Oh, I'm an Hausa. Oh, I'm this. I'm this. Oh, this is my religion. This
Yeah,
is
we
this.
are. That's what we are. Though we are. What's wrong? It's not division. It's just who we are. It's what we identify. That's our identity.
Oh,
What the heck,
let
man?
me ask you a question, right? Did you know why the white man came and brought Christianity? Do you know why it's a uniformity religion in United States,
We
in
don't believe
Europe?
stupid uniformity, man. We are okay with who we are. As in individual empires, man. Why do we have
But that's
to?
why things are not working.
No, it has nothing to do with things not working.
Okay.
The things not working all over Africa because we're not productive. That's why. It has nothing to do with. In Nigeria, everybody control their territory, so there's nothing why things. If you go to Igbo land, the governors, everybody's Igbo. If you go to Yoruba land, the governors and the within the state are Yoruba. If you go to any other ethnic group, everyone control their space. That's how Nigeria is. Well, other people can
But
migrate to other space. You're welcome there. But
but
you know that
but
you are in other people's territory. So that's what
do you
it
know
is.
what
So that's nothing to
do
do
you know
with.
what do you know what they call impediments? Impediments are hurdles. These are stop signs that are actually preventing things from developing, growth, economic growth, and all these things, right? Impediments, roadblocks. There are even within this system that you mentioned, there are a lot of roadblocks that is actually hampering, stopping things from moving forward. You know that. You
The
know that.
Nigerian constitution is there. Doesn't stop anybody. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want within yours. You can advance within your space. So it's no one is stopping anyone.
You see, someone is on the chat is actually agreeing with me. I mean, it's just that we have this ego that I'm this, I have to be this, I have to be this. I mean, there are people that agree with my own statement. It's not it's not something
It's
that
not
is
agreeing
not.
with you.
No, come on. I mean, you go to Kenya, you see this uniformity, even though they have other tribes, but other tribes have submit to Swahili speaking this. It creates some
Okay,
kind
that's
of
fine.
a
That's
strong
fine with them.
environment. Huh?
That's fine with them.
I mean, yeah, the way you see it, man, but it will have been my wish to have tribes submit to a bigger tribe and align with their system and create that uniformity in a country. And that's
Yeah, if
just
you
it.
say submit, so who's so in Nigeria, which big tribe is going to submit to another big tribe?
I just told you that for me, it would have been better for the Igbo, the South submit, because the Hausa are the biggest tribe in Nigeria.
Who told you that?
Submit. What you mean? Who told me that? Even go online and check out the Hausa population in Nigeria.
No. What
they
they
have
do,
over.
no. What they do is they take other minor tribes in the north and put them together with the Hausas. That's what they're saying. They put them together. That's what they will tell you.
But those minority tribes speaks Hausa language. They speak one language.
In the northern Nigeria, you can say what you are describing is already there. Like in the northern Nigeria, everyone speaks Hausa. Yeah, but it doesn't mean they are all Hausa.
But that's why, and that's what I'm saying. So if you come
the
under
South,
Hausa,
you saying in the South, we should also start speaking Hausa.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean
But
you're
the South, we
Hausa,
are more
but you are
progressive than the North. So why should we adopt How can we be ahead of them and they adopt their ways? Does it make sense?
It makes sense in the sense that, do you see why a person from Sokoto communicate, see a person from a Borno, they speak the same, culturalistic, linguistic, and all of that, but because these people, even despite the fact that one is in Northwest, the other person is in Northeast, they still communicate. They don't have a problem.
Good. Are we complaining about communication in Nigeria? Don't we all speak English and pidgin English? So are we complaining about communication?
I'm not only saying that, but it's not only language. It's also gonna boil down to a lot of different things. Not only language, but it boils down to religion. It boils down to the way they do
we should all
things.
practice Hausa religion.
I mean, you see it as a big ego, but it's something that
we should all practice Hausa religion. We should all become Muslims.
I did not say become Muslim. I mean, it's
So
not like
what is
saying.
your point? What is the point you're establishing?
It's Christian. Yeah, I mean, I did not say become Muslim. I say it boils down to a lot of different things: linguistic, religiously, economic. I mean, these are the kind of things.
Economic in what sense? In what sense?
Economic in such a way where there will be no what is it? Okay. Take for instance, you leave Yoruba land, go to Igbo, to the north. There are certain businesses that you cannot do up there because maybe the north do not permit that.
So
it's not
before they will permit that.
But now with a uniformity, things can actually know what
uniformity in
is.
what sense? Uniformity in what sense?
I'll stop right there, man.
You are not making sense, man. So we start speaking Hausa now, we become that's uniformity.
Mike, you just told me that English language is a uniformity language that unites the whole Nigeria.
So we already have that. We already have that.
Okay. Now, if you take out the English language, which is a colonial language, if you replace that with a Hausa language, wouldn't that be more better? Because that is your own language in that country. Wouldn't that be more better?
More better? Well, it's irrelevant. I mean,
oh wow, it's irrelevant that your own language in your own country can be a national language, an official language in that country. You say it's irrelevant.
Hold on, Julian.
Oh, okay, no problem, man. I know you are at work,
No. I was listening to a message someone sent me. So you're telling me because English language, first of all, that's what brought us together, the English language. That's why we are together. But once we dump the English language, and we have to go our separate ways.
So you are not into this stuff that, because I heard one time African Union was to say they want to come up with a language that can unite Africa, and they're probably gonna use Swahili.
It's not a language that will unite the people, man. All these dumb ideas that people keep bringing. It's not a language that unites the people. Most of the world speaking English. Are we united? It's not language that unites people. It's ideas that unite people. Come on, man. It's common interest and unite people, no language, no this kumbaya bullshit that you guys always talk about, man. You say, you see all these blacks, let's unite as black people. Because you're black doesn't mean me and you can fucking get along. Well, you can't unite because we are both black or we both, it doesn't make sense, man. We have to have a common interest, like something that you and I trying to achieve in common, then we unite on that.
Right.
But not some speak the same language, come on, man. Even people that speak the same language, are they united?
So you like
Somalia, don't they all speak the same language? Are they united?
So you like the diversity in African languages, like So language.
There's nothing wrong. What you are looking, all this saying, let's dump this, let's change it. No. What people will respect is creativity, ingenuity, and productivity.
So language barrier is not a big problem in Africa.
It's not a big problem. I already told you. If I go to the north, everybody, I can speak broken English with them. I can speak English with them. They know what I'm talking about. Even if I go to Cameroon.
When you go to Benin Republic.
Me and you not talking right now.
We are talking now. Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean,
So what the hell is the problem, man? Why you making a language a priority? So before you and I can do anything, work together. So we have to adopt Bamileke and shit like that. Come on now. Is that a priority?
When you go to Benin Republic,
huh?
When you go to Benin Republic, the language.
What?
When you travel to Benin Republic, the language is still not a barrier to you.
No, the people there can speak English. Almost everyone in the whole world speak English these days.
Oh wow! Oh really?
Are Europeans? When you go to Italy, what do they speak there?
No, they speak Italian.
Then when you go across the border to France, what do they speak there?
I mean, they speak their French.
And then when you go to Germany, what do they speak there?
You answer that question,
exactly.
Man. Come on.
So people that are doing better than you, they're not crying about language being different. But you haven't done anything for yourself. The number one thing you want to be crying about is so you want to Africans should be spending energy on forcing everybody to learn one stupid language. Come on now. Language has nothing to do with your problem, man. You need to focus on how to be creative and be productive, and stop being dusty and lazy and unproductive. That's the problem of Africa. Stop fixing things. Stop blaming the next tribe, the next.
Mike, why are we not taking advantage of all these new technologies that are coming out, man? All these electric trucks and cyber trucks. I mean, the artificial intelligence.
You've been in America long enough. You interact. I'm sure you live in Utah. You interacted with white people, Chinese, and when they're having conversation, compare what they're talking about to when you come and sit down with blacks. What we talk about.
Oh man.
The things we care about is wives and marry and all those stupid shit. It's good things, but to us, achievement in life is to find a good wife and all that shit, man. But to all these white people and Chinese men, they don't give a fuck about. Those things is not their priority. Their priority is how they can be creative, how they can innovate something. That's what they make priority as humans. You understand?
Yeah.
Those are the things they focus their energy on. How to build it, create the next, advance something. Those are the things they make priority. For an average black man, his priority in life is to find a good wife. That's it. And then complain about the one it didn't go well and how to find the next good wife. You spend your whole life looking for a good wife. When are you going to build anything or create anything or learn to make an iPhone? Or make a airplane.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, instead of us taking advantage, now this electric stuff is gonna come by when we are not. I mean, and take us. I mean, in a surprise, man. I mean, the years to come, all this oil will be obsolete. Electric cars are on the. When are we gonna produce stuff, Mike? Electric, all this taking advantage of solar. When are we gonna do? Is it always gonna be the white man to produce things and we consume? Oh man, I just look, man. Every time I see Africa, man, and then the kind of things we clamor for, the things. I mean, I just think we have been beaten, man. I don't see ourselves really actually being on a level that we could actually start dictating things around the world. I don't see that. We are not in the manufacturing industry. We don't manufacture machineries. I mean, by this time, Indians and Chinese, I mean, in this their period of time, they were already learning things from United States and going back home and replicating what they have learned. I've seen Chinese people buying aircraft in United States, take it to their countries, dismantling these things and building their own stuff, learning from what they have learned, and they start doing their own things. Now, when you talk of Chinese cars, Chinese are now doing one of the best cars in the world, man. I was like, wow. And they are actually forcing their people to drive it, to do.
Because the
I mean,
average Chinese man, he spend a lot of time and years trying to figure out how to make cars and things like that. Average black man is not willing to do that, man. Average black man just want to be like two Nigeria, come online and talk about it all day long. Just talk how we need a car, how we need nuclear bomb, how we need everything. But you won't spend a day trying to figure out how to do it. You won't spend a day reading a physics book.
Wouldn't even spend a day to see how we can actually manufacture these things or makes, instead of say, oh man, that
if you give to Nigeria physics book, like, hey, this book here, if you study you come you have an idea how to make a bomb. You won't read that book, man, for 10 years. That book will become dusty in his room. You know? A black man is intellectually lazy, man. Forget it.
You told him one time, you know where he is coming from, you know what he can do, right? You know his passion about,
He has the passion, but the actually the discipline to go and do it is just the problem. That's why every black man same passion as a white man.
Do you think if Nigeria becomes president of Nigeria, do you think he could actually fix things the way he said it?
He's just gonna talk all day now. He's not gonna fix shit. He's gonna be like the other president. Do you know all those presidents we've had? They all were talking before they became president about the previous president. I mean, the previous leaders, like, look at them, the pointing finger, everything that's wrong. And then when they came in, they didn't do shit either, man. Black man don't do shit, you forget it, you know.
Oh, black man, a black man is always talking. That's what we are. Even when I came to America, like me and you know that even these American black guys, I mean, they are good in talking. Come and see how they are versed with the American language. You think they are learned? You think they have gone to one of the best universities in the world, man? I mean, good in talking, but they are no action. I mean,
you gotta get together and we black folk, we need to do it. We need to build black stores, black businesses, black this, black that. We're not building shit. We need to build black schools. But at the end of the day, they won't build anything. They won't build it.
Man, they are good. They give you all this.
We need to separate from these other races. You're not separating, man. These other races are the one that are building everything, man. You can't separate. Come on now. All these races.
Tell them to leave America and go overseas. They wouldn't, because they are comfortable. Come on, man. Yep. Yeah, they are good in talking, Mike.
Did you watch the Africanamos show? I think 2 days ago about how the FBA in Ghana they're complaining about Ghana.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I wasn't on the panel, but I was hearing the. Oh, you were on the panel.
Let's go to black country and do black unity to complaining running back to the white man's country.
But Mike, these guys that are actually coming to America, do you think they are rich? Because the kind of hand-to-mouth businesses that they do when they go to these African countries, right? I mean, it's not like they are going there to open warehouses like Best Buy, Walmart, or building these mega companies and stuff. They are going to open like small restaurants, Airbnb. Come on, man.
We're going to do things that the Ghanaians are already doing themselves.
Exactly. Hairdress. I'm like, how can you go back home and do things that Africans are already doing? Or what makes you better? If I'm going back
they can come there and build everything up, build it up.
Bro,
like Genesis.
He's in Liberia. He said he's building he was telling me that he want to build a house for an apartment for a smart city. I said, see this guy.
You know who's smart? You say you want to build smart city.
Well, you want to go and build a one bungalow, says you get money for being smart. These guys, man. That's why I was telling one African American guy on YouTube. I was telling him, look, Africans are even more richer, the ones that live here. than you guys, because when they go home, see the mansions that they built. I don't think any of you guys can build that kind of mansion. Even this Ghanaian guy that they say the Ghanaian government, destroyed their house in the. I saw the house. It wasn't even that kind of a gigantic or a big or something that you can say, wow, this was actually a good building or a nice building. It looks to me like it was a dilapidated, some kind of infrastructure or thing like that. Uh, I mean, come on, man. Yeah, yeah, I have no regard, man. Oh man, yeah, Africa is crumbling, man. Mike, Africa is crumbling. I wish one day that because if K is not taken, it seems like um the Africans that are being born in America, it seems like because I was reading the statistics. It says that the African population in America and in the diaspora have increased from over, how many? I think from 20 to almost 40, and it was showing that Africans might be the next minorities in America in years to come.
Are you saying
if
black or just African immigrant?
no, just Africans, not blacks. I mean, the Africans coming in America, the Africans in America, in years to come, they will surpass black population, and black population is over 40 million in America. So, if care is not taken, they say the Africans that are coming in, their population will one day, in years to come, probably like 10, 20 years to come, it might surpass the black American population. So I'm like, man, do you think this population is ever gonna go back home? And because if you see, is the educated Africans that are actually moving to America and leaving Africa to the older population and non-educated, and that's why that brain drain is what is causing problem in Africa. Things are not progressing. You can think they are, but I don't see it as much.
I think Africa is progressing. I don't know about Nigeria is progressing, to be honest, because every year government
progressing in what way though? Like, what is the rate? Like,
infrastructure is they building. They are seeing infrastructure.
Is it in a slow pace or in a fast pace?
I won't say fast pace, but to me, it's. To me, like a lot of things is better. Like for example, we have the banking system is good. The government are fixing a lot of infrastructure. They're building a lot of infrastructure. So I see a lot of development going. The only thing I see is the people just need to be more creative and hard to it. But once the infrastructure is in place, to me, I don't think Africa is such a disaster like you guys always people describe it like that. If you figure a way to make money, you're fine. There are a few things like electricity just need to be more worked on, which in Nigeria, for example, they are focusing on that. So it's not as disastrous as people describe it. If you are poor, listen, anywhere in the world, if you are poor, you're going to suffer. Jude, imagine if the U.S. government take away government assistance, like the welfare, all those things.
Welfare, section 8,
yeah, they will just be beggars. They will be dusty poor like the Africans. So poor people are always going to be in society. The only difference in America, just they figure a way to just put that welfare program in place where extremely poor people can get a food stamp and things like that. So they are not in a desperate mode like the poor in third world countries. But to me,
I see Nigeria prospering, man. Because take for instance that highway from Lagos to Calabar, and then you also do another one from Lagos to Sokoto, and then you also do another one from Sokoto to Maiduguri, and then Maiduguri to Calabar. You have all that axis because Nigeria is like a triangle, and then now you might have like a diagonal where you have Lagos to Maiduguri, and then Sokoto to Calabar, cross, diagonal, and then you also have like a center from like Kwara all the way to Benue State. Come on, man. 10 highway. Come on, that would change the infrastructure of Nigeria, man. With that kind of highway road, it will speed up economic growth in a lot of things. It will actually build up the economy of South Africa. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, we don't have that dream, man. I mean, we have that dream, but to accomplish it is another thing. If we were actually doing things for our own selves, building things, then we might. But we depend on China, we depend on Europe. You see, like this highway, if this was in China and it was the Chinese doing it, it wouldn't take up to two years, because they are the ones doing it. You know what I mean, right? But now, because you have to bring in foreign countries to come and do it, they have to do feasibility studies. They have to, project managers have to, all these things. That's why it might take 8 years, because it's not us Africans actually doing it. So the moment we also start learning how to, I don't know why we don't have school of, do you guys have like schools that people can actually go and do construction of like national infrastructure?
We have it now. We have universities. We have engineering and stuff. It's more of
so why are they not prioritizing these people?
You have to understand, whoever is pulling the money. I mean, it's not like they put the money down all at once. You got to fund it. So.
Yeah, but if you were actually paying your own people, it wouldn't cost that much than paying all these billions to foreign companies. You will instead save money.
You have to understand, a lot of projects they give to the Chinese firms is that the Chinese firm will come in, do the work, and as they're doing the work, for example, they get stages done with their own, they use their own money to fund it, and then you pay them after they do the work. But in the case of Africa, you want to hire African contractors, they don't have money. You have to put the money down. It's risky. Government can put money down, someone will run away with the money or things like, and then before they may do, and they don't have they can't insure you because you give them the money. If they mess up on the job, it becomes a liability in a sense, because something happens, maybe something collapses. Let's say something they built, the cost, a section of the project where they built the cost, let's say $10 million, and the engineer made mistake, or they made mistake, things fall down, collapse, right? Mm-hmm. Who's going to pay the government back the money? They're not. But a Chinese firm that's doing the work, if they put a section of the work, is spending 20 million, and that section, they make a mistake, it collapse. They're not going to charge the Nigerian government. That's them that just lost their money because it's their mistake. You understand? That's why when people come bid for a job, they always give it to the best bidder, the highest bidder. I'm into projects too. I always bid for contracts. And the person giving out the bid usually give the job to someone that has it. They want to do the job with his own money. You understand?
But I understand.
Okay,
but
Julian,
I
let
mean,
me make it simple. Let's say you want to build a mansion, right? You're an individual. You want to build a mansion that's $2 million, right? And you have your $2 million. Now you're looking for a builder, a contractor that wants to build it. You put out a bid. Now two people come and say, okay, they want to do the job. One of them say, well, I don't have the money to do the job for you where you pay me after I'm done. I will need you to be funding the work as I'm doing it. So you give me 100,000 to go and pick the material, deliver it, another 300,000 to start the foundation. So you are paying him as it's going. So what if disaster happened in the middle of the job, right? Something happened, all this work I've done collapsed, all that money, or somebody come and loot the site, right? So what will happen, Julie? How you get your money back from me?
I mean, when you say how do you get your money, if you look for a person that want to do your contract, you are actually looking for what he has done. I mean, for a thing to collapse.
I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying.
Now I'm paying attention, but for something to collapse, or I mean, it means they did not actually do the work right, you know. So you actually
Anything
choose
can
the wrong
happen.
person.
Anything can happen. There's a
But if
risk
it
in
also
every.
happened to a Chinese person, you think
But
if it wasn't the
that's what
son
I'm
of a
saying. But the
Chinese?
difference. Hold on. You are not listening. Let me explain the second person. The second person that wants to do the job tell you that, okay, Jude, this project that is 2 million. Hold your 2 million in your pocket. I will use my money to do the whole work, and when it's done, complete, you inspect it. You now pay me the 2 million. There is no risk on your side, Jude. There's no risk for you because the person will go and do the work. You don't even want to look at it. You already agree. He will do the work. After the work is done, you inspect it. The work is complete. Now you're not giving your money. There's no risk. Now,
So now, if he does the work and you don't pay him, now how does he get his money back?
no,
No,
it's a state now. Government is a state now. You have to. You are not shifting argument to something different. It's
but that's
a
what I'm
state
saying.
to pay the
So,
money.
no, Mike. There's never a contract in Africa where Chinese come in and they do the work, complain that you have to pay them. That's why most African government they borrow money to finance projects.
From the Chinese,
To pay
from
the
them, right?
project.
Is it not
Yeah,
the Chinese? Jude, what are you talking about? Is it the Chinese are funding the goddamn project? Are you kidding? They give the Africans
No,
loan.
I say African government borrowed money to finance the project.
No, in the case
That's
of
what
the
I'm saying.
Chinese, listen. In the case of the Chinese in Africa, the Chinese themselves are the one. They give you loan, they loan you, but they do the work themselves. It's their loan that are using to give it in
Yeah,
front
but
of
when they loan you money, you are still using the money on. I mean, on them. You are using the money on them to get a
exactly
Chinese. I
now.
mean,
But if they
independent.
now listen, but if they now fuck up the job, it's their money that they lose. They're not going to come tell you to pay now. They're the one that fuck it up.
No, you still, if they have loaned
No,
you
man,
money,
let's
they
leave
have
this
loaned you
argument, man.
money.
I don't have time for this, man. I don't have time
No, you don't
for
have time. But you see, the thing is, when they loan you money, they are not loaning you money to say they are the ones that are going to do the job. They are loaning you money for you to carry on a project. Now, the money that they are loaning you, when you go, I mean, for you now to get a company to come and do the job, maybe you decided to go get a Chinese company, but that means you are funding that project. Because I don't see a company where they will say, okay, let's do this job and then you pay us when the project is done. No, you pay them as you go. At the same time, they also give you guarantee that, okay, so and so years, this job, if there's something that wrongs with it, we can come back and fix it. Now, another thing that they do is they also do PPE. Is it PPE, like they build target and all the things? If you cannot actually fund the whole project, they construct the project and they start collecting money out of it. You know,
And also, check this. Also, there's no way an African farm can do the same job that the Chinese will do for the same price. Because for one, the Chinese already have their skilled laborer, right? Because when you're doing projects, the cost of labor, you understand, depends on how much skilled workers you have. You understand what I'm saying? So
I understand, but I was asking you, do you know that most African companies need, do you know what they call insurance, Mike? That's why you also have to have insurance for you in
no
case
one's going to insure
a
some
project.
gas farm, man. No one's going to insure. How many of them can even afford insurance?
But that's why you have to build that company in Nigeria. You know,
Jude, name an African businessman. They own a construction company. They can afford $10 billion.
I mean, I don't know.
Or even insurance company that can insure $10 billion worth of stuff. Are you kidding me?
So how can we upgrade? Okay, Mike, the question is, how can we upgrade our companies, our construction companies, to be at the same level with Chinese companies? Especially if you are a Nigerian president, what will you do?
We are not rich countries like that yet. We are only $500 billion economy countries. So we talk about China that 10 trillions of dollars worth of economy. So they can afford, they can create such wealthy companies, because it's a wealthy, robust.
I know, but I'm asking you a question. If you are a president of Nigeria, so you are telling me you cannot do anything.
You can't do anything until you grow to that, until your society becomes that wealthy, until you grow to that level. We haven't grown to that level. We are not rich countries yet. You are talking about $500 billion economy compared to in terms of United States is $86 trillion economy. $86 trillion. You want to come? China is about $20 trillion. So in those kind of economies, you have wealthy companies. The companies collecting, so in Africa, we don't have companies that have built that are wealthy.
Mike, I was actually looking at a project in Egypt, and Nigeria has a bigger economy than Egypt. And the people that are actually doing the projects in Egypt are Egyptian themselves, doing their construction job, company. I saw that.
Are you saying in Nigeria, most of our projects are not being done by Nigerians? We got a lot of projects that we're doing ourselves. But we are talking about mega projects like building the highway. The only ones the Chinese are coming to do is the mega projects. It's not like we are just there, we're not doing anything.
So you are telling me that Nigerians cannot construct railway line? It has to be the Chinese, to. Wow, I mean,
the constructing a railway line from state. Do you know how big Nigeria is? Nigeria is the size of 6 European countries. You can feed France, England, Germany, Italy. You can feed them in Nigeria. You put a mega railway across, and you think it's cheap.
So we are just doing mega projects.
Come on, man.
Mike, the way you look down on your people sometimes, I'm like, wow. So if you're a president of Nigeria, you have no choice. Mike, some people on the chat are actually disagreeing with you, man. I don't know. I mean, you're my guy, but sometimes I just laugh.
You say some people, it's just one person. Huh?
I mean, but he's a Nigerian,
Someone that doesn't like me. Anyway, Julie, there's no.
Yeah, Mike. Take care, man. Probably another day. Enjoy your night. Bye, man.